Marshall Peak, Chapter 4731, Master also has parents. The reason why the cave heavens and paradises wanted to borrow the good fortune divine furnace was to create more yin and yang element materials in the sixth order and above, so how could they use those materials to exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace? Yang Kai's statement had undoubtedly rendered everybody else speechless. I just came back to the star boundary, so I have many affairs to deal with. Please excuse me, Yang Kai said and departed with a flash, leaving behind many open heaven realm masters looking at each other perplexedly. Dong Su Zhu looked up into the sky from the top of a certain spirit peak. Hua Qingxi had immediately sent a message to inform the two elders about Yang Kai's return as soon as he arrived in the star boundary. Overjoyed to learn that her son had returned, Dong Su Zhu had specially come out here to wait for his arrival. Yang Yingfeng walked out of the bamboo building behind her, his arms clasped behind his back, and snorted, "He doesn't even come back to visit his parents as soon as he returns. We truly wasted our time raising this son." Although he said those words, his eyes would glance around from time to time with an earnest expression. Dong Su Zhu turned around to glare at him, "You talk too much. Our son has a different status now. High Heaven Palace is so enormous and he has not returned for so many years. I'm sure he has many things to discuss with Manager Hua. You can go back if you're upset. Nobody is forcing you to wait here." Yang Yingfeng sighed and muttered, defeated by a loving mother. During their conversation, space nearby rippled. Immediately after that, a figure emerged. It was none other than Yang Kai, whom these two elders had been yearning all day and all night to see. Dong Su Zhu hurriedly went forward to greet him, "Son, you're back." "Mother." Yang Kai nodded in greeting before he turned to look at Yang Yingfeng nearby, "Father." Yang Yingfeng grunted sullenly in response, then he turned around and entered the bamboo building. Dong Su Zhu took Yang Kai's hand and examined him carefully. After a while, she finally said in satisfaction, "You didn't get thinner. In fact, you've gotten stronger. You must have suffered a lot outside all these years." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, "I'm used to it." He carefully perceived her aura and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Mother, have you already advanced into the open heaven realm?" She nodded, "That's right. I'm also in the open heaven realm now." It all felt like a dream whenever she recalled everything that she experienced over the years. Starting from the Yang family in the Great Han Dynasty up until now, it was difficult to imagine that she would advance into the open heaven realm one day. "Which order?" He looked concerned. She smiled, "Fifth order." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief, "That's great." Thanks to the feedback from the world tree in the star boundary back then, his parents had been lucky enough to condense their Tao seals. Yang Kai had personally examined them once, and with his parents' original aptitude, the third order open heaven realm would have been their limit even if they managed to advance into the open heaven realm. It was only thanks to the star boundaries world tree that they had hopes of a better outcome. With a two-pronged approach involving the divine Tao water and the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, Dong Su Zhu managed to advance into the open heaven realm in recent years. "What about father?" Yang Kai asked. "He is also in the fifth order open heaven realm." Dong Su Zhu laughed. Speaking of which, there had been some risks involved when the two elders advanced into the open heaven realm. Their aptitude had barely been enough after all. Advancing into the fourth order open heaven realm would have been the safest choice. Be that as it may, they both knew that their future limit would be in the high-rank open heaven realm if they could advance into the fifth order open heaven realm. That was why they decided to take the risk. It was not purely for their own future achievements, of course. They had been living under Yang Kai's protection all these years, hence, they wished that there would come a day when they could help their son instead of simply staying at home in retirement. A seventh order open heaven realm master was bound to have some qualifications, right? That was why the two elders had been working hard on their cultivation after their advancement. In any case, there was no shortage of resources in High Heaven Palace. Not to mention, Huaqing Si strongly supported their cultivation and freely gave them whatever resources they needed. Come, come. Let's go inside and talk. Dong Su Zhu led Yang Kai into the bamboo hut by the hand. The family of three spent a joyous and harmonious time together as they casually chatted with each other. Dong Su Zhu suddenly said, "By the way, how are Xiao and Shuer doing?" Yang Kai replied, "They're both doing well. Before I came here, Xiao followed a senior to the divine spirit's ancestral land. The environment in that place will be highly beneficial for his cultivation. Shuer couldn't follow him, so she stayed behind at Void Land to cultivate in retreat." Dong Su Zhu complained, "That little girl. Why doesn't she know to come back and visit us?" Yang Yingfeng stroked his neatly combed beard and quickly said, "Speaking of Xiao and Shuer, there's something we need to discuss." Yang Kai asked in confusion, "Father, what do you wish to discuss?" Yang Yingfeng and Dong Su Zhu exchanged a glance with each other. In the end, Dong Su Zhu was the one to speak. The two children can be said to have grown up together. Disregarding their hierarchy in the family, they can be said to be childhood sweethearts. Moreover, they spent so many years living and cultivating together. I'm sure they've secretly developed feelings for each other by now. As their big brother and foster father, you've always been running around outside all the time, so I have no idea whether you noticed anything, but it is as plain as day to the two of us. But, there is a generational gap between them in terms of seniority and hierarchy. Xiao is your adopted son. When it comes to honorifics, he has to call Shuer little aunt by right. Yang Yingfeng elaborated, "Kai, you've always been assertive. How do you think this matter should be handled?" Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. The truth was that he had given some thought to Yang Xiao and Yang Shue's matters in the past. When a man and a woman lived and cultivated together for hundreds of years, starting from when they were just little children, it was only natural for feelings to grow between them. It was just that the two little ones had never expressed anything to him, so he did not wish to speak rashly. Nevertheless, it was time to make up his mind now that his parents had brought up this matter. A short while later, he answered, "In terms of seniority and hierarchy, there is no denying that Xiao is one generation younger than Shuer, but if we look at it from the perspective of them as disciples under the same master, they share a senior brother and junior sister relationship. What I'm trying to say is that we should let nature take its course. We can leave this matter to them. If something really does come of this, then they each have their own seniority over the other. It's not a big deal anyway. Cultivators don't really care about these minor details. Besides, there is no real blood relationship between them. Even if they were to marry each other, it would be an auspicious matter." Yang Yingfeng and Dong Su Zhu exchanged a glance with each other, with Yang Yingfeng asking worriedly, "Even if that's the case, will outsiders say anything?" Yang Kai laughed, "Just let them follow their hearts. Why should we care what other people might say? If they can't even withstand a few unsolicited remarks, then there is no need for them to be together." Dong Su Zhu nodded, "That's true. To cultivators, age and seniority are not very important. Even among our daughters-in-law, many of them are much older than you. If we really had to follow honorifics, then we would have to call her senior." Needless to say, she was referring to Yu Rumeng. As one of the demon race demon saints, Yu Rumeng was countless times older than Yang Kai. Even Xueyu, Shanqin Luo, and Ji Yao were also much older than Yang Kai. There was no need to even mention Zhu Qing in this regard. Only Xia Ning Chang and Su Yan were of similar age to Yang Kai. Yang Yingfeng also nodded, putting it this way, "Then we have nothing to worry about. We only need to clarify the two children's intentions." "That's right." While speaking, Yang Kai laughed again, "By the way, mother, father, I came back to ask you for a favor." Dong Su Zhu smiled, "You are our son. Just speak up if there's something you need from us." "Why would you need us to do you a favor?" With a wave of his hand, two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. One was a stunning beauty, and the other was a slightly foolish-looking man. These two had been in the middle of doing something when they were summoned from the small universe by Yang Kai without any warning, so they were a little confused at first. After looking around their surroundings and seeing Yang Kai, both of them quickly bowed in greeting, "Honored Master." "Honored Master." Dong Su Zhu looked at Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi Bai in surprise. "Kaier, did you take on disciples?" Yang Kai nodded and made the introductions. "This boy with the silly look on his face is Zhao Yi Bai, this smart and quick-witted girl is Zhao Ye." Then, he turned to those two and added, "These two are your master's parents." Zhao Yi Bai immediately became dumbstruck and asked in a panic, "Master, you have parents too?" Yang Kai kicked Zhao Yi Bai, "Nonsense. Why wouldn't I have parents? Did you think I popped out of a rock?" Zhao Yi Bai quickly waved his hand and responded in embarrassment, "No, no, no, master. That's not what I meant." Zhao Ye tugged at Zhao Yi Bai and knelt on the ground with a thud. She bowed respectfully. "Zhao Ye greets Grand Masters." Only then did Zhao Yi Bai return to his senses and hurriedly bow in greeting, "Zhao Yi Bai greets Grand Masters." Dong Su Zhu smiled brightly, waving her hand to help the two up as she called out, "What good children! Stand up, stand up." A gentle force wrapped around Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi Bai, and they stood involuntarily. "Oh my, this little girl is really quite pretty." Dong Su Zhu examined Zhao Ye and did not hesitate to praise the girl. Zhao Ye smiled sweetly and shyly said, "Thank you, Grand Master." Dong Su Zhu quipped, "I wonder which smelly brat will be so lucky to have you in the future." Zhao Ye blushed slightly and glanced at Zhao Yi Bai. On the other hand, Zhao Yi Bai was standing with his hands clenched tightly into fists, his head straight, and his chest raised slightly. It was obvious that he was very nervous. There was even a sheen of fine sweat covering his forehead. "Numbskull." Zhao Ye pouted to herself. Seeing this scene, Dong Su Zhu immediately understood the situation. She then beckoned Zhao Ye over. When Zhao Ye approached, she took the young woman's small hand, and took off one of the bracelets on her own arm before placing it in Zhao Ye's hand. "Since this is our first time meeting each other, you can consider this a gift from your Grand Master." Zhao Ye looked down. Although she could not identify the grade of the bracelet, she knew that it was an extraordinary item. Thus, she quickly shook her head and said, "Grand Master, this is far too precious. I can't accept this. Just take it. It is the first time your master has ever taken a disciple. As your Grand Master, how can I fail to show some sincerity?" Helpless, Zhao Ye turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded, "The gifts from your elders cannot be refused." Upon hearing what her master said, she finally pursed her scarlet lips and said, "Zhao Ye thanks you for the gift, Grand Master." "Good girl." Dong Su Zhu smiled and patted Zhao Ye's head. Seeing this, Yang Yingfeng could only dig out a chainmail-like artifact armor from his space ring and hand it to Zhao Yi Bai. "This isn't a particularly expensive item, but it suits your current cultivation. Consider this a meeting gift from your Grand Master." Having learned from Zhao Ye's previous experience, Zhao Yi Bai did not refuse. Instead, he cupped his fist and shouted in a deep voice, "Zhao Yi Bai thanks Grand Master for the gift." He took 2 steps forward and reached out to take the artifact armor with both hands. It was almost as though he was carrying a supreme treasure as he respectfully stepped back. Although it was only the first meeting, the performance of the 2 children was enough for the 2 elders to obtain an idea of their personalities. Zhao Ye was undoubtedly more likable thanks to her cheerful personality. On the other hand, Zhao Yi Bai was relatively slow-witted in comparison. He also had a simple and honest temperament. What's more, these were the disciples that Yang Kai took in. Regardless of their aptitude, there was nothing wrong with their characters. Martial Peak, Chapter 4732, The Compatibility Between the Star Boundary and its Great Emperors. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yi Bai had been living in Yang Kai's small universe ever since they were born. Although the environment in Yang Kai's small universe was not bad, it was impossible to compare it with the current cultivation environment in the star boundary. Among the countless universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds, the star boundary was the only place deserving of the nicknamed Open Heaven Realm Cradle throughout history. Why else would the cave heavens and paradises be so eager to send their disciples trillions upon trillions of kilometers away just to come here? The reason why Yang Kai had made Xiaoye suppress her cultivation previously was out of fear that her cultivation would improve too quickly. If her cultivation became too high, she would lose most of her malleability and fail to enjoy the full benefits brought by the feedback of the world tree as a result. Xiaoye. Yang Kai looked at Xiaoye. In the past, I asked you to suppress your cultivation because I had my concerns. Now that we have arrived at the star boundary, there's no need to deliberately suppress your cultivation anymore. Xiaoye's beautiful eyes lit up. Master, are you saying that I can advance as I please now? He nodded in confirmation, which caused her to cheer in exhilaration. Others could not understand her pain. There were times when she could clearly feel that the opportunity to break through was upon her and she would only need to enter retreat or even engage in a single battle to advance to the next stage. Unfortunately, she could only forcefully suppress herself because of her master's orders. That feeling was similar to a starving person who could only stare at the mountain of delicacies in front of them and not take a single bite. Therefore, it was only natural that she would be ecstatic when she heard Yang Kai saying that she could advance as she pleased and that she no longer needed to suppress herself like before. Yang Kai then turned to look at Xiaoye Bai. Xiao Bai, your aptitude is much poorer than Xiaoye, but as your master, I've always told you this, diligence makes up for lack of natural talent. Work hard in the future. Don't let your junior sister leave you behind by too much. Xiaoye Bai quickly said, yes, master. This disciple will work hard in my cultivation and live up to your expectations. Mother, I will have to trouble you and father to take care of these two children in the future. Yang Kai looked at Dong Suzhu. Dong Suzhu smiled from ear to ear, no problem. Don't worry and leave them to me. We will definitely take good care of them for you. The old couple disliked the fact that Yang Kai could not accompany them often. That was why they had worked hard to give birth to Yang Shui even though they had long passed the suitable age for childbearing. In the end, Yang Shui had left along with her big brother when she grew up. With no children to accompany them, the two elders had often felt lonely over the years, hence, there was no reason for them not to be happy when Yang Kai suddenly placed Xiaoye and Xiaoye Bai under their care. It would have been one thing if it were anybody else, but the key point was that these two children were Yang Kai's disciples. What was the difference with having their own grandchildren? Not to mention, Xiaoye was a naturally beautiful girl with a sweet tongue. On the other hand, Xiaoye Bai had a gentle temperament although he could be a little stiff. They were both good children. It could be said that Dong Suzhu was becoming increasingly satisfied the more she observed the two children. When Yang Kai noticed his mother's attitude, he quickly reminded her, don't spoil them too much. You need to punish them if they make a mistake. They will not grow up well without proper rules in place. I know. She waved her hand impatiently. Yang Kai shook his head in frustration. Turning to look at Xiaoye and Xiaoye Bai sternly, he warned them, from today onward, the two of you will cultivate hard under your two grand masters. Be obedient. If I learn that you have committed any mistakes, I will not forgive you. This disciple would not dare. The two children replied in unison. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. Father, mother, I still have other matters to discuss with the head manager. I'll be taking my leave now. Dong Suzhu nodded in understanding. Go on then. After a quick bow, Yang Kai turned around to leave. He had just been about to discuss the matters regarding the new great territory with Hua Qingxi when they were interrupted by the sudden arrival of Yu Changdao and the others, hence, he was still unclear about the situation over there. When Yang Kai met Hua Qingxi again, the first thing he did was ask, just what is the situation in the new great territory? She replied, the new great territory is extremely rich in resources. It's a fertile land that has never been developed before. We have found many good things over the years. A few years ago, we even discovered a very interesting universe world. A universe world? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. How is it interesting? She gave a little hint, you will have to find out the specifics for yourself when you see it. Believe me, you will be surprised, Sect Master. While saying so, she took out a communication bead to send a message. It didn't take long before a person arrived. That person was slightly stunned to see Yang Kai and quickly bowed in greeting, Sir. Yang Kai nodded, long time no see, hey he. The person who arrived was the second person Yang Kai included in the loyalty list, hey he. The first person to leave their name in the loyalty list was Chen Tianfei, who gave Yang Kai the loyalty list in the first place. When changes first occurred in the star boundary thanks to the world tree, it was He who brought Lan Sun to the 3,000 worlds and traveled to Void Land to report the news to Yang Kai. He had been in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm when he was first taken in by Yang Kai, and there was no change to his cultivation at present. He was still in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, his aura had obviously become much more profound. It was clear that his strength had improved significantly. It was just that the Open Heaven realm required time to accumulate and precipitate experience, so it was not that easy to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Hua Qingxi instructed, Hey he, bring the sect master to the small stone world. He quickly said, yes. Yang Kai nodded at Hua Qingxi lightly before pushing his space principles to wrap around He he. The two of them instantly vanished from the spot, and by the time they reappeared, they had already arrived at the new Great Territory's territory gate. There were two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters guarding the territory gate. It turned out to be Iron Blood Great Emperor and Martial Beast Great Emperor. These two were sitting cross-legged in the void with their eyes closed in meditation. Upon detecting movement nearby, Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang's eyes opened and immediately lit up, you're back. You've both worked hard, Yang Kai cupped his fist. Mo Huang smiled, it's not hard at all, just a little boring. At least I can still cultivate, which helps to pass some time. Yang Kai asked, has anybody tried to set their eyes on the new great territory over the years? Mo Huang laughed, of course. How could they not? Look over there at that guy sneakily looking around curiously. He is practically drooling to plunge in to check out the situation inside. Yang Kai looked in the direction that Mo Huang was pointing and saw several gazes staring in this direction from Star City. The new Great Territory's territory gate was located about 1,000,000 kilometers from the star boundary. That distance could not be considered far, but it was located much closer to High Heaven Star City. It was possible to see most of what was happening inside Star City just by standing next to the territory gate. Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen said indifferently, the two of us are great emperors of the star boundary, so as long as we are here, we can cope even if a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master were to rashly attack us. Combined with the agreements you made with the Cave Heavens and Paradises previously, they don't dare to do anything even if they are curious. Yang Kai nodded, if anybody dares to act without regard for the agreement, please feel free to retaliate. I will bear full responsibility if anything happens. Mo Huang grinned, that statement is enough for me. However, everything has been relatively stable over the years. Nobody has done anything to upset the balance yet. Yang Kai nodded. All of a sudden, he took a closer look at the two of them and exclaimed in astonishment, your cultivation. Mo Huang and Zhan Wuhen exchanged a glance with each other and chuckled. They seemed to have expected Yang Kai's surprise. Mo Huang explained, we didn't notice anything initially either. It wasn't until after you departed that the great emperors of the star boundary discovered something. Our cultivation improves rapidly if we cultivate in the star boundary. There is practically no need for us to refine any cultivation resources. Zhan Wuhen added, because we are the great emperors acknowledged by the star boundaries will, the star boundaries world force is extremely compatible with our small universes. That's why we can easily refine the power of the star boundaries world force for our own use. Mo Huang elaborated, an average universe world would not be able to withstand having 7 or 8 sixth-order open heaven realm masters refining its world force in this manner. It wouldn't take more than a few years before the world force was completely exhausted, but the star boundary is different. Thanks to the feedback from the world tree, the might of this world will only become stronger and stronger. Even if we cultivate and refine some of its world force, our actions will not affect the star boundary. Those words made Yang Kai's eyes gleam. I can't believe there's something that great. Thinking about it again though, it was not that surprising. In order to face Sui Quan Hui back then, Yang Kai had borrowed the star boundaries world force to temporarily advance from the 6th order into the 7th order open heaven realm. Although he fell back to his original state in the end, he gained great benefits from the experience. The heritage of his small universe had gotten much stronger, which saved him many years of hard cultivation. It was precisely because of the compatibility between the star boundaries world force and his small universe that his heritage was enhanced significantly after he borrowed the star boundaries world force. If that was the case for himself, it would naturally be the same for the other great emperors of the star boundary. The open heaven realm cultivation was a long and arduous journey. One of the shortcuts was to refine the heritage of a universe world that was compatible with themselves for their own use. Unfortunately, finding a universe world in the vast 3,000 worlds that was perfectly compatible with oneself was not an easy task. However, the relationship between the star boundary and the great emperors was much simpler. The great emperors who were acknowledged by the star boundaries were extremely compatible with the star boundary in the first place. It was just as Mo Huang had mentioned earlier. An average universe world would not be able to withstand 7 or 8 sixth-order open heaven realm masters refining its world force in such a manner. The universe world would surely decline once its world force was exhausted. The star boundary had no need to worry about this issue though. Under the constant feedback from the world tree, the world force would only get stronger and stronger. As long as the world tree existed, it could be said that the star boundaries world force was practically inexhaustible. That was why even though Mo Huang and Zhan Wuhen had only advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm several decades ago, Yang Kai's observation indicated that their heritage was no less than 6th order open heaven realm masters who had already broken through for hundreds of years. Martial Peak, Chapter 4733, The Small Stone World. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming excited about this discovery. If that was the case, then the star boundary great emperors, himself included, would have a much easier time advancing into the 7th order open heaven realm compared to others. That was because cultivating in the star boundary was a shortcut for them. What's more, he initially planned to find an opportunity to advance into the 7th order open heaven realm upon his return from the shattered heaven. The proprietress had been in retreat for close to 100 years now, but even so, she was nowhere near breaking through to the 7th order open heaven realm. It could be seen just how difficult it was to cross over from the mid-rank open heaven realm to the high-rank open heaven realm. It had not been long since Yang Kai advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm. Be that as it may, his heritage was extraordinary thanks to various opportunities he had come across. Ordinary 6th order open heaven realm masters could not compare to him at all. He had just enough qualification to try advancing into the 7th order open heaven realm. It was precisely because of this plan that he came up with the brilliant idea of asking the cave heavens and paradises to provide the opportunity to train in the small source worlds in exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace. He only needed to enter one more small source world for training to accumulate his 6th order open heaven realm heritage to the peak, then he could enter retreat with peace of mind. But, he would need to fulfill his 100-year contract with Yin Yang Cave Heaven before that. Chu Huashang was put in isolation for 100 years, but based on a quick calculation of the time, there were only a couple dozen or so years left before she would be released. There was no saying how long it would take for Yang Kai to try advancing into the seventh order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, he could not keep Chu Huashang waiting. Yinyang Cave Heaven and Su Linggong would not approve either. That was why he needed to wait for Chu Huashang's 100-year isolation to end before he could proceed with his plan. Enter a small source world belonging to one of the cave heavens and paradises to train and accumulate his sixth-order open heaven realm heritage to the peak, then head to Yinyang Cave Heaven to pick up Chu Huashang, and finally enter retreat with peace of mind to attempt advancing into the seventh-order open heaven realm. That was Yang Kai's original plan. Now that he learned about the situation in the star boundary though, the opportunity to train in the small source world no longer mattered. Such opportunities were rare after all, and it was better to leave such opportunities to the other people in Void Land. It was enough for him and the other star boundary great emperors to cultivate with the help of the star boundary's world force alone. Just as Yang Kai was quietly making plans in his heart, he heard Mo Huang saying something with a small laugh. It's because of the current situation in the star boundary that the star boundary great emperors have not gone to the small stone world to cultivate. All of us have stayed behind in the star boundary. Although the situation in the small stone world is similar to the star boundary, there are more limitations in the star boundary. With the exceptions of the great emperors, the other open heaven realm masters do not benefit from cultivating in the star boundary. Yang Kai asked in astonishment, the situation in the small stone world is similar to the star boundary? This was only his second time hearing about the small stone world. Hua Qingxi had also mentioned the name earlier, however, he did not ask any questions and she did not explain in detail. It was unexpected to hear about the situation in the small stone world from Mo Huang at this moment. Don't you know? Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai questioningly. Yang Kai shook his head, I just came back not long ago. Head manager Hua did not tell me anything in detail and simply asked me to check out the situation myself. Mo Huang nodded in understanding, in that case, you should go. The small stone world is the name that head manager gave that universe world. You will understand immediately once you arrive there. Yang Kai nodded, in that case, I'll be going now. The territory gate was protected by a special space array that Yang Kai had personally arranged together with Luan Baifeng, therefore, a special token that he created was required for people to travel through it safely. Recklessly trying to trespass would only cause the trespasser to be exiled to the void. This was the final defense he left behind to prevent the cave heavens and paradises from putting their hands on the new great territory. Other people might require a special token to use the territory gate, but Yang Kai had no such difficulties. Yang Kai activated his power to wrap around He once more, then the two of them passed through the territory gate and entered the new great territory. He took the lead and Yang Kai followed closely behind. Along the way, they occasionally encountered figures shuttling through the void or ships speeding past them. There were a total of about 2,000 open heaven realm masters in Void Land and High Heaven Palace combined. Out of these 2,000, approximately 1,500 of them had been dispatched by Hua Qingxi to explore and develop the new great territory. It was all thanks to the hard work of these 1,500 open heaven realm masters over the past few decades that Void Land and High Heaven Palace had so many resources to splurge. The cultivation resources and materials of various orders produced by the new great territory accounted for half of Void Land and High Heaven Palace's total income. Meanwhile, the other half came from the combined output of the two-star cities and the Black Prison. It could be seen just how rich the new great territory was. The pair traveled for more than half a month before a universe world finally appeared in front of them. It was a green universe world and Yang Kai could already sense the abundant aura coming from it before he even got close. This universe world was much bigger than the star boundary, almost 5 times the size in fact. Looking down from above, the entire universe world seemed to be covered in large swathes of green, indicating it was filled with dense forests. He briefly checked his bearings before he led Yang Kai halfway around the small stone world and plunged into the clouds on the opposite side. There was a spirit peak below them that soared into the clouds. Furthermore, there was a bamboo building atop the spirit peak where two familiar auras were residing. Yang Kai and He sped over in that direction. The two people cultivating inside the bamboo building clearly noticed the arrival of Yang Kai and He and immediately came out of the building and looked up into the sky. A short while later, Yang Kai and He landed lightly as He greeted them joyfully, "Young master." Behind her, Zhou Ye bowed elegantly, "Greetings, sir." Yang Kai nodded and looked around his surroundings. "Are you the only ones here?" There were over 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land. The great emperors had stayed behind in the star boundary while Mo Mei, Yang Shui, and Yang Kai's numerous wives had stayed behind in Void Land. On the other hand, the others such as Yu He, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou Ye, Hui Gu, Hua Yong, Shu Mu Dan, Xiang Ying, and Fang Yu had all gone to the new Great Territory. However, the others who were stationed in the new Great Territory were nowhere to be seen at this moment. Yu He explained, "The others are helping with the development of the new Great Territory. Although there are few dangers in this place, there are many tasks that require the presence of a master to prevent any unexpected accidents." After some discussion, we decided to work in groups of 2 and take turns to rest. It happened to be my turn to rest with senior sister Zhou, so we returned to this place. Yang Kai nodded, "You've worked hard." Yu He smiled and shook her head, "It's not hard at all." "Let's go inside and talk," Yang Kai gestured, to which the two women nodded in response. He cupped his fist and said, "Sir, this subordinate will return to his duties now." "Good, go on." Yang Kai nodded. He took a deep breath and looked around somewhat reluctantly before soaring into the sky. The three of them entered the bamboo building. While Zhou Ye was brewing tea, Yu He and Yang Kai talked about the development of the new Great Territory. Hua Qingxi had explained some of it to Yang Kai, but her understanding of the situation was not as detailed as Yu He's. After all, Yu He and the others had been staying in the new Great Territory over the past few years. They were the first to know about any changes that occurred in this place, and it was only later that they would report the incident to High Heaven Palace. The resources in the new Great Territory were extremely rich, indeed. The countless universe worlds that had yet to be developed contained a seemingly inexhaustible supply of cultivation materials of various orders, as well as many rare and precious treasures. For example, the newly born universe world that they discovered at the very beginning harbored precious treasures such as world source liquid, which was the main ingredient for refining heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. This was part of the reason why Yang Kai had sealed the new Great Territory's territory gate and monopolized the resources in this place. The heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills had brought a lot of income and fame to Void Land, which in turn gathered large numbers of people to Void Star City. If a large quantity of world source liquid was leaked out into the world, then the advantage Void Land enjoyed would be gone forever. In addition, many treasures such as the divine Dao water that could fortify a person's Dao seal and the Tai Yi soul cleansing water that could cleanse the powers from the Dao seal to give a cultivator a chance to start over had also been found in great abundance here. "Young master, have you heard of the 4 universe pillars?" Yu He asked all of a sudden. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he nodded, "I've heard of them before." He had more than heard of them before. During his trip to the Shattered Heaven, he had been hunted relentlessly because of the World Spring. In the end, he finally escaped by fleeing into the ancestral land. Yang Kai thus asked suspiciously, "Did you discover one of the 4 universe pillars in the new Great Territory?" The 4 universe pillars were incredible treasures. He himself had refined the World Spring, so he had profound experience in this regard. Thanks to the World Spring, Yang Kai's small universe was incredibly firm and stable. His small universe would not be shaken when he engaged in brutal conflict with powerful enemies, allowing his world force to always flow smoothly. Without the risk of his small universe being shaken or destroyed, he could also raise living creatures inside his small universe to steadily enhance his heritage and reduce the time he needed for intense cultivation. Even an 8th order open heaven realm master like Bright Sun Divine Monarch would go crazy with jealousy over the 4 universe pillars. It would be an amazing discovery if one of the 4 universe pillars was found in the new great territory. Yes, and no. Yuhi smiled. Since you know about the 4 universe pillars, Sect Master, I'm sure you've also heard of the 4 great universe pillars and the 12 minor universe pillars. Yang Kai nodded. What we discovered in the new great territory is not one of the 4 great pillars, but one of the 12 minor pillars, the profound Een bamboo. It's just that we don't have any 7th order open heaven realm masters at the moment, so we can only place it aside for now. We agreed to wait for you to return and decide what to do with the profound Een bamboo, Sect Master. The 12 minor pillars and the 4 great pillars were not the same, although their effects were similar in that they fortified a cultivator's small universe. There was no doubt, however, that the effects of the 4 great pillars were stronger. Refining any one of the 4 great pillars was enough to reinforce a cultivator's small universe and prevent any external force that was not beyond a certain critical threshold from affecting it. In comparison, the 12 minor pillars did not have such magnificent effects. The profound Een bamboo, for example, could only produce about 30% of the effect of one of the 4 great pillars. While the 4 great pillars could be refined by any open heaven realm master regardless of their order, the 12 minor pillars could only be refined by high-rank open heaven realm masters. The small universe in their bodies had to materialize before they could refine the 12 minor pillars, hence, those below the 7th order open heaven realm could not refine the 12 minor pillars. That was why even though one of the 12 minor pillars had been discovered in the new great territory, Yuhi and the others could only leave the profound Een bamboo untouched and place a seal around the area for protection. Yang Kai already had the world spring, so he had no interest in the profound Een bamboo. After a brief consideration though, he came up with a plan: give the profound Een bamboo to whichever 6th order open heaven realm master among yourselves advances into the 7th order open heaven realm first. Yuhi pursed her lips into a smile. There is a large patch of profound Een bamboo growing here, more than enough for many people. Besides, it is said that the profound Een bamboo will continue to reproduce when placed in one small universe. Each person will only need to take a small piece of the root. You don't need to worry about not having enough resources for everyone, young master. Yang Kai smiled after hearing her assurance. That's for the best. In this way, anybody from Void Land who advanced into the 7th order open heaven realm would receive a stalk of profound Een bamboo. Even so, it would take a long time to nurture the profound Een bamboo shoot so that it could produce satisfactory effects. The profound Een bamboo could never compare with the world spring in this regard. Young master, do you want to harvest some of the profound Een bamboo to sell? Many people will be interested in this item, Yuhi asked. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he said, there's no rush. Let's revisit this topic when we've gotten stronger, otherwise, we don't know how many people will become greedy once we reveal such treasures to the world. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4734, Unique Cultivation Environment. High Heaven Palace was monopolizing the new great territory, so the cave heavens and paradises were bound to hold some resentment. Unfortunately, given the existence of the Star Boundaries World Tree, they could not voice their objections. They wanted to use the feedback from the Star Boundaries World Tree to nurture the disciples of their respective sects after all. Be that as it may, an uproar was bound to break out if news of the profound Een bamboo's existence were to leak out. What's so special about this small stone world? Yang Kai asked again. Sir Marshall Beast mentioned that the situation here is similar to the Star Boundary. Why don't I detect anything? Yuhi and Zhou glanced at each other, then Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. Young master, why don't you try refining the world force of the small stone world? Refine the world force? He looked surprised to hear those words, but soon a bold guess suddenly formed in his heart. Don't tell me, this place. Yang Kai closed his eyes while saying so and focused his mind. He then activated his power to refine the world force belonging to this world. A short while later, his expression became filled with astonishment. That was because he discovered that the world force in this world could be refined and absorbed directly. What was even more surprising was that there was no backlash from doing so. It had to be said that every universe world had its own unique world force. That was because their heavenly way and world principles were different, so the world force would also contain some subtle discrepancies. These subtle discrepancies were the deciding factors as to whether the compatibility between a universe world and an open heaven realm master's small universe was high or low. If an open heaven realm master wanted to refine the world force of a universe world to enhance their heritage, then they had to choose universe worlds that were highly compatible with themselves. Refining the world force of a universe world that was incompatible with them would not enhance their heritage. On the contrary, the world force they absorbed would become an impurity that would damage their foundation. For non-severe cases, they would need to spend some time to remove these impurities. Not only was doing so a waste of time and energy, but they would also have nothing to show for all their efforts. For severe cases, the impurities might even cause their small universe to become unstable and their order to regress. However, the small stone world was obviously different. Yang Kai had only refined a small amount of the world force, but he could clearly sense that the world force that he refined just now was extremely compatible with his own small universe. There was not the slightest hint of discomfort. How is this possible? Is it the same for you? Yang Kai asked curiously. Yu He and Zhou Ye nodded in unison. Yu He then explained, "It's because the small stone world has such a unique cultivation environment that we come here to cultivate whenever we have the time. As for why this world is like this, we have been unable to figure out the reason yet." Yang Kai suddenly recalled He He's reluctance to leave earlier. He now understood the reason for He He's reaction. The small stone world was an excellent cultivation paradise. Refining the small stone world's world force for one's own use was much faster than refining various cultivation resources or consuming open heaven pills. It was no wonder that He wished to remain here to cultivate and increase his strength. Unfortunately, he had to return to the star boundary for his duties and could not stay here for long. It was just as Mo Huang had mentioned before, the situation in the small stone world was similar to the star boundary. Nevertheless, the limitations in the star boundary were certainly greater when comparing the two. That was because only the great emperors who were born in the star boundary and received the acknowledgement of the star boundaries could absorb the star boundary's world force without any reservations to enhance their small universe's heritage. Other people did not get to enjoy this privilege. In comparison, the small stone world was open to all. Anybody could cultivate here without any worries. Although the small stone world had its advantages, it also had its disadvantages. When Yang Kai compared these two universe worlds, he could clearly sense that the world force in the small stone world was not nearly as abundant as the star boundary. That was only to be expected though, as the star boundary had the world tree providing nourishment to it at all times. It was only natural that the small stone world could not compare in this regard. Be that as it may, both universe worlds had their respective advantages and disadvantages. Yang Kai was overjoyed, but also a little worried. How long have you been cultivating here? Has the world force in this world changed in any way? Logically speaking, the world force of a universe world was not inexhaustible. The star boundary was an exception to this rule thanks to its unique circumstances, but while the small stone world's world force might be amazing, there was a high possibility that the heritage of this world would be lost and it would be exhausted if the open heaven realm masters were to cultivate here over a long period. If that were to happen, this place would become a dead world. The foolish act of killing a chicken for its eggs was naturally something Yang Kai wanted to prevent. This place was discovered 40 years ago, Yu He replied. We soon realized that this place was a little different from other universe worlds. As an experiment, we had 8 sixth-order open heaven realm masters cultivating here together. If I really have to say, the small stone world's world force has indeed gotten a little weaker compared to 40 years ago, which was why we decided 20 years ago that only 2 sixth-order masters can cultivate here at the same time. There have been no changes to the situation in the small stone world over the past 20 years since we implemented such a system. Yang Kai nodded at her response. In other words, the world force created by the small stone world itself is enough to support the continuous cultivation of at least 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters without decreasing. What about 3 people? Have you experimented before? Yuhi nodded. We experimented with 3 and 4 people. We did not detect anything with 3 people, but we noticed a slight reduction in the small stone world's heritage with 4 people. To be on the safe side, we decided that we would only have 2 people per group, taking turns to rest and cultivate here. Yang Kai rubbed his chin with a pensive look. The production of a universe world's world force is mainly driven by the proliferation of the living beings within. The more prosperous these lives are, the more intense the world force. The reason why the small stone world is so unique must be related to the living beings of this world. Abruptly looking up, he asked, "Are there any special living beings in this world?" Yuhi nodded. Please follow me, young master." She turned to lead the way while saying so, and Yang Kai followed behind her. They headed towards the foot of the spirit peak, and when they reached the base of the mountain, Yuhi pointed in a certain direction. "Look there, young master." Yang Kai looked in that direction only to see a cave entrance that was as tall as a person at the bottom of the mountain. There were obvious signs of excavation around the cave. Nevertheless, what surprised him was not the cave but the situation at the cave entrance. There was a bunch of strange-looking creatures going in and out of the cave like ants. These living creatures looked like the stone spirit clan that Xiao Xiao belonged to at a glance. Their entire body seemed to be made from rocks, but they were smaller and more delicate than Xiao Xiao. Every one of them was only around 15 centimeters tall. Not only had Yang Kai never seen this race before, but he had never even heard about such a race. It could be certain that there was no such living creature in the 3,000 worlds, but they were right there in front of him. Under his divine senses perception, Yang Kai could be certain that these little ones were living creatures indeed. Each of them had their own distinctive aura. We call these little ones the small stone race. That's where the small stone world's name came from. Yuhi explained from the side. What are they doing? Yang Kai asked curiously. In his field of vision, these 15-centimeter tall small stone race clansmen stood with their arms raised, holding rocks of varying sizes above their heads. Seeming to come from various directions, they lined up neatly in a long queue to carry the stones into the cave. There were also some small stone race clansmen walking out of the cave in a line. They were walking in the opposite direction, heading outward. It was obvious they were going to transport rocks again. Strangely enough, those rocks were the most ordinary ores with no cultivation value. They were not cultivation resources either. The rocks came in varying shapes and sizes, with the largest ones almost as big as a woven basket. Even so, the small stone race clansmen carried them with ease. They seemed to feed on these ores. Yuhi beckoned to Yang Kai and strode towards the cave. Won't we disturb them? He asked worriedly. To which Yuhi pursed her lips into a smile. We won't. Don't be fooled by their small size. They are very brave. During their conversation, they had already arrived at the cave entrance. It might be that the two of them were blocking the path of these small stone race clansmen, so the small stone race clansman nearest to Yang Kai held up a rock and glared at him. A strange shouting noise came from his mouth. Yang Kai's expression was strange. Is this guy angry? Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled. I'm afraid he is more than just angry. Before she could finish her sentence, the small stone race clansman let out a shout and smashed the rock down hard. The rock hit Yang Kai on the toe. Yang Kai quickly shifted sideways to let the small stone race clansman pass. Only then did the small stone race clansman pick up his rock again and march into the cave triumphantly as though he was a general who had won a war. They are quite hot-tempered indeed. Yang Kai nodded. All of a sudden, he noticed a commotion at his ankle. He looked down to see a small stone race clansman that wanted to exit the cave pushing hard against him. He quickly stepped to the other side, trying to stick to the wall so as not to block their path again. These little ones didn't seem to pay much attention to the two tall and large humans in front of them. It was not a problem as long as these two did not block their way. "Young master, have you ever seen an ant's nest?" Yuhi asked from where she stood pressed against the other side of the wall. "I've never seen one, but I've heard of them." She nodded and continued, "The nest of the small stone race is very similar to an ant's nest. An ant's nest consists of the queen, the soldier ants, and the worker ants. Similarly, there is a clear hierarchical structure in the nest of the small stone race." "Let's go inside and have a look," Yang Kai said. Before the two of them could continue further inside, Yang Kai detected another series of movements. The ground was trembling slightly, as though many things were rushing in this direction from somewhere. The small stone race clansmen who were transporting the rocks also seemed to have noticed something. At this moment, they retreated into the interior of the cave in an orderly manner. It didn't take long for all of them to vanish out of sight. A short while later, in the direction where the strange noises had been coming from, a large swarm of menacing small stone race clansmen suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. What surprised him was that the small stone race clansmen who just appeared were distinctly different from the small stone race clansmen earlier. The small stone race clansmen from earlier were only 15 centimeters tall and the color of their body surface was relatively dull. On the other hand, the small stone race clansmen who just appeared were approximately 30 centimeters tall. The rocky surface of their body was noticeably brighter and shinier. Even the edges and corners were more distinct. More importantly, they had a mouthful of sharp teeth that resembled the serrated fangs of a shark. Their fangs gleamed with a cold light. "Young master, what we saw earlier were the equivalent of worker ants. The ones that just appeared can be considered soldier ants." Yuhi explained. "Are they having a war?" Yang Kai tooted in amazement. While he was speaking, a strange sound also reverberated from within the cave. The small stone race clansmen inside the cave had also dispatched their soldiers who were in charge of the battle. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4735, Small Stone Race Nest. The small stone race clansmen that marched out of the cave were also around 30 centimeters tall. The surface of their bodies was not only covered in sharp and well-defined edges, but also shone with a glistening luster. They were clearly different from the clansmen earlier who had been responsible for transporting rocks. Looking at both sides, they seemed to be fairly equal in numbers. The invading small stone race had around 1,000 clansmen among their ranks, and the same was true for the small stone race clansmen who came marching out of the cave. Both sides took up battle positions at the entrance of the cave, separated by a distance of several hundred meters between them. The small stone race clansmen were lined up neatly in ranks and files that resembled a phalanx. Furthermore, there were several clansmen holding stone hammers and stone clubs in both camps. Wielding these weapons made them look taller and fiercer. When they bared their fangs at each other, the cold light reflecting off their fangs looked even more sinister. On the side of the small stone race who came marching out of the cave, the largest small stone race clansman among them came to stand at the front of the camp. He was holding a pair of stone hammers that were almost the same size as him. Walking along the front of the phalanx, he shouted out a series of battle cries in a rhythmic fashion. Following his movements, all the clansmen began shouting in unison. Their shouts reverberated through the air incessantly, "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Yang Kai watched the scene with a strange expression and whispered a question to Yuhi, "Is this to boost morale before the battle?" Yuhi nodded, "Something like that." The small stone race clansmen who came marching out of the cave were not the only ones performing this ritual. The invading small stone race clansmen were doing the same. The actions on both sides were so similar that they looked like they were carved from the same mold. It didn't take long for them to complete the ritual to boost morale. Afterwards, both sides began to advance towards each other in an orderly manner. The distance of several hundred meters was closed in the blink of an eye as the two armies belonging to different small stone race clans charged towards each other. They soon became indistinguishable from one another. Yang Kai and Yuhi watched quietly. The small stone race clansmen might be small in size, but they were fierce and fearless in battle. Those with weapons would charge towards their enemies, raise their clubs and hammers high above their heads, and bring them down viciously. Oftentimes, it would only take one hit from a stone hammer to smash their enemy to pieces. Meanwhile, those without weapons would lunge themselves at the enemy and engage each other in a melee. They would open their mouths to reveal their fangs and bite down hard on the bodies of their enemies. There was no doubt that their teeth were exceptionally sharp. Every bite was capable of tearing off pieces of rock from the bodies of their enemies. During the fight, the sound of cries coming out of their mouths undulated throughout the battlefield. For a time, the scene became extremely tragic. The small stone race clansmen were dismembered one after another, turning into piles of rubble that scattered across the ground. There were nearly 2,000 clansmen on both sides at the beginning, but it only took an incense for almost 300 to be killed in battle. After another quarter hour, only half of their numbers remained. All of a sudden, the battle ceased. The two sides that had been fighting to the death earlier abruptly stopped and made peace without any warning. Immediately after, the surviving small stone race clansmen began picking up the bodies of the dead small stone race clansmen and returned the way they originally came. Even the many small stone race clansmen who had lost various limbs in battle struggled to move their bodies and return to where they came from. Yang Kai was very puzzled by what he saw. "What are they doing?" Yuhi replied, "You will understand if you continue watching, young master. This race is very strange. These battles seem to be a means of survival for them and happen quite often. How high is their sentience? Have you tried communicating with them?" Yuhi shook her head. "Of course, we tried. Unfortunately, their sentience is not high enough for us to actually communicate with them." Yang Kai nodded and said nothing more. The battlefield was cleaned up quickly, with both sides having lost some of their troops in the battle. The invading party slowly retreated. Likewise, the party defending the cave earlier carried the corpses of their clansmen or enemies back into the cave in an orderly manner. Yuhi beckoned to Yang Kai and followed behind the small stone race clansmen into the cave. The cave was generally as tall as a person, but some places were lower than average, hence, the two of them needed to bend down from time to time. Nevertheless, it was certainly as Yuhi had mentioned earlier. The nest of the small stone race was very similar to an ant's nest. There were countless twists and turns inside, not to mention tunnels and passageways everywhere that stretched out in all directions to form a huge network of underground caves. There were many small stone race clansmen who had dug out little enclaves along the walls and were resting within them. Disturbed by the presence of Yang Kai and Yuhi, they poked out their heads out of their little enclaves to stare at the two humans with their black eyes. As they headed deeper into the tunnels, Yang Kai carefully perceived his surroundings and was secretly shocked to discover that the ground had almost been hollowed out by the small stone race. After reaching a depth of almost a dozen kilometers, they suddenly arrived at a huge cavern. Inside the cavern were several bridge-like passages that connected to a large platform in the center. A figure on the central platform that was much larger than the rest of the small stone race clansmen appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. "That's the Stone King of this small stone race clan," Yuhi said softly. Yang Kai nodded lightly and looked up at the Stone King. The Stone King had an extremely bloated body. Lying horizontally across the platform, his body, which was approximately 10 meters long, made him look like an enormous fatty. Moreover, his entire body was as white as jade. There was a group beside the Stone King that consisted of small stone race clansmen who were almost as tall as a normal person. They were patrolling back and forth around the Stone King. Their numbers were few, only several dozen in total. In contrast, They were unusually large compared to the rest of the small stone race clansmen, and the rocky surface of their bodies resembled a full set of armor. They were truly an impressive sight to behold. Are those the Stone King's elite guard? Yang Kai raised a brow and asked. Yuhi nodded, most likely. At this moment, those small stone race clansmen who withdrew from the battle earlier were carrying their loot along the passages leading to the central platform. The loot they were carrying was none other than the stone left behind by their clansmen or enemies after their death. When they arrived in front of the Stone King, the small stone race clansman in the lead raised the stone in his hands high above his head. The Stone King's extremely fat body wriggled slightly as he lowered his head to sniff at the stone. Then, he opened his mouth that was larger than a wash basin and chomped down on the stone to swallow the entire thing whole. Kacha kacha. Crisp, crunching sounds echoed throughout the cavern. The Stone King's teeth were extremely sharp, so chewing on the stone was almost like he was biting down on brittle bone instead. It only took several bites before he swallowed the entire stone. The next small stone race clansman holding a piece of rock had already approached the Stone King. When he delivered the rock to the Stone King's face, the Stone King opened his mouth again. One after the other, the small stone race clansmen offered up their loot from the battle earlier, and the Stone King did not refuse anything that was presented. A short while later, the Stone King's fat body suddenly shook violently. Yang Kai could sense that the Stone King seemed to be straining with great force. It was immediately followed by a plopping sound, and something came out of the Stone King's posterior. The Stone King was lying horizontally in the middle of the platform, but his posterior was suspended in the air. That was why the object fell straight down to the ground after popping out. Yang Kai took a closer look. The object that fell out of the Stone King's posterior was an oval stone egg. It resembled a small pebble, and only after rolling around on the soft ground for a moment did the stone egg come to a stop. A small stone race clansman who had been waiting nearby quickly rushed forward to pick up the stone egg before running into one of the tunnels nearby with small steps. Yang Kai was amazed. The small stone race is oviparous. Yuhi nodded. This is another reason we say the small stone race are very similar to ants, both in terms of their colony structure and their life cycle. Yang Kai released a small thread of his divine sense to follow after the small stone race clansman carrying the stone egg. The small stone race clansman soon arrived at another cavern. Inside the cavern were hundreds of stone eggs that were already neatly arranged together. Each stone egg contained a pulse of vitality. Furthermore, there were specialized members of the small stone race inside the nest who were responsible for taking care of these stone eggs. They monitored these stone eggs like nannies, examining them or touching one from time to time. There were also several other caverns in the vicinity that were similar to this one. They were all used to store the stone eggs. Yang Kai even witnessed the scene of small stone race clansmen hatching from the stone eggs. The small stone race clansmen brought back some loot from the battle, but the harvest was not that great. The Stone King finished eating all the offerings in just a little over 2 hours. During this period, he laid as many as several dozen stone eggs. After all the loot was offered up, the small stone race clansmen who lost various limbs in battle also lined up and headed towards the Stone King. However, they had no loot to offer. Just as Yang Kai was wondering what they were doing, the Stone King opened his mouth and chomped down on an armless small stone race clansman. He finished eating that clansman in 2 of 3 bites. The clansmen standing next in line did not show any reaction at the sight. They simply continued to wait in line and offered up their broken bodies to the Stone King. None of them showed any complaints, regrets, or fear. They even eat their own clansmen. Yang Kai was shocked. It seems that this small stone race really doesn't have much sentience after all. Yuhi sighed slightly. It's also for the sake of the clan's continuity. The Stone King will only lay stone eggs after eating. He does not lay eggs under normal circumstances. Yang Kai frowned. If it's for the sake of the clan's continuity, then what was the reason for the battle just now? They lost several hundred clansmen in the battle, but less than 100 stone eggs were laid even after feeding all their winnings to the Stone King. We believe that their actions are a means to control their population. Reproducing to ensure the continuity of their race is their entire mission in life, but the resources in the small stone world are extremely scarce. They may perish with time if their population is not controlled. With their level of sentience, they might not understand the extinction of their entire race, but they are still living creatures. It makes sense that they can instinctively sense the issue and take the corresponding measures to solve the problem. Population control. Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he pondered in silence. Everything that he witnessed earlier indicated that Yuhi's explanation made sense. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been cultivating and observing the environment in this place for more than 40 years, so it was only natural that they had a deeper understanding of this place compared to Yang Kai. The truth is that, aside from the extremely unique cultivation environment here, we did not discover any valuable resources anywhere on the small stone world. We were initially confused by the situation, but we finally figured out the reason after realizing that the small stone race is scattered across the entire small stone world. Yuhi explained quietly, it might be that the small stone world used to have various resources, including cultivation materials. Unfortunately, these resources must have been devoured clean by the small stone race. Although they can only feed on common ores nowadays, their reproductive ability is still too strong. It is necessary for them to control their population, and carrying out battles between different clans is the best method to control their numbers. Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai nodded and said, "That makes sense. No wonder they fought so viciously just now only to stop and make peace abruptly. They even brought the corpses of their respective clansmen back to their nests." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4736, Wonders of the Small Stone Race. There are no other living creatures in the small stone world apart from the small stone race. If there is anything that can be said to be related to the unique cultivation environment in this world, then it can only be the small stone race. It's just that we have yet to figure out the relationship between the two, Yuhi said. The world force of a universe world was closely related to its heavenly way and its world principles. It was also closely related to the living creatures thriving within. Seeing as the only living creatures in the small stone world were the small stone race, then the peculiarity of the world force must be related to the small stone race in some way. Nevertheless, certain experiments would need to be carried out to verify this fact. As soon as that thought crossed Yang Kai's mind, his figure flickered. He came directly to the platform and stood in front of the Stone King. The elite guard patrolling the surroundings quickly noticed the abnormality and came charging towards him with a roar. Even though he remained motionless though, Yang Kai's Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm aura permeated the air. Space seemed to congeal, and the small stone race elite guards immediately froze in place. They were unable to budge in the slightest. Then, Yang Kai wrapped his power around the Stone King, transferred him into his small universe, and placed him in a remote corner somewhere. There were several million humans living in his small universe at this moment. Many cities and villages had also been established over the past 100 years or so, but many undeveloped areas still remained. Accommodating the Stone King was not an issue. When the aura of the Stone King vanished, the entire small stone race clan panicked. Leaving aside the elite guard whom Yang Kai had immobilized, the rest of the small stone race clansmen immediately began running around like headless flies. Horrified cries escaped from their mouths as they searched for the whereabouts of the Stone King. Upon seeing this situation, Yang Kai decided to manifest the portal of his small universe. Traces of an oval gate immediately appeared in front of him, and the Stone King's aura leaked out from within. The small stone race clansmen that had been running around immediately snapped out of their panic like lost travelers who found their way and swiftly rushed towards the portal. For a time, the entire nest was in chaos as the small stone race clansmen plunged into Yang Kai's small universe and vanished out of sight. Under his watch, Yang Kai could clearly see that the initial group of small stone race clansmen to rush into his small universe had gathered around the Stone King. They were working together as though attempting to carry the Stone King back to their original nest, but although it had been easy for them to enter, it was not the same when it came to leaving. How could they leave without Yang Kai's approval? The portal he created through a secret technique was an entrance that only worked one way. Yang Kai's intentions were very simple. Since Yu He and the others had observed the situation for so many years but could not figure out the relationship between the small stone race and the world force of the small stone world, then he might as well transfer them into his small universe to investigate the situation. After all, even the slightest changes would not escape his perception in his small universe. More and more of the small stone race clansmen charged into the portal. This particular small stone race clan had quite a large population, about 3,000 members in total. Although they had experienced hundreds of casualties in the previous battle, those losses did not have much impact on the whole. In less than an hour, all the small stone race clansmen in the nest had poured into the portal and gathered around the Stone King. Panic spread out among the clansmen. Having been thrown into a whole new environment without any warning, it was only natural for them to have some difficulty adjusting. Yang Kai carefully perceived the small stone race, but could not detect what was different about them compared to other living beings. Nevertheless, now that the small stone race had been migrated into his small universe, he would be able to discover something sooner or later as long as he waited patiently. After that, Yang Kai brought all the unhatched stone eggs into his small universe and placed them beside the small stone race clansmen. Only then did he beckon to Yu He, "Let's go back." The two of them returned to the bamboo building where Zhouye was still waiting for them. In the following days, there was nothing else to do. Yu He and Zhouye focused on their own cultivation, so there was no need to bother them for the moment. Meanwhile, Yang Kai monitored the small stone race that he migrated into his small universe while scribbling something in the void in front of himself with his finger. The new Great Territory was extremely large, and it had taken him half a month to travel from the territory gate to the small stone world with He previously. Even so, this could only be considered the outer periphery of the new Great Territory. The inner region of the new Great Territory was even more expansive. As a result, it would take a lot of time to travel across the new Great Territory. This was a problem that all great territories would face. Not everybody was proficient in the Tao of space like Yang Kai, allowing them to rapidly move from one place to another. Throughout the various great territories, the best way for cultivators who wanted to travel quickly was to make use of universe temples. Yang Kai was planning to build several universe temples in the new Great Territory to connect the entire new Great Territory together. In this way, his people would only need to transfer between the universe temples to travel quickly. There would be no need to waste so much time on the road again. If it were in the past, he might have been at a loss for what to do, but after he was asked by the cave heavens and paradises to fix the universe temples that had been in disrepair for many years, Yang Kai had gotten very knowledgeable about the mysteries of the universe array. If he really had to say, there was not much difference between a universe array and a space array. It was just that the universe array could function over a larger range than an ordinary space array. For a great territory, the distance of several hundreds of billions of kilometers could not be covered by a space array, however, the universe array was different. As long as there were no obstructions, any 2 points could be connected together regardless of the distance. Needless to say, the larger the distance, the greater the pressure faced when using the universe transference law. If anybody were to try to travel across a distance too great for their physical body to bear, it was not uncommon for them to become heavily injured or even die before reaching the universe temple. That had been a common occurrence in early times, but nowadays, such occurrences were quite rare. That was because everybody would choose a suitable destination point and activate the universe transference law according to their respective limits. Yang Kai had already been planning on building these universe temples when he was back in Voidland, so he had instructed Bian Yuqing to prepare enough supplies for him in advance. All he needed to do now was arrange a complete universe array, and then build a universe temple around it. Yang Kai had been wondering as to where he should build the universe temple, but it would seem that the small stone world was no doubt a good choice. The cultivation environment in this place was unique, so when the universe temple was completed in the future, the open heaven realm masters could return to this place to cultivate after accumulating fatigue from working hard outside. As for the locations of the other universe temples, Yang Kai would need to carefully survey the great territory before he came to a decision. It took half a month for him to figure out the array pattern of the universe array and for everything to finally be ready. During this half-month, the small stone race clan that had been migrated into his small universe gradually adapted to their new environment. Yang Kai had deliberately chosen to place them in a mountain range when he migrated them into his small universe. At present, the small stone race clan had dug out a nest underneath a certain spirit peak and all the clansmen were living inside. The new nest was not that different from the previous one. It was deep underground with a network of countless twists and turns. Thanks to the structured division of labor, the small stone race clansmen were all performing their own tasks in an orderly manner. After the past half-month of careful observation, Yang Kai finally figured out the wonders of the small stone race. It was well known that the survival and continuity of the living creatures in one small universe could be used to produce world force and enhance the heritage of that cultivator. That was part of the reason why Yang Kai had placed the 10 million people from Pear Flower Cave Heaven into his own small universe. Pear Flower Cave Heaven had been destroyed, and those living there lost their home. Taking into account that his small universe was very stable because he had refined the world spring, there was not much risk to place those people in his small universe. What's more, their presence would continuously strengthen the heritage of his small universe. Normal open heaven realm masters were generally unable to raise living beings in their small universe. It was not that they were disqualified to do so, it was just not worth the effort. Their small universe might become turbulent due to a battle with a powerful enemy, and there was a high possibility that all those living inside would suffer heavy casualties as a result. The losses would be impossible to recoup. That was why only open heaven realm masters in the 8th order open heaven realm or above would even try to raise living beings in their small universe, as such masters would rarely have any enemies to fight. On the other hand, Yang Kai dared to do such a thing because he had refined the world spring. If those from Pear Flower Cave Heaven thriving in his small universe could continuously enhance the heritage of his small universe, then so could the small stone race. Be that as it may, the benefits they both brought to his small universe were simply incomparable. Yang Kai had carefully observed the benefits brought by similar numbers of humans and the small stone race clansmen, and during this past half-month, there was practically a tenfold difference between them. In simple terms, having 3,000 small stone race clansmen living in his small universe gave the same benefits as 30,000 humans. That was an extremely terrifying comparison. The situation would not have been so remarkable if that was the only difference. The key point was that the world force produced from the survival and reproduction of the small stone race was extremely pure. It could be said that they themselves were constantly producing extremely pure world force. Yang Kai was starting to understand why the small stone world was so special. It was all thanks to the small stone race living there. The entire small stone world had no other living creatures except the peculiar small stone race. As the small stone race thrived and reproduced in the small stone world, the world force that they produced was similar to the powers of a world fruit in that there were no impurities whatsoever. That was why the world force was compatible with any open heaven realm master, as well as why it could easily be refined and absorbed. After realizing this point, Yang Kai suddenly had a very bold idea in his heart. This was just the result of bringing in one small stone race clan. So what would happen if he were to raise even more small stone race clans in his small universe? As long as there were enough of them, the heritage of his small universe would continue to grow stronger even if he did not cultivate. The truth was that he had already begun to benefit from migrating those living in Pear Flower Cave Heaven into his small universe. It was just that not much time had lapsed, so the benefits were not that obvious. On the contrary, the small stone race could bring about 10 times the benefits per individual. Yang Kai could almost imagine the scene where his cultivation soared steadily in the future. How wonderful would that be? At present, he was not far from advancing into the seventh order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, there was still the eighth order open heaven realm after the seventh order open heaven realm. That was an extremely distant goal at the moment. While others might take tens of thousands of years or even longer to advance from the seventh order open heaven realm to the eighth order open heaven realm, Yang Kai would only need to take several thousand years or shorter if his current plan worked out. Martial Peak, Chapter 4737, Perfect Match. The small stone race was undoubtedly an extremely precious treasure to Yang Kai. Looking at the fearless small stone race again, while incredibly innocent and naive, they also had a certain glow of wealth about them now. In order to achieve his goal, Yang Kai would need to migrate enough of the small stone race into his small universe, hence, he did not hesitate and acted immediately. The small stone race had a massive population in the small stone world, with many clans of varying sizes scattered across the universe world. The larger clans might number from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. In contrast, the smaller clans might number only a few hundred. The small stone race clan that he previously brought into his small universe could be considered a relatively small clan. In the following month, Yang Kai traveled around the small stone world and collected numerous small stone race clans into his small universe. The population of the small stone race in his small universe had reached nearly 10 million by the time the month was over. Once he reached this number, Yang Kai finally stopped. It was not that he did not wish to take in even more. If possible, he wanted to collect all of the small stone race in the small stone world into his small universe. However, if he did that, then the treasured cultivation land that was the small stone world would lose its foundation. Such benefits could not be enjoyed by him alone. What Yang Kai needed to figure out now was how to expand the small stone race's population. The growth of the various small stone race clans mainly depended on the reproductive abilities of the Stone King. In this aspect, they were similar to ants. Yang Kai previously observed a Stone King devouring all kinds of ores and even the broken bodies of their own clansmen in order to gain the energy to reproduce. Thus, it could be seen that the Stone Kings were not picky about their food. Even common ore could be eaten, so what else could they eat? What if they were fed with cultivation materials of varying orders? Would that give the Stone King even greater reproductive abilities? The small stone world probably contained cultivation resources in the past, it was just that all those cultivation resources had been eaten by the small stone race. That was why He and the others could not find anything of value in the small stone world. All they found was this strange existence they named the small stone race. Yang Kai split off a soul clone inside his small universe and stood inside the nest of the initial small stone race clan. With a flash of his thoughts, a piece of pale gold ore appeared in his hand. This was a third-order metal element material that was not that high in value. He initially wanted to test if the small stone race would be interested in such a material, but how could he have known that all the small stone race clansmen in the nest would react as soon as he took out this item? Countless small stone race clansmen seemed to smell something in the air, and all of them turned their gazes in his direction. Even the elite guards patrolling around the Stone King stopped and looked his way. Meanwhile, the fat and bloated Stone King, who basically had no strength to move on his own, gave a strange cry that sounded extremely urgent. Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow at the sight. Nevertheless, this situation proved that his conjecture was correct. In the next moment, a dense wave of small stone race clansmen poured towards him from all directions like the waves of the tide and surrounded him firmly in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai hurriedly dropped the material in his hand. Unexpectedly, there was not much of a scramble over the material as one of the small stone race clansmen happened to raise a hand and caught the fist-sized material, which he then quickly rushed over to the Stone King. A short while later, he arrived in front of the Stone King. Holding out the material in his hand high above his head as though he was offering a treasure, he delivered the material to the Stone King's mouth. The Stone King took a bite, then following some crunching sounds, he swallowed. Meanwhile, Yang Kai paid close attention to the changes in the Stone King. The effects were almost instantaneous. The Stone King quickly began trembling after consuming the third-order metal element material. Just like what Yang Kai had observed previously, he seemed to clench hard with great force, and a moment later, a stone egg fell from his posterior that was suspended in mid-air with a light pop. The small stone race clansman who had been waiting below picked up the stone egg and placed it in the specialized cave. However, the Stone King's movements had not stopped. His fat body continued trembling, expanding and contracting in intervals. After a half cup of tea's time, another stone egg popped out. This cycle continued non-stop for the next 2 hours. It wasn't until he produced nearly 40 stone eggs that he finally stopped. Yang Kai watched in delight, feeling extremely excited inside. As I guessed, the cultivation materials of various orders turned out to be very useful for the reproduction of the small stone race. If a mere third-order material was enough to stimulate the Stone King to produce some 40 stone eggs, then a fourth-order or fifth-order material would surely produce even more stone eggs. Therefore, Yang Kai took out a fourth-order material followed by a fifth-order material to feed to the Stone King. The results of his experiments showed his conjecture was correct. After eating the fourth-order material, the Stone King produced more than 130 stone eggs. On the other hand, he reproduced non-stop for several days to produce more than 500 stone eggs after consuming a fifth-order material. Hence, the reproduction issue of the small stone race could be considered to be resolved. There was no need to worry about expanding the population of the small stone race as long as the Stone King was given enough cultivation resources. Moreover, the increase in the small stone race population would be highly beneficial to both the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe and the small stone world. Be that as it may, Yang Kai discovered something from his experiment. Feeding the Stone King fourth-order and fifth-order materials was not cost-effective. When it came to materials of various orders, the value of materials that were one order higher was generally 10 times the value of materials that were one order lower. In comparison, the number of stone eggs produced by the Stone King after eating third-order, fourth-order, and fifth-order materials was far less than 10 times the difference. When the Stone King consumed the third-order material, he had produced some 40 stone eggs. Conversely, with a fourth-order material he had produced slightly over 130 stone eggs, whereas with a fifth-order material, he had produced slightly over 500 stone eggs. There was only a 3 to 4 times difference between these results, which was vastly inconsistent with the difference between the value of the materials themselves. By comparison, feeding the Stone King with third-order materials was the most cost-effective by far. That was because cost performance was higher and third-order materials were generally more abundant. Void Land itself had a huge demand for fourth-order and fifth-order materials. Whether it was for the disciples' cultivation or advancement, these materials would all come into play. Yang Kai did not have any first-order or second-order materials in his possession, so he could not experiment with them. Nonetheless, judging by the Stone King's appetite that never turned down anything, first-order and second-order materials would definitely be useful too. He collected almost 1,000 small stone race clans into his small universe 1 month ago, and seeing as each clan had its own Stone King, there were over 1,000 Stone Kings in his small universe. If he wanted to nurture the clans and expand their population through reproduction, then he would surely need large amounts of cultivation resources. Not to mention, the small stone race in the small stone world also had to be nurtured. Fortunately, High Heaven Palace and Void Land had large businesses and abundant resources, so what was this price compared to the benefits that could be gained in the future? Besides, the Stone Kings were not picky towards cultivation resources. First-order, second-order, and third-order materials could all be used. More importantly, materials below the third order were of little significance to Open Heaven Realm masters. Yang Kai had originally thought of sending these materials to Great Evolution Paradise and tossing them all into the Good Fortune Divine Furnace to see if he could get materials of higher order, but in contrast, it would now seem that using them to feed the Stone Kings was a much better choice. Tossing these materials into the Good Fortune Divine Furnace might not yield any profit in return, but feeding the Stone Kings would surely result in even more of the small stone race. Thankfully, Yang Kai had many materials already in his possession, so with a flash of his thoughts, he divided all the third-order materials among the 1,000 Stone Kings and placed these resources in their respective nests. Only then did he withdraw his soul clone. Inside the bamboo building, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Yu He and Zhouye were meditating and cultivating beside him. He woke them both and said, "I've figured out the situation in the small stone world." The two women immediately looked at him in curiosity, so he explained his experiments and speculations to them. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, they revealed looks of understanding. They had guessed that the unique cultivation environment of the small stone world was closely related to the small stone race, but since there were no seventh-order open heaven realm masters in Void Land, they had no means of collecting the small stone race into their small universe for observation and could not confirm their hypothesis. Yang Kai's words undoubtedly confirmed their previous speculations, and it was only at this moment that they finally understood the reason why the small stone world was so special. It was all because of the existence of the small stone race. We need to expand the population of the small stone race. In order to control their population, they even go so far as to wage war with each other to reduce their numbers. That indicates that they instinctively realize that the materials in this world would not support them for much longer. They have no means of leaving the small stone world to search for resources, but it would be different if we helped, Yang Kai said a little excitedly. "I've already done some experiments. A stone king births dozens of stone eggs after consuming a third-order material and over 100 stone eggs after consuming a fourth-order material. As long as the resources are in sufficient supply, it will not be a problem to help them expand their population. Once the small stone race population in this world increases to a certain level, the world force will also become more abundant. When that happens, this world will be able to support more than 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters cultivating at the same time. It might even be possible for 10 or more masters to cultivate here at the same time. This place will become a veritable cultivation paradise where any open heaven realm master can quickly improve their cultivation. Also, the benefits brought about by the small stone race become even greater if we collect them and raise them in our small universe. Compared to raising the same number of other living creatures, they bring about 10 times more benefit to the small universe." Both Yu He and Zhouye knew that Yang Kai's small universe had fully materialized, so their beautiful eyes immediately brightened upon hearing those words. Zhouye said, "We previously discovered one of the 12 minor pillars, the profoundine bamboo, in the new great territory, and now, we have the small stone race. They are simply a perfect match." Similarly, Yu He nodded, "With the profoundine bamboo supporting our small universes, they will become more stable. If we were to raise some small stone race in our small universes on top of that, our heritage would increase steadily even without spending time to cultivate." The two women exchanged a glance with each other and could almost imagine the scene in the not-too-distant future where all the seventh-order open heaven realm masters in Void Land and High Heaven Palace placed these two treasures in their small universes. More importantly, both the profoundine bamboo and the small stone race could be cultivated, so as long as these resources were managed carefully, they could be said to be inexhaustible. With the seventh-order open heaven realm masters in Void Land and High Heaven Palace enjoying such advantages, how could there be any worries for the future? That's why you need to work harder and advance into the seventh-order open heaven realm as soon as possible. Yang Kai laughed, "But, the top priority at the moment is to obtain some supplies from High Heaven Palace." Yang Kai thus turned to look at Yu He. "Yu He, go and pay a visit to the head manager. Gather all the materials in the third order and below that are not being used by High Heaven Palace at the moment and bring them here." Martial Peak, Chapter 4738, Managing the Small Stone Race. N. Yuhi nodded and hurriedly turned to leave. She knew that this matter should be handled as soon as possible. The sooner they invested in this venture, the sooner they could all benefit from the small stone world. Yan Kai turned to look at Zhouya. You need to take a trip too. Find all the people who are exploring the area nearby and ask them to send over all the harvested materials in the third order and below. In addition, relay the message to everyone else. From now onward, all the materials in the third order and below that are harvested will be delivered here. There's no need to send them back to High Heaven Palace. Nurturing the small stone race was a long-term project. This process would definitely consume many resources in the future, but the new Great Territory should be able to satisfy these requirements. In any case, the value of materials in the third order and below was not that substantial. Using them on the small stone world would be perfect. Zhouya nodded. Big Brother and the others are not far from here. I'll go there now. The Big Brother she was referring to was none other than Mao Zhe. Yan Kai waited in place for close to 3 days. Then, a huge ship broke through the clouds and hovered in mid-air. Several figures flew out from that ship and came in this direction. When those figures approached, Mao Zhe, Gung Qing, and Zhouya bowed in unison. Sir. Yan Kai nodded. I'm sure you're already aware of the situation. Mao Zhe said excitedly, we've heard about the news. Sir, what do we do now? He couldn't help but be enthusiastic. If the matter related to the small stone world was handled properly, it would benefit all the Open Heaven Realm Masters under Yang Kai's command. Mao Zhe was only one step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so if he could cultivate in the small stone world, he would surely be able to advance faster. How many materials in the 3rd Order and below do you have here? Yang Kai asked. Mao Zhe causally reported a number. Yang Kai raised his brow when he heard the number and commented, that's quite a lot. It will probably last for quite some time. Yuhi was already on her way back to High Heaven Palace, so it would not take too long before she returned with even more materials. A short while later, dozens of Open Heaven realms of varying orders flew out from the ship. They each carried different amounts of materials in the 3rd Order and below and began scattering them across the small stone world to feed the Stone Kings. Mao Zhe and the others did not stay for long either. When all the members returned, they set off again and headed deeper into the new Great Territory to continue developing this frontier land. After waiting for another month or so, Yuhi finally returned together with Hua Qingxi. The matter regarding the small stone world was extremely important. It was not that Hua Qingxi had not paid attention to this matter in the past, but rather that she had not understood the specific situation here. Now that Yang Kai had discovered the truth, it was only natural that she wanted to investigate the situation in person. They brought even more materials with them on this trip. All the materials in the 3rd Order and below that had been stored in High Heaven Palace all these years had been brought over. Thus, the number was simply astounding. Furthermore, Hua Qingxi had ordered her subordinates to make large-scale purchases of the materials in the 3rd Order and below from High Heaven Star City. At the same time, she sent a message to Voidland so that they could also deliver the materials in the 3rd Order and below over to the small stone world. 3rd Order and below materials were extremely abundant in the 3,000 worlds, but aside from the 3rd Order materials, the 1st Order and 2nd Order materials were basically worthless. If a cultivator had the aptitude to advance into the Open Heaven Realm at all, then it would generally not be difficult for them to ascend directly to the 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm under normal circumstances. Only those whose aptitudes were too poor or could not obtain cultivation materials would choose to advance to the 1st or 2nd Order Open Heaven Realm. For that reason, there would always be a large surplus of 1st Order and 2nd Order materials regardless of the sect or Great Territory. Naturally, it was not difficult for High Heaven Palace to acquire these materials. There would definitely be many people who were willing to sell the low-order materials in their possession. Hua Qingxi personally went to investigate several small stone race nests and witnessed how the stone kings reproduced after eating the materials with her own eyes. Hence, she couldn't help feeling amazed. The heavens have blessed High Heaven Palace and Void Land. She could not believe that the new great territory would have such a peculiar living creature like the small stone race. In the future, it was practically impossible for the cultivation of the open heaven realm masters from High Heaven Palace and Void Land to progress slowly. Hua Qingxi went up to Yang Kai, who was busy working, and declared, "Sect Master, I'm afraid we need a designated person to manage the small stone world." Yang Kai put his work down and nodded in agreement. "That's what I was thinking too. I was just about to discuss this matter with you." The small stone race's population was incredibly large, and if they wanted the small stone race to multiply rapidly and expand their population further, they would need to have somebody here to constantly feed them on a regular schedule. To that end, they would need a designated person to manage this matter. "What do you think?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi quickly replied, "I've traveled around the small stone world over the past few days. This universe world is so vast that the land is several times larger than the star boundary. If you wish to manage this place, you will need at least 20 masters present at all times. My suggestion is to divide the small stone world into 20 regions and then select 20 third or fourth order open heaven realm masters from the sect and assign them to a specific area. In this way, they will not be overworked and would have time to cultivate. I chose third order or fourth order open heaven realm masters for this task because the heritage of the small stone world is not that strong at the moment. If the order is too high, the consumption when cultivating in this world will be too great. It may affect the increase of the small stone world's heritage." Yang Kai nodded and said, "You have given great consideration to the matter, head manager. Good. We'll use a complement of 10 third order and 10 fourth order open heaven realm masters. We'll consider it a benefit to them." Hua Qingxi pursed her lips into a smile. "I'm certain many people will be jumping at the opportunity to come here. The small stone world was such an excellent cultivation environment, so who would not want to come? It was just that High Heaven Palace was putting great effort into exploring and developing the new great territory, so almost all the open heaven realm masters were dispatched as a result, leaving most no chance to come and cultivate in the small stone world even if they wanted to. But now, 20 people were needed to manage the small stone world. How could they not compete for these 20 spots? Unfortunately, the troublesome task of choosing 20 people to come here belonged to her. Perhaps, we should let them take turns. We can set a fixed duration. When that duration expires, someone else will take over." Hua Qingxi muttered in a pensive tone. "You can come up with a plan for this matter on your own. This situation is temporary anyway. When the small stone race's population increases to a certain extent, the conditions in this world will definitely be able to satisfy even more people cultivating here at the same time. The quota will not be such a competition by then." Hua Qingxi nodded. "When that time comes, the disciples can use their sect contribution points to exchange for the qualification to enter small stone world." After a brief conversation with Yang Kai, Hua Qingxi formed a rough idea of the plans for the small stone world's future. She suddenly looked at him and asked curiously, "Sect Master, what are you doing? Should I summon people over to help you?" Yang Kai just shook his head. "Others won't be of help. I'm planning to set up a universe array here." "A universe array?" Hua Qingxi's eyes lit up at his words. She had always remained in the star boundary and had basically never taken a step outside, let alone traveled the vast 3,000 worlds. However, it did not mean that she lacked common knowledge about the outer universe. It was only natural that she had heard of the universe array, which was the central grand array of the universe temples. Almost every single great territory in the 3,000 worlds had their own universe temple where cultivators could transfer to, thereby reducing their travel time by a significant margin. It was a pity to hear that those universe temples were ancient creations and that the universe array itself was shrouded in mystery. As such, some universe temples in the 3000 worlds had lost their function as transit points due to long years of disrepair because the cave heavens and paradises had no way to repair them. I can't believe Sect Master has the ability to arrange a universe array here. Does that not mean that he has figured out the mysteries of the universe temple? If that's the case, it's a huge boon for High Heaven Palace. With a universe temple acting as a transit point, the development of the new great territory would surely progress much faster. It would also be more convenient for High Heaven Palace disciples to travel back and forth. Arranging a universe array should cost a lot, right? Sect Master, do you need any material support? Hua Qingxi asked. Before coming here, I already took adequate supplies from Second Manager. There should be enough supplies to set up 3 arrays, so I don't need anything for the time being. I will come to you if I need something. She nodded. Right. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. How have the cave heavens and paradises reacted to the matters involving the good fortune divine furnace? Hua Qingxi quickly reported, Elder, you came to discuss this matter with me once, but there seems to be no consensus among the cave heavens and paradises yet. Yang Kai laughed when he heard those words, they sure are in no hurry. Hua Qingxi nodded, there is still quite a lot of time until the disciples they recruited from the star boundary fully mature, so they are in no hurry. Good, just leave them hanging, Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. In any case, Voidland was currently using the good fortune divine furnace, so the longer it took for the cave heavens and paradises to come to a consensus, the more high-order materials Voidland would obtain. Otherwise, Voidland would not have a turn when the cave heavens and paradises began using the good fortune divine furnace. Sect Master, if they reach a consensus and come to discuss the matter with me again, how should I respond? Hua Qingxi asked. As things stood, Yang Kai would not be returning for some time. Arranging the universe arrays was by no means an overnight effort after all. It would take a long time to complete. Yang Kai pondered for a while before he responded, the rights to enter their small source worlds for training must be obtained. Voidland has so many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and it will take a long time for them to advance into the next order without opportunities. Besides, there will only be more 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters emerging in the future. Their growth period will be shortened significantly with the use of those small source worlds. For that reason, there's no need to discuss anything if they refuse to agree on this point. She nodded. He continued, there's no reason for them to disagree since the cave heavens and paradises each have more than one small source world. It's just the right to enter their small source worlds once per turn after all. There's no reason for them to stubbornly refuse. Well, we can make some concessions on the duration they can use the furnace. The previous condition I offered was 1 month's right of use in exchange for 1 right of entry into the small source world. If they try and discuss this matter with you again, 3 months is the bottom line. Any longer, and they will have to wait for my return. I understand. Hua Qingxi said in acknowledgement. Yang Kai thus waved his hand lightly, good, you should get back to your work. This mistress will take her leave now. After saying so, she soared into the sky and returned the way she came. As head manager, there were many things that Hua Qingxi had to deal with. Leaving aside matters of the distant future, just looking at the near term, she had to choose 20 Open Heaven Realm Masters to manage the small stone world, arrange for High Heaven Star City to purchase materials in the 3rd Order and below, and negotiate with the cave heavens and paradises. Most of High Heaven Palace's burden rested on her slender shoulders. Martial Peak, Chapter 4739, The Profound Eam Bamboo. With Yang Kai's current capabilities, it would not take more than half a day for him to set up a normal-scale space array with enough resources. However, it took him 3 whole months to arrange the new universe array. Although the universe arrays and the space arrays basically came from the same source and had many similarities, the universe array was undoubtedly more complex and sophisticated. In addition, Yang Kai was arranging a universe array for the first time. As he was unfamiliar with the method, he would occasionally make mistakes and his efforts for the past few days would be in vain whenever that happened. Nevertheless, he finished setting up the first universe array after 3 months of hard work. The universe array was located directly on the small stone world, close to the bamboo building where Yuhi, Zhouya, and the others were cultivating. Using a secret technique to leave his imprint in the grand array, he immediately soared into the sky. Now that the universe array was completed, the next step was to verify its effects. Matters like these could not be done by others because the consequences would be extremely serious if something were to go wrong. On the other hand, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so even if he activated the universe transference law and discovered a problem, he would at least be able to protect himself. He traveled swiftly, and under the urging of space principles, his figure flickered as he left behind a trail of space beacons in his wake. Exactly half a day later, a grand hall suddenly appeared in the void. The grand hall was huge, and the entire building was built on an abandoned spirit province. Even though it was obvious that the grand hall was built recently, there was nobody here. Standing in front of the grand hall, Yang Kai looked around briefly. Only then did he raise his hands and form a set of seals to activate the universe transference law. He could vaguely sense a connection with something in a far-off place, which was the exact direction where the small stone world's universe array was located. When this feeling emerged, Yang Kai knew that there were no issues with the universe array he set up earlier. He had spent more than 20 years repairing the universe temples that had long lost their function after years of disrepair. The ability to repair the universe temples indicated that he had already figured out the mysteries within them, so it was not a problem for him to set one up now. There was no resistance, and his figure vanished from the spot 3 breaths later. By the time he came back to his senses, Yang Kai was already standing on the universe array in the small stone world. Yuhi had been waiting by the side all this time and her eyes immediately lit up at the sight of him as she looked at him in anticipation. "Young master, is it done?" Yang Kai nodded, "It's done. But, using the universe transference law is as time-consuming as ever. Even for a person like him who was proficient in the Tao of space, using the universe transference law took 3 full breaths before he was transferred back here. If it were anybody else, the duration would have been even longer. This little bit of time would not matter under normal circumstances, but in a dangerous situation, such as being pursued by a powerful enemy, even a single breath could be the difference between life and death, much less 3. That was why very few people in the Great Territories would use the universe transference law to escape when being pursued. There was no chance for them to use the universe temples at all, unless they could find a way to escape from their enemies and create the space and time needed to activate the universe transference law. There's no helping it. The distance is too large when transferring to a universe temple. It's only natural that it will take some time. Yang Kai pensively muttered, the universe transference law was passed down from ancient times. It is a secret technique specially used to communicate with the universe arrays. If we can figure out a method to modify the universe transference law, we might be able to shorten the time taken. Yuhi just laughed. In that case, you will need to work hard on your own, young master. When it comes to the Tao of space, there are not many people in the 3,000 worlds who can help. Yang Kai nodded, arrange for somebody to build a universe temple around the grand array. Also, instruct the people who are still in this area to find an opportunity to leave their soul imprint here. That way, it will be much more convenient for them to travel back and forth in the future. Don't worry, young master. I will handle it properly. She nodded. Now that the central universe array had been completed, building a universe temple around it to protect it did not require any special skills. Anybody could do something like that. Meanwhile, Yang Kai teleported with the help of the trail of space beacons that he left behind earlier and quickly returned to the Grand Hall from earlier. During the 3 months that he spent setting up the first universe array, he had already asked his subordinates to construct 2 other universe temples in the new Great Territory beforehand. This Grand Hall was one of them, while the other one was located close to the territory gate. This arrangement was mainly to facilitate travel across the new Great Territory. When all three universe temples were finished, the speed at which the cultivators developed the new Great Territory would definitely increase by several times. After entering the universe temple, Yang Kai took a rest for a few days before he started arranging the next universe array. The first universe array had taken him 3 months to complete, but practice made perfect in everything, therefore, the second universe array only took him 2 months to complete. He tested the grand array in person again, and once he confirmed that there were no issues with the universe array, he headed to the small stone world to look for Yu-He and asked her to arrange for somebody to guard the universe temple. After that, he rushed to the universe temple by the territory gate without stopping. After another 2 months, the universe array at the territory gate was also successfully completed. The 3 universe temples formed a triangle across the new Great Territory, covering more than half of its area. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of Void Land could freely choose any of the 3 universe temples as their destinations when they used the universe transference law, as long as they were in the new Great Territory. Based on these different locations, Yang Kai divided the 3 universe temples into A, B, and C to distinguish between them. The one near the new Great Territory's gate was Universe Temple A, the one in the small stone world was Universe Temple B, and the last one in the further depths of the new Great Territory was Universe Temple C. There had never been a Great Territory with so many universe temples before, so nobody could be certain as to what the outcome would be if the universe transference law was activated in such a situation. Fortunately, Yang Kai's personal experimentation showed that he could subtly sense all 3 universe temples if he activated the universe transference law in the new Great Territory. By focusing on one particular universe temple, he could successfully transfer himself to it. It was no trouble at all. After half a year, the population of the small stone race in the small stone world had expanded to a certain extent, and the small stone world's heritage was also enhanced accordingly. Large batches of materials in the 3rd order and below were steadily delivered to the small stone world. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in charge of managing the small stone race were in charge of feeding these materials to the small stone race. The Stone Kings in their respective nests practically laid 100 to 200 stone eggs a day now. If that was the case for one clan, then there would be even more with thousands or tens of thousands of clans. The small stone race that Yang Kai migrated away from the small stone world had more than been made up for. Previously, the small stone world could only support 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters cultivating at the same time, but the current small stone world could support 3 with no trouble, and that was already after taking the 3rd and 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters managing the small stone race in the small stone world into account. The growth of the small stone world's heritage could easily be seen. The same held true for Yang Kai's small universe. When High Heaven Palace previously delivered massive amounts of materials in the 3rd order and below to the small stone world, Yang Kai had directly taken half of them and tossed them into his small universe. The materials were divided equally and scattered around the nests of the small stone race. Yang Kai no longer needed to feed them in person. In any case, the small stone race clansmen would automatically search for resources, so as long as he tossed the materials nearby, there was no need to worry too much about them. In the past half-year, the number of the small stone race clansmen in his small universe had increased from 10 million to 12 million. The unique small stone race seemed capable of growing infinitely in number as long as they had enough resources. With every passing moment, the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was steadily growing stronger, hence, he also benefited from this growth. The same numbers of small stone race could bring 10 times more benefits to him compared to any other living creatures. In the past, Yang Kai had been planning to search for an opportunity to raise even more humans in his small universe, however, there was no such need anymore. Why would he need any other living creatures when he already had the small stone race? What other living creatures could possibly bring more benefits than the small stone race? Yang Kai also took the time to look at the profound bamboo, one of the 12 minor pillars. It was a dark and gloomy universe world with no signs of living creatures whatsoever, and the profoundine bamboo was located at the spot where all the world energy in the universe world seemed to converge. It was as though all the energy in the world was being used to support the existence of this particular minor universe pillar. There were not many stalks of profoundine bamboo, only around a dozen or so, but each of them was as tall as a man. Yang Kai tentatively relocated one of the profoundine bamboo into his small universe. Seeing as he already had the world spring in his small universe, which was one of the four great universe pillars, his small universe was already extremely stable, so there was no need for him to use the profoundine bamboo. The only reason for his action was to personally verify the effects and special characteristics of the profoundine bamboo, lest the open heaven realm masters suffered from any mistakes when they collected and refined the profoundine bamboo after advancing into the high-rank open heaven realm. Moreover, Yang Kai deliberately placed the profoundine bamboo next to one of the largest small stone race clans. This clan had nearly 100,000 clansmen, so it was second to none compared to the other small stone race clans. The world force produced by this particular clan was naturally very rich. As soon as he planted the profoundine bamboo, Yang Kai immediately frowned. It was not that the profoundine bamboo was incompatible with the environment in his small universe. As one of the 12 minor universe pillars, the profoundine bamboo was compatible with anybody's small universe. What made him frown was that the profoundine bamboo seemed to be devouring the heritage of his small universe and turning that into its own growth nutrients. That was very different from the world spring. Refining the world spring had not produced any such problems whatsoever. When he realized that the world spring and the profoundine bamboo were completely different in the first place, Yang Kai relaxed slightly and began to wait quietly. The profoundine bamboo broke through the ground after a month. The world force that was being devoured also increased with its growth, becoming more and more with time. Although the overall amount was not great, it was still a constant drain. Who could withstand such consumption? When an open heaven realm master wanted to advance to the next order, they needed to spend long years accumulating the heritage of their small universe, but if they planted the profoundine bamboo in their small universe, it would be equivalent to feeding a ferocious beast that was benefiting from the heritage of their small universe. That would inevitably slow down the speed of their cultivation progress. Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly together. If this was all the profoundine bamboo did, it would never have been listed as part of the 12 minor universe pillars. This was nothing more than a slow-acting poison to any open heaven realm master. Nevertheless, he patiently continued his observations. Martial Peak, Chapter 4740, The Emotional Chen Tian Fei. The growth of the profoundine bamboo was closely related to the world force it consumed. Yang Kai tentatively tried to inject the power of his small universe into the profoundine bamboo and discovered that he could increase the speed of its growth. Another month passed, and the profoundine bamboo finally grew to the height of a person. At this point, it finally showed some changes. The speed at which it was devouring the world force became extremely slow. In fact, it was reduced to a point where it was practically negligible. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. If it was at this kind of rate, then the consumption was bearable. It would only take refining some open heaven pills regularly to replenish the lost energy. Following a series of experiments, Yang Kai discovered the differences between the profoundine bamboo and the world spring. The effects of the world spring, which was one of the 4 universe pillars, was undoubtedly much stronger. He only needed to refine and integrate the world spring with his small universe for the world spring to strengthen and enhance it. There was no other price to pay. On the other hand, the profoundine bamboo was different. During its growth period, there was a need for the profoundine bamboo to devour the small universe's world force and convert it into nutrients for its growth. The situation would only get better when it reached maturity. Looking at the situation, it would seem that a cultivator would only need to pay the price to nurture the profoundine bamboo for it to benefit their small universe. Nevertheless, it was just as he had mentioned. The profound bamboo needed to exist on a large scale to be useful. One or two stalks did not prove to be very effective. Fortunately, it was not difficult to make the profound bamboo reproduce. Just like how a normal bamboo grew, it only needed enough nutrients for a single stalk of bamboo to grow into a whole bamboo forest. With these special characteristics of the profound bamboo, it was in line with being listed among the 12 minor universe pillars. When the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land and High Heaven Palace advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, they would only need to consume some of their small universe's heritage to nurture a profound bamboo forest. Nobody would refuse this level of sacrifice compared to the benefits that they would gain. When it came down to it, the effects of the profound bamboo would never be as strong as the world spring no matter how much it reproduced. The two of them were not of the same grade in the first place. Yang Kai did not remove the profound bamboo from his small universe. On the contrary, he continuously poured his strength into it so that it reproduced even faster even though the profound bamboo did not help him in any way. Looking ahead into the future, Void Land and High Heaven Palace would surely generate countless 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Everybody would eventually need some, so it would be better to nurture as many of the profound bamboo as possible now. It would be bad if there was not enough to go around when the time came. Another month passed and Yang Kai was investigating the growth of the small stone race population in the small stone world when a figure sped over from afar. When the figure landed nearby, his fat body jiggled like a giant meatball. He ran over to Yang Kai in surprising agile steps and cupped his fist. "Subordinate Chen Tianfei greets sir." Looking up, Yang Kai swept a gaze over Chen Tianfei and joked, "It's been a few years since we last met, fatty. You've gotten even rounder." The blubber on Chen Tianfei's face bunched up into a smile and his small eyes were squeezed together so much that they were nowhere to be seen. He then spoke flatteringly, "It's all thanks to you, sir. This subordinate is living a good and carefree life with delicious food and beautiful clothes. That's why I put on a little weight." His obesity was related to the secret art he cultivated. The larger his body, the stronger the power he could exert. Although he had been forced to submit himself to the loyalty list and lost his freedom as a result, Yang Kai had never made things difficult for him over the years. Conversely, the development of Void Land and High Heaven Palace had allowed his cultivation to progress smoothly. Over the years, he had become increasingly grateful for the choice he made back then. Even though he was listed as a slave in the loyalty list, his future was undoubtedly more promising than the time when he served as second manager in Scarlet Star. "I see." Yang Kai nodded, "Is there something you need from me?" Chen Tianfei's expression became solemn. "The head manager sent this subordinate to invite you back." He lowered his voice as though afraid that others might hear him and whispered sneakily, "The head manager mentioned that the negotiations with the cave heavens and paradises have reached a conclusion. She asks that you return and decide as soon as possible." Yang Kai nodded in understanding, "I got it." Yang Kai had spent a long time at the small stone world without returning, so the cave heavens and paradises were bound to become anxious. After all, the last time he left, he vanished for 30 years. If he vanished for another few decades or even hundreds of years, who would they discuss the matter relating to the good fortune divine furnace with? They originally planned to leave Yang Kai hanging so that he would lower his price, but who could have known that he was in no hurry at all? Seeing as Yang Kai was not anxious, the cave heavens and paradises became anxious instead. Moreover, they could not enter the new great territory. They had no idea what Yang Kai was doing inside or how long they would need to wait for him to return. "Sir, is there anything this subordinate can do?" Chen Tianfei asked solemnly. "This subordinate is willing to climb a mountain of swords and cross a sea of fire for you. Even if I have to sacrifice this fat body, I am willing to complete your orders." Yang Kai smiled and lightly patted Chen Tianfei's stomach. A ripple of meaty waves immediately spread out. "What I want you to do is simple. Just keep on cultivating hard. We were too weak and small in the past, so the fourth order open heaven realm was acceptable. Unfortunately, Void Land and High Heaven Palace are on a different scale now. The fourth order open heaven realm is not enough. You should hurry up and advance to the fifth order open heaven realm. Chen Tianfei's expression immediately became bitter. Sir, as you know, the cultivation of an open heaven realm master is all about accumulation. It's not that this subordinate does not wish to hurry up. It's just that my accumulation is simply not enough. This subordinate is devastated too. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, forget it. You don't need to return to High Heaven Palace for now. Just find a place to cultivate in the small stone world. You are not allowed to leave until you reach the fifth order open heaven realm. Upon hearing this, Chen Tianfei's eyes filled with tears and he sobbed gratefully, Sir, you took such good care of this subordinate. This subordinate vows to devote his entire life to you in return. He was truly moved. Back then, both Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui had submitted to Yang Kai, but the difference was that Chen Tianfei left his name on the loyalty list as a slave while Lu Shui took the initiative to join Yang Kai. Both of them had been in the fourth order open heaven realm at the time, while Yang Kai was only in the emperor realm. However, Lu Shui left on a trip with Yang Kai and returned in the fifth order open heaven realm. Conversely, Chen Tianfei remained stuck in the fourth order open heaven realm. Yang Kai later took in Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou Ye, Hui Gu, and Luan Baifeng. They were all powerful sixth order open heaven realm masters. Thus, Chen Tianfei couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis. His cultivation was simply too low in comparison. The rest were in the sixth order open heaven realm, but he was only in the fourth order open heaven realm. Even he was in the fifth order open heaven realm. He knew that there were only 9 pages in the loyalty list. In other words, Yang Kai could only accept 9 slaves. Now that all 9 pages had been filled, would he be disdained and abandoned by Yang Kai because his strength was too low? If he was truly abandoned, then he would not be able to continue living. Once a person left their name on the loyalty list, their name could not be removed unless they advanced into the seventh order open heaven realm. The loyalty list's owner took the initiative to remove it, or they simply died. For that reason, Fatty Chen had been living on the edge for all these years. He was scared that he would simply drop dead one day. That was why he always presented himself in a flattering manner every time he met Yang Kai. He was afraid that Yang Kai would consider him useless and decide to abandon him. Now though, Yang Kai had allowed him to remain in the small stone world to cultivate, so it could be seen that Yang Kai had no thoughts of abandoning him at all. How could he not be emotional? The fear that he had been carrying in his heart all these years was finally resolved. What's more, this was the small stone world. Who among the open heaven realm masters in High Heaven Palace did not know about the wonders of the small stone world? All of them had worked hard to accumulate contribution points just to compete for the 20 slots to manage the small stone race. It was a pity that only 20 people were chosen out of the 2,000 or so open heaven realm masters. Only a few people were destined to be the lucky ones. Now that Yang Kai had spoken, Chen Tianfei was also one of them. Not to mention, he did not even need to take care of the small stone race, he only needed to find a quiet spot and focus on cultivating in retreat. Chen Tianfei was tempted to put his hands on his hips, throw his head back, and howl with laughter to show his happiness. Scram, scram. Yang Kai kicked Chen Tianfei in the butt. Sure enough, Chen Tianfei rolled over several times like a ball. Only then did he scramble to his feet and fled out of sight. Watching Chen Tianfei's departure, Yang Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Should I bring Yun Xinghua over too? Among the 9 people listed in his loyalty list, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou Ye, Hui Gu, and Luan Baifeng were in the 6th order open heaven realm. He and Xianpeng were in the 5th order open heaven realm. Only Chen Tianfei and Yun Xinghua belonged in the 4th order open heaven realm. He had not felt anything about it in the past, but as his strength steadily improved and the number of masters Yang Kai came into contact with increased, a fourth-order open heaven realm master became indeed a little undesirable. Upon further consideration though, he decided against the idea. Yun Xinghua had been assisting Mo Mei in Void Star City all this time after all. He dropped by to greet Yu He, then he activated the Universe Transference Law and arrived directly at Universe Temple A that was located near the Territory Gate. Yu He had already arranged for several Open Heaven Realm Masters to guard this place, so when they noticed Yang Kai's appearance, they bowed respectfully, "Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded and casually made some encouraging remarks to them before he headed straight towards the Territory Gate. A short while later, he arrived at High Heaven Palace. The first thing he did was visit his parents and check on the cultivation situation of his two disciples. Zhao Ye was as dazzlingly talented as ever. Even though it had only been half a year since she arrived at the star boundary, she had already advanced by 3 minor realms. It could be seen just how terrifying her aptitude was. Naturally, it was also related to the extremely favorable cultivation environment in the star boundary. While inside Yang Kai's small universe, she would not have been able to advance so quickly even if she did not deliberately try to suppress her cultivation. In comparison, Zhao Yibai seemed a little pitiful. His cultivation was lower than Zhao Ye's by several great realms, so it stood to reason that the speed of his cultivation should be much faster than hers. Even so, he only managed to advance by 2 minor realms. After asking some questions and resolving certain issues that the two little ones faced during their cultivation, Yang Kai left. He had not informed anybody about his return, but the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises had clearly sensed his aura. It didn't take long before Hua Qingxi came to report, "Sect Master, Elder Yu has sent a message. In 3 days, the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises will be visiting High Heaven Palace to discuss the matter related to the Good Fortune Divine Furnace with you." Understood. Yang Kai nodded, "Be sure to make some preparations in advance." The last time the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises had gathered at High Heaven Palace, it was to discuss the construction of the Tao temples in the star boundary and the recruitment of disciples. Hence, High Heaven Palace had some experience in providing hospitality to them. "Yes," she answered. "By the way, how did they communicate with you all this time?" he asked. Hua Qingxi briefly replied, "It's basically Elder Yu acting as the middleman to pass the messages to me. I have stubbornly kept to the 3-month period and refused to budge, and they seemed unwilling to make things difficult for me. Since they are planning to gather at High Heaven Palace, I'm sure they have come to a consensus. They are coming to negotiate an outcome with you, Sect Master." Yang Kai laughed softly, "They can't keep procrastinating. The earlier they start using the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, the earlier they will start harvesting benefits. It will be too late if they wait until their disciples are all grown up. It's such a pity that there is so little time. If we could delay things a little longer, Void Land would surely receive even more benefits." Martial Peak, Chapter 47-41, Shizheng. A quick estimation indicated that the materials from Void Land should have arrived at Great Evolution Paradise by now, so Void Land should already be using the Good Fortune Divine Furnace to create higher order materials. That was why Yang Kai was happy to procrastinate. The longer they delayed things, the more chances Void Land would have to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Nevertheless, it did not matter too much. Even if they reached an agreement today, it would take some time for the cave heavens and paradises to gather their materials and send them to Great Evolution Paradise. Void Land could go ahead and use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace until the materials from the cave heavens and paradises arrived. "There's something else." Hua Qingxi leaned closer and lowered her voice, "Shizheng of Langya Paradise wishes to have a private meeting with you, Sect Master." "Shizheng?" Yang Kai frowned. Needless to say, he was acquainted with all the foreign affairs envoys from the cave heavens and paradises stationed in the star boundary. Shi Zheng was the foreign affairs envoy of Langya Paradise and a seventh-order open heaven realm master. Did he say what it was about? Yang Kai asked. If it were any other cave heaven or paradise, he would not have been so concerned. The key point was that Shi Zheng was from Langya Paradise, and Langya Paradise was the master sect of Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor. Moreover, Zhang Ruoxi was currently a Langya Paradise disciple. Hua Qingxi shook her head and said, he didn't say anything, but I think it has something to do with the good fortune divine furnace. The representatives of the cave heavens and paradises were going to gather at High Heaven Palace in 3 days' time to discuss the matter related to the good fortune divine furnace together. Hence, Shi Zheng's intentions for asking for a private meeting with Yang Kai was obvious. Is he planning to use his private connections to get a better deal? Yang Kai felt a little disgusted by the idea, but could not refuse due to his relationship with Zhang Ruoxi. If he rejected Shi Zheng's request, there was no saying whether Shi Zheng would harass Zhang Ruoxi in the future. Be that as it may, the situation was such that he could not agree to over-the-top demands even if he met with Shi Zheng in private. That was something Shi Zheng had to understand. Invite him over then, he ordered. To which Hua Qingxi said, Elder Shi claimed that there are too many eyes in the star boundary, so it is inconvenient for him to visit you recklessly. He asks that you take a small trip instead. His sneaky and furtive actions are really giving off the vibe that he wants to discuss some sort of underhanded and dishonorable secret with me. She then continued, Sect Master, if you do not wish to meet him, I will arrange for somebody to send a message to him. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a long time before he said, I will still need to meet him anyway. Where are we meeting? Hua Qingxi hurriedly handed over a jade slip. He took the jade slip from her and used his divine sense to probe the contents. Understanding flooded his heart and he asked, what about the time? She replied, Elder Shi told me that he will be waiting for you there, Sect Master. How rushed. Thinking about it again though, it made sense. Many high-rank open heaven realm masters would be gathering in High Heaven Palace in 3 days. There would not be any other chances for them to meet if they did not rush the meeting now. I'll go and take a look. Sect Master. Hua Qingxi hurriedly shouted after Yang Kai, be careful. Yang Kai nodded and vanished out of sight. The place where Shi Zheng had chosen was still within High Heaven territory, but it was quite a distance away from the star boundary. Moving quickly, Yang Kai arrived in less than 4 hours. The void was tranquil, and a ship drifted quietly with 2 figures standing silently on the deck. Upon detecting Yang Kai's aura, both of them turned to look in his direction. One of them looked surprised for a moment before shouting in excitement, Sir. Yang Kai landed on the deck and looked forward with an equally pleasantly surprised look, Ruoxi. Shi Zheng was not the only person waiting for Yang Kai in this place, Zhang Ruoxi was here too. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had looked forward to seeing Zhang Ruoxi when news about the world tree spread and the cave heavens and paradises began moving into the star boundary. Unfortunately, she never appeared even though the people from Langya Paradise had arrived. When Yang Kai asked Shi Zheng about the situation, he learned that Zhang Ruoxi was cultivating in retreat. It was obvious at their reunion today that Zhang Ruoxi was already an open heaven realm master. Sir, why are you here? Elder Shi told me that an honored guest would be coming, and here I was wondering who it would be. Zhang Ruoxi smiled as brightly as a flower in bloom. Yang Kai laughed, I never thought I would meet you here either. Did you rush here from Langya Paradise? She nodded, I wanted to come back to visit, but I was in retreat previously. It was simply not convenient for me to come. Now that my cultivation has stabilized, the master sect finally allowed me to come. What order are you in? He looked concerned. 5th order open heaven realm. She replied happily. Good. Very good. He reached out to pat her head, though there was no denying that he felt a little regretful. If she had condensed her Dao seal a little later, she might have had the chance to advance into the 6th order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, regret was useless at this point. Once a cultivator had condensed their Tao seal, the foundation was laid for which order open heaven realm they could achieve. How is the master sect? Zhang Ruoxi smilingly replied, it's wonderful. Senior Sister Gu has always taken good care of me, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance into the open heaven realm so quickly. The Senior Sister Gu that Zhang Ruoxi mentioned was none other than Gu Pan. As a Langya Paradise core disciple, Gu Pan was one of its future pillars, therefore, her attitude towards Zhang Ruoxi would hugely affect the treatment that the latter received in the sect. In that case, I will have to thank her properly when I meet her again. Yang Kai smiled. Speaking of which, he had not met Gu Pan since they last encountered one another during the Tao Theory Assembly. Setting aside such thoughts, Yang Kai looked up and cupped his fist in a manner that was neither rude nor polite. Greetings, Elder Shi. During the conversation between Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, Shi simply stood to the side and watched with a smile on his face. He had not shown any intention of interrupting them. At this moment, he finally spoke up in a generous manner, you are too polite, Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai said, why did you ask me to come here, Elder Shi? He was already unhappy with the fact that Shi Zheng had requested a private meeting with him before the cave heavens and paradises met up to discuss the matters regarding the good fortune divine furnace. In addition, he arrived only to see that Zhang Ruoxi was also here. These points only solidified his impression that Shi Zheng was a cunning and sly man. Although Yang Kai could understand Shi Zheng's wish to utilize personal connections, for him to go so far as to bring Zhang Ruoxi here showed clear intentions of taking advantage of the relationship between Yang Kai and her. Shi Zheng responded, you already have the answer in your heart, Sect Master Yang, why bother asking? Let's sit down and talk. A feast had been prepared in advance on the deck, and a tantalizing smell filled the air. Since Yang Kai was already here, he figured he might as well stay. There was nothing he needed to worry about since Shi Zheng was the one who had a request for him. After thanking Shi Zheng, Yang Kai took a seat. Shi Zheng sat opposite Yang Kai while Zhang Ruoxi knelt by the side and served them. The entire ship only had the aura of 3 people and there was nobody else in the vicinity. Sect Master Yang, you are young and promising indeed. This king admires you very much. Please allow this king to drink this toast to you, Shi Zheng raised his glass. Yang Kai nodded lightly, many thanks, Elder Shi. He raised his glass and gulped down the contents. Warmth filled his belly from the alcohol. Zhang Ruoxi refilled their wine glasses quietly. Sect Master Yang, the world tree root that you brought out from the grand ancient ruins boundary and planted in the star boundary could be said to have benefited this entire vast universe. This king will drink to that too. Shi Zheng raised his glass for the second time. The results were unexpected. I did not anticipate this situation either when I planted the world tree. Shi Zheng smiled, but there is no denying that the 3,000 worlds has benefited. If not for your actions back then, the star boundary would not be producing so many peerless talents. After 2 glasses of wine, he continued, I heard that Gu Pan received a lot of help from you in the grand ancient ruins boundary, Sect Master Yang. This king will drink this toast as thanks on behalf of Gu Pan. Yang Kai nodded lightly and drank again. He secretly thought to himself, is this guy trying to get me drunk so that he can ask me for more benefits? If that's the case, then I'll drink you under the table. It was a good wine, but how could something brought to the table by a 7th-order open heaven realm master be of poor quality? Nevertheless, Yang Kai was a 6th-order open heaven realm master with the body of a 10,000-meter-long grand dragon. How could mere wine make him drunk? After 3 glasses of wine, Shi Zheng finally got to the point, I'm sure you have some guesses as to why this king invited you here, Sect Master Yang. You are not wrong. This king is indeed here for the good fortune divine furnace. Yang Kai was slightly surprised by his bluntness and said, "The representatives of the cave heavens and paradises will be gathering at the High Heaven Palace in 3 days' time to discuss the matter regarding the good fortune divine furnace's right of use together. As long as the condition I named is satisfied, all the sects will be able to use the good fortune divine furnace. Langya Paradise is no exception. So, what is it that you wish to discuss with me, Elder Shi?" Shi Jing laughed. "The 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises make up more than 100 top forces in the 3,000 worlds. I'm sure that meeting your requirements will not be a problem, Sect Master Yang. Even so, both parties are free to negotiate with each other. The time that each sect can use the good fortune divine furnace is limited, not to mention that they will be taking turns to wait in line. Therefore, Langya Paradise would like to use the good fortune divine furnace for a longer time." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. "How long?" 3 to 5 years. "If possible, 8 to 10 years. Yang Kai smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "You must be joking, Elder Shi. Even if each sect was allowed to use the good fortune divine furnace for 3 months, it would take more than 300 months for the 100+ sects to each use it once. That meant that some 20 to 30 years would pass before each sect could have another opportunity to use the good fortune divine furnace. Therefore, it was simply impossible for Yang Kai to allow Langya Paradise to use the good fortune divine furnace for 3 to 5 years, much less 8 to 10 years. This amount of time was nothing to Open Heaven Realm Masters under normal circumstances. For instance, repairing the universe temples had taken Yang Kai a whole 20 years to complete. It was just that nobody was willing to wait so long. Moreover, the elite disciples from various sects in the star boundary would not take long to grow up, and once they condensed their Tao seal, they would need a large supply of high-order materials. Shi Jing said sternly, "This matter might be difficult for others, but it shouldn't be much trouble for you, Sect Master Yang. You only need to put forward conditions that cannot be met by any of the sects during the meeting IJ 3 days so that negotiations will break down. Before the results of the discussion come out, Langya Paradise can use the good fortune divine furnace for a while. As for how long we can use the good fortune divine furnace, that will depend on your means, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. Void Land is currently using the good fortune divine furnace. If I could create such an opportunity, why would I give up these benefits to outsiders? At that thought, he shook his head. "I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you, Elder Shi. I'm just the palace master of High Heaven Palace. The cave heavens and paradises are existences that my generation looks up to. Although I have the qualifications to negotiate with them, I'm nothing more than the representative for Great Evolution Paradise. I cannot reach out for a yard after taking an inch. Besides, I'm sure that the discussion to be held in 3 days will reach a conclusion." Shi Jing showed no signs of annoyance and simply chuckled before saying, "There's no hurry to reject my request, Sect Master Yang. Since Langya Paradise has a request for you, it's only natural that we won't let your efforts go in vain. Please look at this before we continue our discussion." After saying so, he gestured to Zhang Ruoxi, "Bring out that item and give it to Sect Master Yang." Martial Peak, Chapter 47-42, That Hurt. Is he planning to give me a gift? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was a time when high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were a distant and unattainable existence to him. They were people whom he could only admire and respect. Yet now, he was not only standing on equal footing with the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, but also in the position for others to try and give him gifts to win his favor. However, he was rather curious as to what Shi Jing planned to give him. Ordinary treasures were not enough to interest him, but Shi Jing seemed so confident. That could only mean that the gift was truly magnificent. Zhang Ruoxi entered the cabin and returned a short while later with an exquisite wooden box in her hands. The box was about the length of her arm and made from an unknown material. More importantly, it was radiating with the aura of a sixth-order material. Yang Kai raised his brow at the sight. Just the box was a sixth-order wood element material that was worth at least 15 million open heaven pills. Just what was the value of the item placed inside such a box? Under Shi Zheng's orders, Zhang Ruoxi carefully placed the box in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at the box suspiciously. Shi Zheng gestured with a smile, "Please have a look, Sect Master Yang." However, Yang Kai remained motionless and shook his head instead. "Elder Shi, there are countless eyes targeting the good fortune divine furnace. Even if I wish to help you, I am powerless to do anything. Nonetheless, Ruoxi is a native of the star boundary. Just because of that relationship alone, I will do my best to arrange for Langya Paradise to be at the front of the line when the cave heavens and paradises take turns using the good fortune divine furnace. As for the rest, I'm afraid I'm powerless to help you. So, there's no need for me to see what's inside the box. Please take it back, Elder Shi." If not for his relationship with Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai would not have come here at all. It was only for her sake that he was willing to accommodate Langya Paradise to some extent, where possible. Unfortunately, over-the-top demands were beyond his ability. The good fortune divine furnace did not belong to him after all. He was only entrusted this matter by Grandmaster Ma Fan to discuss the good fortune divine furnace's right of use with the cave heavens and paradises on behalf of Great Evolution Paradise. Shi Zheng chuckled, "There's no need to worry, Sect Master Yang. This is something Langya Paradise prepared especially for you. Let's leave the rest aside for the time being. Please have a look, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai grinned, "I'm afraid that I might be tempted if I look." Shi Zheng's confidence indicated that the object inside the box was extremely extraordinary. Yang Kai was worried it might actually impress him. "If this gift can tempt you, Sect Master Yang, then that's exactly what this king wants." Shi Zheng smiled and commanded, "Ruoxi, open the box for Sect Master Yang." Zhang Ruoxi was silent. Giving Yang Kai an apologetic look, she leaned over and placed her hand on the wooden box. She had been absolutely ecstatic when she saw Yang Kai earlier, but after sitting here and listening to the conversation between Shi Zheng and Yang Kai, she vaguely realized that something was wrong. It was just that Shi Zheng was a Langya Paradise elder. As a disciple, she could not disobey his commands. The wooden box slowly opened. When Yang Kai looked into the box, a black thread suddenly shot towards his body at the speed of lightning. It was so fast that he failed to react in time. If he had been on guard, the black thread might not have struck him. Unfortunately, the key point was that he had been unprepared. He had even widened his eyes to look into the wooden box, ready to see what treasure was contained inside. Who could have known a strange object would jump out instead? As soon as the black thread emerged, an aura that made Yang Kai extremely uncomfortable permeated the air. The black thread immediately buried itself into his body and vanished out of sight. On the other hand, the smile on Shi Zheng's face grew deeper. However, his smile soon stiffened on his face. That was because the black thread that had plunged into Yang Kai's body came back out and seemed to be trying to flee towards him instead. A large hand suddenly reached out as swiftly as lightning and captured the black thread. Shi Zheng was dumbfounded. Similarly, Zhang Ruoxi and Yang Kai were dumbstruck. The black thread struggled and wriggled violently in Yang Kai's hands like a living creature. When he looked down at it, he discovered that the black thread had no head or tail. It resembled a large black earthworm. Moreover, its body was releasing an extremely distressing black aura that leaked out from within its body like steam. What the hell is this? I can tell at a glance that this isn't anything good. Yang Kai looked up and met Shi Zheng's eyes. The latter had a look of confusion on his face. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly. Smiling at Shi Zheng politely, Yang Kai slowly placed the black earthworm in his hand back into the wooden box and gently closed the cover before he stuffed the entire box into his space ring. I like the gift very much, Elder Shi, he nodded lightly. Shi Zheng stared at Yang Kai solemnly and traces of his aura slowly began spreading out into the air. Yang Kai stood up, Elder Shi, I still have things to do at High Heaven Palace. I will be taking my leave, please excuse me. Then, he turned to look at Zhang Ruoxi and continued, Ruoxi, follow me back to the star boundary. Zhang Ruoxi could tell that something was strange about the situation, so she nodded immediately. Yang Kai wrapped his power around her, and with a flash of his thoughts, space principles began fluctuating in preparation for his return to the star boundary. With his current capabilities, he could use the star boundary's world force to return in an instant as long as he was still inside High Heaven territory, regardless of the distance. Shi Zheng stood up, and the aura of a seventh-order open heaven realm master exploded. When the world force surged violently, he threw a punch in Yang Kai's direction. The power behind this punch was absolutely horrifying, causing the local space to warp, severing the connection between Yang Kai and the star boundary almost instantaneously. In that moment of desperation, Yang Kai gently pressed his palm against Zhang Ruoxi's body to push her aside. He himself was struck squarely in the back by Shi Zheng's fist and his figure was thrown forward like a ragdoll as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Everything occurred so suddenly that Yang Kai had already been injured by Shi Zheng before Zhang Ruoxi had the time to react. She did not know whether Yang Kai was even still alive. On the other hand, Shi Zheng showed no intention of paying attention to her at all. He pursued Yang Kai and sent several divine abilities at his crumpled body. Following that, he stood in the void and watched with his hands behind his back. Yang Kai was only in the sixth-order open heaven realm, but he had a history of killing a seventh-order open heaven realm master like Suoquan Hui, therefore, everybody in the cave heavens and paradises had some understanding of his strength. That was also why Shi Zheng attacked without holding back in the slightest. His original plan had failed, so he could only go for the kill. He believed that Yang Kai could not survive his vicious barrage of attacks, however, when the energy fluctuations of those divine abilities gradually vanished, he saw a blood-drenched Yang Kai standing there and staring at him coldly. He's not dead. Shi Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. Not only was Yang Kai not dead, but he didn't even look to be heavily injured. For a moment, Shi Zheng wondered whether his eyesight was compromised. Everything that happened today had left him reeling from disbelief. First, the trap he prepared had been ineffective towards Yang Kai, then, his attacks had failed to settle the matter in a single blow. Just what kind of monster is this brat? That hurt. Yang Kai swung his arms and cracked his neck. If it had been before Yang Kai most recently entered the Shattered Heaven, the sneak attack of a veteran seventh-order open heaven realm master might have killed him on the spot. The other party had struck without holding back in the slightest, so no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it would have been impossible for him to defend himself so suddenly. Fortunately, he obtained the world spring in the Shattered Heaven, so even if Shi Zheng was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, those divine abilities and the punch to his body were unable to affect his small universe in the slightest. All the power in those attacks were borne only by his body, so he did not experience any turbulence in his small universe like before. Furthermore, he currently had the body of 10,000 meters long Grand Dragon. The clothes on his body were also transformed from his dragon scales, hence, his defensive abilities were outstanding. Shi Zheng had attacked with everything he had, and Yang Kai was injured pretty badly as a result. Nevertheless, these injuries were nothing to an open heaven realm master as long as their small universe remained unharmed. In the distance, Zhang Ruoxi finally managed to come to a stop after being shoved aside by Yang Kai earlier. When she looked up and saw that Yang Kai was fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. A brief moment of hesitation appeared on her face, and then she turned around and sped towards the star boundary. She had no intention of staying behind to fight beside Yang Kai because she knew that she would not be able to help with her fifth-order open heaven realm cultivation. On the contrary, she would only become a distraction for Yang Kai. All she could do was escape as far as possible so as not to become his burden. That was undoubtedly the correct decision to make. She did not know the reason why Elder Shizheng had plotted against then attacked Yang Kai. Everything that happened just now was extremely difficult to believe. Not to mention, she had clearly felt an intense disgust when the black earthworm-like object emerged from the gift that Elder Shizheng had wanted to give Yang Kai. Upon seeing Zhang Ruoxi escaping out of the corner of his eyes, Yang Kai secretly praised the girl for her intelligence. Only then did he turn to look at Shizheng in a leisurely manner and ask, why? Shizheng studied Yang Kai in disbelief, unable to understand why his divine abilities were ineffective against him. What puzzled him even more was why Yang Kai had not succumbed to his trap earlier. That was his biggest miscalculation. If his initial plan had worked, all the troublesome matters afterwards would not have happened in the first place. All of a sudden, Shizheng seemed to realize something and asked, "Did you refine one of the 4 universe pillars? Is this incident your will alone, Elder Shi? Or, is this the stance Langya Paradise is taking?" Yang Kai looked at Shizheng calmly. It would not matter too much if this incident was merely the personal actions of Shizheng, but it would become intriguing indeed if it turned out that he actually represented Langya Paradise. "Which of the 4 universe pillars did you refine?" Shizheng stared at Yang Kai intently. What was that black earthworm-like thing? Both of them questioned the other, but neither side answered the other's questions. Shizheng was the first to lose his patience. He had been completely exposed when his attack failed. If he wanted to make up for his mistakes, then he could only silence both Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi. What's more, those who refined the 4 universe pillars had to die. His murderous intent surged without warning, and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm World Force burst out violently. His figure charged towards Yang Kai at the speed of lightning. A voice rang out in the universe, "Heaven and earth, lend me your strength." In that moment, Yang Kai instantaneously understood one thing: Shizheng had decided on a meeting place located so far away from the star boundary because he was afraid Yang Kai would borrow the might of the star boundary to obtain the temporary powers of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, the truth was that Yang Kai could borrow the strength of the star boundary from anywhere as long as he was still within high heaven territory. Following that shout, a look of panic appeared on Shizheng's face. If he allowed Yang Kai to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, then he would have no confidence in his ability to kill Yang Kai within a short time. Martial Peak, Chapter 47-43, Are You Surprised? What surprised Shizheng slightly was that nothing happened after Yang Kai's confident shout. Yang Kai's aura did not show any signs of being enhanced, and the aura coming from him was still that of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai's face twitched slightly as he muttered to himself, "This is awkward." He could borrow the Star Boundaries World Force to obtain the temporary powers of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from anywhere as long as he was in High Heaven territory, but right now, since he was half a day's journey from the Star Boundary, even though he could clearly sense the Star Boundaries World Force churning and rushing towards him, it would take a while to arrive from such a large distance. How could Yang Kai afford to wait when there was a formidable enemy in front of him? By the time the Star Boundaries World Force arrived, the outcome of the battle between them would have already been decided. Shizheng did not know what was happening, but he had a vague guess. His body immediately tensed and a powerful surge of world force spread out to form the heaven-sealing earth-locking net, which severed Yang Kai's connection with the star boundary. The immense star boundary's world force that was rushing towards Yang Kai suddenly lost its target, hence, it turned around and returned to the star boundary. "Break!" Yang Kai shouted, manipulating space principles as he thrust out ferociously with the Azure Dragon Spear. That blow immediately blasted a small hole in the sealed space. "Heaven and earth, lend me your strength." He held his spear horizontally in front of him and shouted. The world force of the star boundary that had just calmed down began churning once more, then it rushed towards him like the rising tide. In the next moment, Zheng charged forward. Numerous divine abilities and secret techniques rained down from above, causing Yang Kai to flee desperately. That was not all. The hole that had been blasted open was repaired by Zheng, effectively cutting off the connection between Yang Kai and the star boundary once more. As a result, the star boundary returned to peace for the second time. Yang Kai felt as though his veins were about to pop from frustration. Urging his space principles to their limits, he used all his strength to break the barrier once more and shouted, "Heaven and earth, lend me your strength." How could Zheng possibly give Yang Kai the chance to succeed though? World force surged and the enormous void turned into a cage again. Inside the various Tao temples on the star boundary, many high-rank open heaven realm masters frowned deeply. Some of them even came out and observed the changes in the star boundary. The movements of the star boundary's world force were so obvious that it was impossible for them not to notice anything, especially since these tumultuous changes occurred repeatedly. These changes were simply far too conspicuous. The high-rank open heaven realm masters initially suspected that something had happened to the star boundary, but upon careful consideration, the realization quickly struck them: a great emperor was trying to borrow the star boundary's world force. Although they had not personally witnessed Yang Kai borrowing the world force back then, they knew about the incident. After understanding this point, they couldn't help wondering, just which star boundary great emperor was doing this. Were they simply experimenting? Or, was there a deeper meaning behind these actions? Unlike the many high-rank open heaven realm masters, the great emperors quickly came out of retreat and gathered together. Aside from Iron Blood Great Emperor and Martial Beast Great Emperor who were guarding the new Great Territory's Territory Gate, and Bustling World Great Emperor who was overseeing High Heaven Star City, the remaining 5 had been alerted to these changes. They included Serene Soul Great Emperor, Flower Shadow Great Emperor, Ice Feather Great Emperor, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, and Heaven's Revelations Great Emperor. As they looked around at each other, Serene Soul Great Emperor frowned and asked, "Where is Yang Kai?" All of them were here, so the abnormalities in the star boundary had nothing to do with them. In that case, only one possibility remained. Yang Kai was trying to borrow the star boundary's world force, but his attempts were interrupted for some reason. That was the only explanation for the repeated attempts. They all shook their heads. Ever since learning that they could directly refine and absorb the star boundary's world force to enhance the heritage of their respective small universes, they had been cultivating in retreat without regard for affairs in the outside world. If not for the major commotion today, they would not have gathered together today. Who among them would know where Yang Kai was? At that moment, Hua Qingxi rushed over in a hurry. Seeing that the 5 of them had come out of retreat, she quickly shouted, "Sect Master might be in danger." What happened? Serene Soul Great Emperor Yao Jun asked solemnly. Hua Qingxi immediately informed them about how Zheng had invited Yang Kai for a private meeting. The 5 of them scowled after listening to the explanation. Yao Jun said, "Looks like Yang Kai is really in danger after all. He would not have tried to borrow the star boundary's world force otherwise. This matter cannot be delayed, we need to assist him immediately." The rest nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to rush into the sky though, a voice suddenly rang out, "I'll go." They turned to look in that direction only to see Yu Changdao heading towards them. It was obvious that he had heard their conversation just now. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who stayed at High Heaven Palace all the time after all, so it was extremely easy for him to investigate the situation if he wanted to. Yu Changdao noticed the wary look that the great emperors were giving him and said, "This matter has nothing to do with the cave heavens and paradises. The specific reasons will have to be carefully investigated. I will definitely give you an explanation when I return." This incident had occurred after Yang Kai went to meet with Zheng, so the great emperors were naturally suspicious as to whether the cave heavens and paradises had done anything underhanded in secret. That was why they were so vigilant when Yu Changdao appeared. This matter could not be delayed though, and Yu Changdao knew that he could not explain himself quickly, so he decided not to waste his time. Nodding at the great emperors, he immediately soared into the sky. There was no telling whether he had said anything to the other high-rank open heaven realm masters in the star boundary, but numerous powerful auras quickly followed behind him. In the blink of an eye, some 40 or 50 people turned into streams of light and set off in a mighty procession. Yang Kai's whereabouts were obvious as they only needed to head in the direction that the star boundary's world force had surged towards earlier. Moments after the high-rank open heaven realm masters departed, the 5 great emperors quickly took to the skies after them. It would be for the best if this matter was unrelated to the cave heavens and paradises. However, if the cave heavens and paradises were involved, Yang Kai would have a hard time facing so many enemies alone. Even if their presence would not change the fact that they were powerless to resist, they could not allow Yang Kai to fight alone. In the void, the sealed space formed by the power of Shi Zheng's world force would be broken by Yang Kai from time to time. Be that as it may, Shi Zheng would quickly fortify the cage again every time Yang Kai tried to borrow the strength of the star boundary. After repeated attempts, Yang Kai roared furiously, "Show proper respect. Don't go too far with your antics." Shi Zheng naturally ignored Yang Kai while every attack he unleashed was ruthless and lethal. If it were any other, ordinary, 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even those at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, it would have been impossible for them to survive under the fierce attacks of a veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master for so long. Nevertheless, Yang Kai grimly persisted. Despite being covered in blood and looking quite miserable, he managed to narrowly escape death every time. Yang Kai finally understood the wonders of the World Spring. Without the World Spring, his small universe would have fallen into chaos or even possibly collapsed from the impacts by now. In contrast, his small universe remained as firm and resilient as ever thanks to the protection of the World Spring. It didn't matter how powerful the attacks that Shi Zheng threw at him, none of them could shake his foundation. All the injuries he sustained were physical wounds. Thankfully, the dragon scale clothes he wore on his body that gave him powerful defensive abilities and the immense restorative abilities of a grand dragon combined with his potent wood element power allowed him to persevere. A quarter hour later, Shi Zheng vaguely noticed something wrong. Yang Kai's wretched appearance repeatedly gave him the illusion that he could kill him if only he tried a little harder. Even so, every time he used his full power to deliver a fatal blow, Yang Kai somehow managed to survive. This brat just won't die. How could he fail to realize that Yang Kai was simply trying to buy time? Yang Kai knew that Shi Zheng could form a heaven-sealing earth-locking cage, but he continued to try and borrow the star boundary's world force. Such obvious movements were clearly a means to inform the star boundary that something had happened to him. If Shi Zheng's guess was correct, then the many high-rank open heaven realm masters stationed at the star boundary were already on their way here. His identity had been exposed to Yang Kai, so if he could kill him quickly, he might be able to continue hiding his identity. On the other hand, if he failed to kill Yang Kai, then all the years of forbearance would be in vain. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Shi Zheng's expression became solemn all of a sudden. Forming a set of seals with his hands, and a giant sword sparkling with starlight suddenly emerged from behind his back. The giant sword that resembled a star was a dazzling sight to behold. At the same time, sword chi exploded out, threatening to shatter the local space. Divine manifestation. Yang Kai was shocked. There was a huge gap in power even among individual high-rank open heaven realm masters, and the biggest difference came from whether or not they had their own divine manifestation. Those who had their own divine manifestation were rare even among the high-rank open heaven realm masters. Yang Kai had a deep understanding of the immense strength of divine manifestations, and it turned out that Shi Zheng was one of the few who had one. Luck had played a vital role when Yang Kai killed Zhuo Quanhui back then. Although Zhuo Quanhui had been in the 7th Order for many years, he had not comprehended his own divine manifestation. If he had a divine manifestation, the outcome of their conflict would have been very different. Cold murderous intent shrouded Yang Kai, and his exposed skin immediately got goosebumps. When the aura of death came down on him, he knew that he would not live to see the sun tomorrow if he continued to conceal his true strength. Hence, he immediately put the azure dragon spear away and took a deep breath. With a great roar that rang out across the void, he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" A dragon roar rang out and golden light burst forth as Yang Kai's body swelled abruptly. Following a series of cracking sounds, dragon scales covered his entire body, his hands turned into dragon claws, dragon horns emerged from his head, a dragon beard fluttered beneath his jaw, a dragon tail swept side to side, and his dragon eyes glowed majestically. A 10,000-meter-long grand dragon suddenly manifested, and a powerful dragon pressure permeated the void. Golden dragon scales shone like great suns, illuminating the darkness. A grand dragon. Shi Zheng was so shocked that even the movement of his hands paused for a moment. Shi Zheng had known that Yang Kai carried a dragon clan bloodline as that had been revealed outside of the shadowless cave heaven to ward off his enemies at the time. Nonetheless, Shi Zheng never imagined that Yang Kai was not just a random dragonkin, but a genuine mature grand dragon. It had to be said that a grand dragon was the equivalent of a high-rank open heaven realm master in terms of strength. How can he be a grand dragon? This brat is far too treacherous. If Shi Zheng had known that Yang Kai had the strength of a grand dragon, he would never have bothered to fight with him here. He might be a veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he did not have the confidence to kill a grand dragon. If he could not kill the other party, then why waste time trying? Thinking back to how Yang Kai had repeatedly and desperately acted as though his life had been hanging by a thread, Shi Zheng nearly grounded his teeth to bits. This boy has been hiding his strength just to keep me hanging and buying time by making me think that I have the ability to kill him. In the end, just when Shi Zheng decided to pull out his trump card and end things swiftly, Yang Kai finally revealed the truth. How can he be so despicable and shameless? Bastard! Yang Kai, who had transformed into a grand dragon, shook his head side to side and spoke in a thunderous voice, "Are you surprised?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 47-44, I'll be waiting for you up ahead. Fuck your surprise. For the first time in his life, Shi Zheng discovered that a person could be this shameless. He had the sudden urge to leave right now. Unfortunately, his divine manifestation had already been summoned, so there was no choice but to release the arrow on the string. The shocking sword transformed into a dazzling stream of light that stabbed straight at Yang Kai's enormous body. A razor-sharp aura that contained heaven-destroying and earth-shattering force immediately appeared in front of Yang Kai's dragon head. Yang Kai opened his mouth and let out a roar. A brilliant golden ray of light shot out from his mouth. Dragon breath. The fluctuation from that burst of horrifying energy caused a huge wave of ripples to spread outward. Nevertheless, the giant sword that had transformed into a stream of light slowly, but steadily pushed forward despite being enveloped by the golden dragon breath. I can't block it. Yang Kai's dragon eyes widened in horror. The power of the dragon source in his body had already been urged to its limits, but it was still not enough. It was not his first time fighting a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but it was his first time facing the divine manifestation unleashed by one. Besides, Zhuo Quanhui was obviously significantly weaker compared to Shi Zheng. Even if Zhuo Quanhui were to face such a blow, he would have to flee in the face of danger. Although Yang Kai had advanced to become a Grand Dragon and obtained the capital to hold his own against a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it had not been long since his breakthrough. Not to mention, this was his first time fighting as a Grand Dragon, so he was sorely lacking in experience as a result. The main reason was that he had always assumed a half-dragon form during his dragon transformation. Unlike back then, he was now an actual dragon and was unfamiliar with his new dragon form, so it was difficult for him to bring out the true strength of a grand dragon. A short while later, the giant sword suddenly trembled violently and broke through the blockade of the dragon breath to stab straight at his head. In that moment of life or death, Yang Kai abruptly tilted his head. It was a pity that his enormous form, while extremely imposing, was not as agile or flexible as a human body, and he failed to avoid the attack as a result. A stream of blood mist erupted from his chest, accompanied by a low groan. At the same time, his 10,000 meters long dragon form was sent flying backwards as though he was struck by a mountain. By the time Yang Kai finally managed to stabilize his figure, he looked down to see an additional wound the size of a house on his chest. Golden blood gushed out from the wound, and the surrounding dragon scales had been shattered to pieces. Yang Kai was secretly horrified. It had to be said that the defensive abilities of a grand dragon were extremely powerful. Not to mention, he had concentrated all his strength on his chest at the last moment. Nevertheless, he was still injured by Shi Zheng's shocking sword. The horrors of that sword could clearly be seen. Fortunately, by some stroke of luck, he had managed to avoid being hit in a vital spot during the exchange, so although his current wound looked very terrible, it was not critical. The only difficulty was that he could sense a strange force lingering around his wound. That force was producing traces of sword chi that hindered his regenerative abilities. This is a big loss. Yang Kai forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood and looked up. Shi Zheng had already transformed into a stream of light on the horizon and escaped into the distance. There was no hesitation in his actions. After unleashing his sword attack, he immediately turned around and fled without caring whether Yang Kai survived or not. That was because he knew that the masters in the star boundary were already rushing over. If he did not leave now, he would not have another chance to leave again. Yang Kai's enormous dragon eyes stared at Shi Zheng's back calmly. He was in no rush to give chase. Instead, he sneered and sent a transmission out, "I'll let you escape for a while. I'll have to hand it to you if you manage to escape." Shi Zheng, who was fleeing in front, paused for a moment. He was tempted to turn around and kill Yang Kai on the spot. After being taunted, he recalled that Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, so running away would not allow him to escape. However, things had already reached this point, so he had no other choice but to keep his head down and proceed onward in hopes of fleeing from high heaven territory. Yang Kai's enormous body lay horizontally in the void as he urged his power to cover the wound on his chest. The force behind Shi Zheng's attack was very heavy. Furthermore, that attack had a strong lingering effect. Even if a normal person did not die from those after effects, they would lose their mobility and be forced to recuperate on the spot. Thanks to Yang Kai's incredible recuperative abilities, it only took a short while for him to suppress and seal the strange force in his wounds to prevent it from affecting his movements later. Only then did he push his space principles and chase after Shi Zheng. In the void, Shi Zheng transformed into a stream of light and frantically raced towards the territory gate. If he wanted to escape from high heaven territory, then his only option was to head towards the territory gate. As luck would have it, the situation in high heaven territory was different from the other bountiful great territories due to its remote location. There was only one territory gate leading in and out of high heaven territory, therefore, he had no other choice. A short while later, Shi Zheng's figure, which had been rushing forward, suddenly came to a halt. He stared at the enormous figure in front of him with a helpless gaze. Having transformed into a grand dragon, Yang Kai's body literally shone with a golden light. He was so dazzling that it was difficult not to notice him even from afar. Besides, Yang Kai had no intention of concealing himself and simply stood there openly to wait for Shi Zheng. Upon seeing that Shi Zheng had finally appeared, Yang Kai snapped in annoyance, "You sure ran really slowly." He had already been waiting here for some time prior to Shi Zheng's arrival. Grand dragons are not immortal. Shi Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Kai snorted, steam coming out of his large nostrils as he declared, "You won the first round. Let's begin the second round. I won't lose this time." Shi Zheng gritted his teeth and said nothing. A giant sword that sparkled as brightly as a star slowly emerged from his back and rose into the sky. Yang Kai felt his teeth hurting at the sight. Without even thinking, he turned around and fled, his voice wafting over from far away, "Fine, you've got guts indeed. The second round is your win. I'll be waiting for you up ahead for the third round." Shi Zheng was so furious that he nearly coughed up blood. Not daring to waste time fighting Yang Kai, he simply wanted to end things as quickly as possible. His first attack might not have killed Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had been heavily injured nonetheless. If he followed up with a second attack, he might just be able to obliterate Yang Kai. That was why he summoned his divine manifestation without any hesitation. Who could have known that Yang Kai would escape? He ran. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, he turned tail and ran. Like punching cotton, Shi Zheng's ferocious blow came to naught. Hence, there were no words to describe his agony. Didn't that brat claim that he would not lose again with such confidence? Why did he turn and run as soon as the words left his mouth? Shi Zheng was tempted to ask Yang Kai if he even knew what the meaning of integrity was. It would not have mattered so much if it was just a normal attack, but the key point was that the energy consumption from activating one's divine manifestation was extremely high. It was true even for a mighty 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him. Shi Zheng had already activated his divine manifestation twice. Although the effect had previously been somewhat useful, the divine manifestation he unleashed this time was completely pointless. Divine manifestations were trump cards to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, and as such could not be used casually. Once brought out, they should be able to play a decisive role in battle because the consumption was simply too great. Even Shi Zheng only had enough strength to use his divine manifestation 4 or 5 times before he was completely exhausted. Moreover, this was the second time he cast his divine manifestation. If he does that again later, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Just who did I meet? Why didn't I realize that he is such a despicable person when I interacted with him in the past? In any case, this attack was useless, and he had no other place to go, so he could only continue towards the territory gate. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he came across Yang Kai waiting for him again. Yang Kai's enormous body lay horizontally across the void, his dragon claws waved about wildly and his dragon tail swept from side to side. He looked like he was doing warm-ups before a big battle. As soon as they met again, Yang Kai immediately asked, "Are you going to cast that sword again? If you are, then hurry up. I'll consider the third round your win again." Shi Zheng gritted his teeth to hold back the roiling blood in his chest and shouted, "Die." It was meaningless for him to win numerous rounds. After all, it only took losing one round for everything to end for him. This was an unfair fight through and through. As soon as his shout rang out, he charged towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered. "Without the divine manifestation, why should a grand dragon like me fear you?" This was his first battle since becoming a grand dragon, so having a powerful enemy to train his senses was exactly what he wanted. Hence, Yang Kai immediately became entangled with Shi Zheng. After transforming into a grand dragon, his body became unimaginably enormous. In particular, his field of vision was very different from before. In the past, even after using his dragon transformation, his body retained some human characteristics, so his fighting style didn't have to change much. On the contrary, many of the battle skills he accumulated through past fights could no longer be used after transforming into a grand dragon. Yang Kai had to learn everything from scratch once more. However, he could not win without transforming into his grand dragon form because he was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Only by transforming into the grand dragon would he have the qualification to openly compete with a high-rank Open Heaven realm master. For a time, the scene was as tragic as could be. The majestic grand dragon was practically a punching bag for Shi Zheng, and Yang Kai suffered endless beatings. Shi Zheng threw numerous divine abilities and secret techniques in quick succession, and when those attacks landed on Yang Kai's dragon scales, many of them were blasted off. The attacks of a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master were extraordinary indeed. Yang Kai felt pain coming from all over his body. It was doubtful if there was a single spot on his body that did not hurt. Fortunately, a grand dragon had innately powerful defenses. Yang Kai also activated his wood element power, which contained the condensed essence of the immortal tree. Relying on these abilities to heal these injuries during battle, he barely managed to persevere. In any case, his aim was not to kill Shi Zheng, but rather to buy time by delaying him here. That was enough. As long as Shi Zheng did not cast his divine manifestation, he could not do anything to Yang Kai. During the battle, Yang Kai gradually familiarized himself with the body of a grand dragon. At the beginning, he focused only on defending himself as he was powerless to fight back. However, he slowly became capable of counterattacking as the fight went on. Although the number of times that Yang Kai managed to counterattack were few and far between, every one of those attacks frightened Shi Zheng greatly. There was no helping it, though, as even the local space would be shredded when the huge dragon claws swiped towards him. If he was caught in those dragon claws, even a 7th-order open heaven realm master like him would die. Hence, he summoned his divine manifestation once more while Yang Kai was unprepared. At the same time, he desperately drew upon his strength to create a heaven-sealing earth-locking cage around them. This attack had to kill Yang Kai, for if he missed this opportunity, then he was bound to suffer a tragic ending. That was why he waited for a perfect moment to activate his divine manifestation and use the heaven-sealing earth-locking technique. Yang Kai had no way to escape. Even if he had the ability to break the void to flee, doing so would undoubtedly take a few breaths in this situation. When masters fought each other, a single breath was more than enough to determine the difference between life and death. Shi Zheng originally believed that Yang Kai would try to escape again when he summoned his divine manifestation, but who could have anticipated that Yang Kai wouldn't turn to flee this time around? Moreover, his dragon eyes seemed to indicate that he was taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. Shi Zheng suddenly had an ominous feeling, as though something extremely bad was about to happen. Before he could unleash his divine manifestation, Yang Kai suddenly clenched his enormous dragon claws into a fist and punched forward fiercely. A dragon roar reverberated through the air. Cow punch. Cow punch. What kind of cow is he attacking? Shi Zheng was a little dumbstruck. However, in the next moment, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The color in his face drained abruptly as his small universe shook violently and his world force became exceedingly chaotic. Martial Peak, Chapter 47-45, Black Ink Eternal. Yang Kai's fist had clearly struck empty space, but Shi Zheng felt as though all that energy was erupting inside his small universe. I can't believe he has the means to attack my small universe directly. Shi Zheng was absolutely horrified by the attack. For open heaven realm masters, the small universe in their bodies was their foundation. It was their everything. Therefore, the slightest turbulence in their small universe was enough to affect the combat ability of any open heaven realm master. Consequently, throughout countless years of inheritance, many brilliant and talented ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises had overcome various difficulties and paved the way forward by comprehending numerous divine abilities and secret techniques that could impact the small universe directly. These attacks were the closely kept secrets of each sect. Nevertheless, these divine abilities and secret techniques were bound to have traces that could be detected and guarded against. Shi Zheng himself had learned such a secret technique and even used it during the battle, it was just that it was completely ineffective against Yang Kai. Having refined one of the 4 universe pillars, Yang Kai's small universe was flawless and extremely stable. It could be said to be the greatest nemesis of these divine abilities and secret techniques. On the contrary, Yang Kai's attack had shown no signs at all. Even if Shi Zheng wanted to defend himself, he did not know how to take precautions against the attack. Only then did he understand one thing. Damn it! I'm the cow he's punching. Yang Kai sneered, why did you think I was spending so much time fighting with you? You fell for it, didn't you? You fool! The cow punch secret technique was very strong indeed, moreover, it was elusive and all but impossible to defend against. The only drawback to this secret technique was that it required quite a long preparation period beforehand. The preparation period varied according to the strength of the opponent. Yang Kai had to follow the fluctuations of the enemy's aura back to their small universe in order to successfully perform his cow punch secret technique. Inside the shattered heaven, Blood Crow Divine Monarch had suffered from the cow punch secret technique greatly. Shi Zheng was simply following in his footsteps now. This secret technique was a bizarre method for the weak to overcome the strong against all odds. Shi Zheng sprayed out a stream of blood mist that spread into the distance, and his aura abruptly weakened. His small universe had been bombarded by Yang Kai's secret technique, causing it to shake and his world force to become disordered. If the injuries were only to this extent, then he would not be in such a miserable condition. He was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. With his extraordinary cultivation, such a level of injury was nothing to him. The instability in his small universe would also calm down quickly. The key point was that he had been activating his divine manifestation at that exact moment, hence, he was completely focused on the task at hand and the power in his body could not withstand the slightest bit of slack. It was at this juncture that Yang Kai punched out at Shi Zheng. When the giant sword rising into the sky behind his back shattered and collapsed, Shi Zheng instantly suffered an immense backlash. This situation was equivalent to being struck by his own attack, and it was only by luck that he did not die on the spot. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at the sight. Elder Shi, you really do have extraordinary skills. You even hit yourself when you lose your temper. I'm impressed. Shi Zheng gritted his teeth, fresh blood trickling out the sides of his mouth. The rage and despair in his heart could not be described with mere words. Powerful energy fluctuations suddenly appeared from afar. Both Yang Kai and Shi Zheng turned to look in that direction at the same time. Numerous light streams were rushing in this direction. They were none other than the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who had rushed over from the star boundary. Yang Kai immediately became elated by the sight and turned to look at Shi Zheng. Elder Shi, I'm afraid you're doomed. At present, Shi Zheng's aura was faint and chaotic. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Even Yang Kai had the confidence to take Shi Zheng down by himself, let alone with the arrival of so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. It could be said that Shi Zheng had been completely backed into a corner at this point. Shi Zheng took a deep breath and looked at Yang Kai with a slightly complicated expression. The rage that had filled him earlier vanished all of a sudden, and his entire being became extremely calm. Yang Kai frowned. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Meanwhile, Shi Zheng just sat down cross-legged in the void. His eyes that were quietly staring at Yang Kai abruptly became pitch black, and a thick black fog poured out of his entire body. Yang Kai became vigilant. This aura is familiar. He suddenly recalled the gift that Shi Zheng had given to him recently and frowned deeply. Didn't that worm that sprang out from the wooden box have the same aura? Just what is it? Black ink. Eternal. Shi Zheng called out faintly. As soon as the words left his mouth, his entire body was shrouded in the churning black fog and disappeared out of sight. In the distance, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who rushed over from the star boundary looked suspicious when they first caught sight of the situation. In the next moment, they seemed to recall something and their expressions changed drastically. Yu Changdao and the Foreign Affairs Envoy from Yinyang Cave Heaven called Yu Xiangdai urgently cried out to Yang Kai, run. But it was too late. The black fog wrapping around Shi Zheng exploded without warning. A large patch of inky blackness swiftly covered the surrounding void like a drop of ink that was dripped into a pool of clear water. The darkness covered a large region in an instant, and Yang Kai who was standing nearby was enveloped within. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters halted in their tracks. Every single person looked at the darkness fearfully. On the other hand, Yu Changdao and Yu Xiangdai looked extremely worried. Unfortunately, there was no time for them to hesitate. The high-rank open heaven realm masters did not communicate with each other at all, but they still moved as though their hearts and minds were connected. They quickly split up and surrounded the large patch of void that was shrouded in the black fog from a distance. Following that, they immediately threw out various divine abilities and secret techniques with heaven-sealing earth-locking effects. The joint force of several dozen high-rank open heaven realm masters working together was so powerful that it only took a single breath before this region containing the black fog was turned into a solid cage. When they finished sealing the void, they finally breathed a sigh of relief as they looked around nervously. However, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Yu Changdao was silent for a long while before he said, "Sect Master Yang seemed to be a grand dragon. With the strength of a grand dragon, it should not be too difficult for him to resist that evil thing." Yu Xiangdai muttered, "Let's hope so." The strength of a grand dragon could indeed resist the erosion of that evil. It could even be said that the strength of all divine spirits had a natural advantage against it. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was currently stuck in the middle of that wicked fog. Nobody could say much about the current situation with any certainty, and Yang Kai himself had yet to appear either, so there was no way to know his condition. During their conversation though, the thick fog suddenly swirled around and Yang Kai's enormous body rushed out from within. "What is this?" Yang Kai scowled deeply. That black fog gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was exceptionally sinister. Clearly, it was not something good. Moreover, he had tried to search for Shi Zheng's whereabouts inside the black fog only to discover that he could not detect Shi Zheng's life aura anywhere. It was as if Shi Zheng's last act was self-destruction. Why did he act so decisively? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. Shi Zheng was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, so even if he failed to kill Yang Kai and could not escape the many high-rank open heaven realm masters who came over to support Yang Kai, there was no need to kill himself on the spot. However, that was exactly what Shi Zheng did. Speaking of which, all of Shi Zheng's actions today puzzled Yang Kai greatly, especially the last words that Shi Zheng said earlier. Turning around, Yang Kai saw many high-rank open heaven realm masters standing far away and looking at him in astonishment. Thus, he swung around and headed straight towards them. He could not understand what had happened today, but these high-rank open heaven realm masters might know something. Contrary to his expectations, as soon as he moved, they reacted warily, as though they were about to face a great enemy. Their world forces surged, and they all took up defensive postures. One of them shouted, "Stay where you are and don't move. If you take another step forward, we will attack without mercy." Locked onto by the divine senses and auras of several dozen high-rank open heaven realm masters, Yang Kai felt mountain-like pressure bearing down on him even though he was in his grand dragon form. His enormous figure was immediately frozen in place. His dragon head turned to look at them, and he asked in a thunderous voice, "What's going on?" For a moment, Yang Kai suspected that they were in league with Shi Zheng, however, he realized that the situation was different upon a closer look. Rather than plotting to harm him, it was almost like they were scared of him. "Didn't you come here to rescue me?" Yang Kai was a little speechless. What's more, it was not until this moment that he realized something else: the space where he was standing had been sealed by an extremely powerful force. The high-ranked masters exchanged glances with each other, their divine senses fluctuating as they communicated silently. It was obvious that they were discussing something, but they couldn't seem to reach a consensus despite their long discussion. Yang Kai eventually lost patience and glared angrily at them. "What is the meaning of this?" Yu Xiangdai stepped forward to comfort him. "Yang Kai, please don't be impatient. We are not targeting you specifically, but what happened today is a little complicated. Before we figure out whether you are safe or not, please don't make any rash movements lest you cause any misunderstandings." She was the foreign affairs envoy from Yinyang Cave Heaven, and he was a son-in-law of Yinyang Cave Heaven, therefore, he could only listen to her when she spoke up. Yang Kai frowned slightly and said, "Shi Zheng seems to be dead, and I'm safe now." Yu Xiangdai shook her head. "However, and said, "It's impossible to tell whether you're safe from your outer appearance. Let me ask you this, how are you feeling right now?" Yang Kai shook his body a bit and replied, "It hurts a bit." Having just fought with Shi Zheng, his entire body was covered in wounds, hence, he was in terrible pain and desperately needed to find a place to recuperate. Yu Xiangdai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not asking you about that. I was asking you, whether there's anything strange about your small universe." Yang Kai responded confidently, "There are no anomalies." What could be wrong with the world spring protecting his small universe? Shi Zheng had repeatedly attempted to shake his small universe during their brief fight, but it was all to no avail. Yu Xiangdai frowned slightly. Although he said as much, she did not dare to believe him completely. The 3,000 worlds was vast, and there were many things that the general public, and even most disciples of the cave heavens and paradises, did not know about. Be that as it may, how could seventh-order open heaven realm masters like themselves not be aware? Even if something had happened to Yang Kai, it was impossible to tell from his outer appearance, otherwise, they would not have been fooled by Shi Zheng for so many years. Yu Changdao explained, "Sect Master Yang, you've seen all of Shi Zheng's anomalies for yourself. The black ink smoke that he released before his death is also extremely corrosive. If the small universe of an ordinary open heaven realm master becomes corroded by the black ink smoke, they will turn into the same existence as Shi Zheng. They will seem no different from the outside, but their nature will be changed drastically. Sect Master Yang, we are unable to determine whether you have been corrupted by the black ink smoke." Only then did Yang Kai understand why they were being so vigilant towards him. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Is the black ink smoke really that amazing?" Thinking back, he had indeed felt as though the black mist had been trying to corrode his small universe when it entered his body. It was just that his small universe was flawless under the world spring's protection. It was impossible for the black ink smoke to corrode him unless he opened a portal to accept the black ink smoke into his small universe himself. In this way, it was obvious that the object contained within the wooden box had been trying to invade his small universe. However, it was suppressed by the world spring in his small universe. His small universe was perfectly protected, so that worm had been unable to invade him and was forced to flee as a result. If that's the case, you don't need to worry. I have not been corroded by the black ink smoke. They only watched him quietly. Martial Peak, Chapter 47-46, here it is. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, "What's wrong? Don't you believe me?" Yu Xiangdai sighed, "It's easy enough to confirm this fact. I'll go and check out your small universe myself." Why do those words sound so familiar? Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. Back when he was asked to repair the universe temples, the ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises had also made the same request. No. Before Yang Kai could say anything, one of the high-rank open realm masters interjected, "If he has been corroded by the black ink smoke, then you will also be in danger if you enter his small universe to investigate the situation, Elder Yu." Yu Xiangdai smiled, "No matter how you put it, Yang Kai is a Yin-Yang cave heaven son-in-law. It's only natural for me to take this risk as his elder. Besides, he can transform into a grand dragon. He has a certain level of resistance to the black ink smoke, so he might not have been corrupted." The high-rank open realm master shook his head, "It's better to be cautious. Let's send a message to our respective ancestors and ask them to decide about the situation." Yang Kai was a little shocked. Why are they dragging their ancestors into this matter? The ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises were all 8th order open heaven realm masters. Most of the time, they remained inside their respective sects and were not dispatched easily. It looks like this matter is more serious than I expected. Yu Xiangdai pondered in silence for a moment. "I insist on investigating the situation inside Yang Kai's small universe. The black ink smoke might be corrosive, but it can be resisted as long as one has enough strength. There's always a risk. The 3,000 worlds is not that place, after all, the high-rank open realm master from earlier quickly said. At this moment, Yang Kai spoke up, will you be reassured if I can prove that I have not been corroded by the black ink smoke? Wuxia Dai looked at him, how will you prove that? Yang Kai smacked his lips. He had not wanted to reveal the fact that he had refined the world spring, as that was something that would rouse too much greed in others. Bright Sun Divine Monarch had pursued him from the shattered heaven all the way to the ancestral land just for the sake of the world spring. If an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would do that, how could the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here be any different? These high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters might come from the cave heavens and paradises, but one should never fully let their guard down around others. Shi Zheng was the best example. Before coming here today, Yang Kai would never have believed that Shi Zheng would harm him in any way. He thought that Shi Zheng only wanted to discuss the matter regarding the good fortune divine furnace with him. However, things might take a turn for the worst with how they stood at the moment. Not only was the space where he was standing sealed, but it was also impossible for him to fight so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Besides, the misunderstanding would only get worse if he actually got into a fight with them. More importantly, it would be even harder to take the initiative if they invited the ancestors of various cave heavens and paradises here. After weighing all the pros and cons, Yang Kai decided to tell the truth, I have refined a world spring, so it is impossible for external forces to corrode my small universe. A world spring! Everybody exclaimed in astonishment. As high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, how could they not know about the world spring? That was one of the 4 universe pillars, after all. The world spring was a treasure that any Open Heaven Realm Master would wish for. Everybody, please have a look for yourselves. While speaking, Yang Kai opened the portal to his small universe for them to see inside clearly. The secret of his world spring had been exposed, so he did not mind exposing even more. Besides, it was useless to only speak about such things. They would not believe him unless they saw the truth with their own eyes. Numerous divine senses immediately passed through his portal in that moment and poured into his small universe. Yang Kai immediately frowned in response. It was an uncomfortable feeling, as though his home had been invaded by outsiders. Huh, somebody exclaimed in surprise, his small universe has already materialized. The transformation of one's small universe from immaterial to corporal was something that was reserved for high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universe of those below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm were unable to fully materialize. Be that as it may, the scene in front of them exceeded their understanding. Yang Kai was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but his small universe had already turned corporeal. How did he do it? Leaving aside the future, Yang Kai was the only 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to have ever achieved such a feat throughout history. At least, there were no prior records written in the ancient books. That was why these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were completely stunned. World Spring! It really is a world spring! Even more shocked voices ran out. A world spring was such an obvious existence that they immediately noticed its presence at a glance. Under the effects of the world spring, they could clearly sense that Yang Kai's small universe was flawless and extremely stable. It was difficult for his small universe to be affected by any external forces. In addition to their feelings of envy, they also felt relieved. With the world spring protecting his small universe, it was true that he would not be corroded by the black ink smoke. What's more, they did not sense any of the black ink smoke's aura in his small universe. Before they could investigate Yang Kai's small universe more carefully though, they felt an immense force shoving their divine senses out. Many of them were unsatisfied with what they saw so far. They seemed to have seen some peculiar things inside his small universe, but they were kicked out before they could get a better look. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already returned to his human form and closed his small universe. He then asked, "There are no problems now, right?" Everybody exchanged a glance with each other and Wuxia Dai breathed a sigh of relief, "It's no problem now." Come over here before we continue the discussion. Only then did he move and come to their side. You've worked hard. She nodded at him. It's great that you're safe. Please don't blame us for being overly cautious. The black ink smoke is simply too dangerous. I understand. Sect Master Yang, are you raising living beings in your small universe? One of them suddenly raised the question. Although it was only a brief glimpse, there were so many villages and cities in Yang Kai's small universe that the traces of living beings thriving inside could be seen clearly. That's right. Is there a problem? Yang Kai looked at that person. No problem at all. Your luck sure is good, Sect Master Yang. That person sighed in amazement. Countless years had passed since they first advanced into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. They themselves had thought of raising living beings in their small universes to increase the speed of their cultivation, but this idea was not realistic. Even though they were in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, there were still times when their small universes became unstable. Who would dare to raise living beings in their small universe so casually? Those living inside would suffer tragic casualties if they were to encounter a powerful enemy, after all. However, Yang Kai was different. With the protection of the World Spring, there was no need for him to worry about that problem. In other words, his cultivation would increase steadily even without him cultivating. It was equivalent to becoming stronger with every passing moment. That was extremely enviable. What kind of creatures are those little rocks? Why have I never seen them before? Another person asked. What little rocks? You must have been mistaken, Yang Kai responded with a straight face. Sect Master Yang, I think I saw some profoundine bamboo in your small universe. What profoundine bamboo? Yang Kai vehemently denied, there's no such thing. Don't be like that, Sect Master Yang. We can negotiate the price if you really have the profoundine bamboo. The profoundine bamboo is different from the 4 universe pillars. If we nurture it properly, we can gain an inexhaustible supply that is truly unlimited. Instead of enjoying such a treasure on your own, why don't you exchange the profoundine bamboo with us for something good? Can I exchange them for the training rights of a small source world? Yang Kai asked flatly. Didn't you say that you don't have the profoundine bamboo? Many rolled their eyes. The person from earlier nodded repeatedly and smiled from ear to ear, we can negotiate something. What are the terms of negotiation? Yang Kai looked at that person with great interest. Leave that for later. Yu Changdao waved his hand decisively before declaring, let's deal with the matter in front of us first before we talk about anything else. Indeed. Somebody agreed. Yang Kai shot a look at the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who brought up the profoundine bamboo earlier to indicate that they would have an in-depth discussion on the matter later. That person nodded lightly to indicate that he understood. Thanks to the looks they exchanged with each other earlier, everything they wanted to say had been said. Sect Master, just what happened today? Yu Changdao asked while looking at Yang Kai. Yang Kai replied innocently, you're asking me? That's what I wanted to ask you. High Heaven Palace's head manager informed me today that Shi Zheng of Langya Paradise asked for a meeting with me. It seemed like he had something he wanted to discuss. Thinking that I had nothing better to do anyway, I decided to come. In the end, he gave me a generous gift as soon as I arrived. A generous gift? Yu Xiangdai frowned. Yang Kai nodded, that's right. As you all know, Langya Paradise and I have some connection with each other. Shi Zheng is a Langya Paradise elder. If he wants to give me a gift, there's no way I can turn it down. So, I reluctantly accepted. The rest of them looked at each other with strange expressions. After a period of contact with Yang Kai, how could they not know his nature by now? He was the kind of person who did not act until he was certain that he could succeed. That was the case with the World Tree before, and that was also the case now with the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. He even went so far as to create a special space array to monopolize the new great territory, making it difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to interfere in that matter. If somebody was willing to give him a gift, he would surely accept with unwavering enthusiasm. How could he possibly be reluctant in any way? Nevertheless, they couldn't be bothered to argue about his manner of blatantly talking himself up. "What did he give you?" Yu Changdao asked in concern. It was as though he really wanted to know what kind of treasures Shi Zheng had offered as a gift. It was just that Shi Zheng had been corrupted by the black ink. For that reason, the things that he offered as a gift should not be taken lightly. Precautions had to be taken in advance in case it turned out to be something bad. "Here it is." While speaking, Yang Kai took out the wooden box from his space ring and opened it abruptly. A black thread shot out from within. Yang Kai was ready and immediately captured it in his hand. The headless and tailless thing that resembled a black earthworm struggled and wriggled in his hands, but could not escape. The high-rank open heaven realm masters were stunned for a moment, then they reacted as though facing a great enemy. Their expressions changed drastically, and they swiftly retreated using their various movement skills. In an instant, the space within a 100 kilometers radius around him became devoid of people. Yang Kai looked up at them and seemed a little speechless. "Why did you run so far?" "Don't worry. I'm holding this thing, so it can't escape." Nevertheless, he could understand why they fled. They had been so vigilant towards the black ink smoke that was left behind after Shi Zheng's death. What more this black earthworm-like thing in his hands? This thing definitely came from the same source as the black ink smoke. Moreover, it was stronger than the black ink smoke. An ordinary person would definitely have gotten into trouble if they held the black earthworm with their bare hands. Fortunately, his small universe was so perfect and flawless that this black earthworm could not corrode him at all. It could be said to have met its nemesis. "Sect Master, please put away that black ink insect." Yu Changdao shouted from afar, "That thing is too dangerous. Open heaven realm masters like us cannot afford to be contaminated." "So, this thing is called a black ink insect?" Yang Kai glanced at the black earthworm in his hand, seeming to feel something. The black smoke left behind after Shi Zheng's death was called black ink smoke. This thing was called a black ink insect, and Shi Zheng had mentioned something before his death, black ink eternal. "What is this? Black ink?" Yang Kai suddenly felt as though the 3,000 worlds were not as simple as he initially thought. Then, he recalled what Su Lingdong mentioned in the past, that the universe was vast, and the waters were muddy. There seemed to be a secret in the shadows that was affecting the 3,000 worlds, and the fog was about to be lifted before his eyes. Marshall Peak, Chapter 47-47, The Black Ink Clan. "Everyone, is there something you know that I don't?" Yang Kai asked. The crowd fell silent. A long time later, a white-robed high-rank open heaven realm master finally said, "Sect Master Yang, there are many secrets in the world. Some things are better left unknown." The words had only just left his mouth when he heard Yang Kai giving a cry of surprise. Everybody thought that Yang Kai had been injured during his battle with Shi Zheng earlier, so they quickly looked at him in concern. In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. The black ink insect that had been captured in Yang Kai's hand all this time had escaped his grasp for some reason. It had transformed into a black thread that rushed towards the white-robed high-rank open heaven realm master at the speed of lightning. The white-robed high-rank open heaven realm master immediately became drenched in cold sweat. He might be in the seventh-order open heaven realm, but he was bound to suffer a tragic end if he was corrupted by the black ink insect. The only possibility was that his small universe would be invaded and he would eventually become corrupted by the black ink like Shi Zheng. According to the ancient books, it was extremely tough to defend against the black ink insect, unless they could kill it in time. If it got too close, then even an 8th-order open heaven realm master would suffer terribly. Space suddenly condensed slightly, and under the fluctuations of space principles, the black thread that was rushing towards the white-robed seventh-order open heaven realm master froze in place. Yang Kai leisurely walked over, then he grabbed the struggling black ink insect with his hand and looked up at the white-robed seventh-order open heaven realm master. What did you say just now? I apologize, but I did not hear you clearly. Can you repeat what you said? The black ink insect in his hand moved restlessly, as though it could escape from Yang Kai's control at any time. Everybody's expression darkened. He could have just spoken nicely. Why is he threatening others? Yu Xiangdai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With Sect Master Yang's current strength and status, I believe he has the right to know about these things. What do you think? Everyone fell silent, and only a long while later, somebody finally nodded. All right, we'll tell him. They had no choice but to explain the situation. Yang Kai was staring at them fixedly with the black ink insect in his hand, which frightened all of them. Who would dare to go against him at this moment? Besides, although these matters were only known to the elders of the cave heavens and paradises since ancient times, if it really came down to it, Yang Kai's current strength and status certainly gave him the qualifications to know about certain secrets. Naturally, the main reason was that he had been exposed to this matter today, making it useless even if they wanted to conceal the truth from him. The others did not express their opinions, but not saying anything was as good as having no objections to the matter. Only then did Yu Xiangdai say, "Put the black ink insect away." Fine. Yang Kai obediently placed the black ink insect back into the wooden box and tossed the box into his space ring. Everybody finally breathed a sigh of relief. The high-rank open heaven realm masters who were regarded as terrifying existences were played around by Yang Kai. Just thinking of the situation earlier, they couldn't help feeling complicated. The void was not the place to discuss such matters, so Yu Xiangdai raised a hand and summoned a ship. Everybody boarded and sat down on the deck. Yang Kai widened his eyes and stared at the people in front of him with a thirst for knowledge. Meanwhile, the high-rank open heaven realm masters stared at Yu Xiangdai. Their meaning was clear: since you brought up this matter, it is up to you to solve it. Yu Xiangdai rolled her eyes at them before she turned to look at Yang Kai. If we have to be honest, our understanding of this matter is fragmented and not very comprehensive. Thanks to this incident, Yang Kai clearly felt her intent to protect him. When he had been suspected of being corrupted by the black ink smoke, she had proactively offered to inspect his small universe. It could be seen that she truly regarded him as Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's son-in-law. That was why Yang Kai willingly believed her words and nodded. In that case, please tell me what you know. She pondered in silence for a moment, seeming to arrange her thoughts. A short while later, she finally started her explanation. In this world, there exists a peculiar race known as the Black Ink. We call them the Black Ink Clan. The Black Ink Clan was apparently extremely dangerous. The main reason was that they had extremely powerful invasive and corrosive abilities. This was something Yang Kai himself had personally experienced. Whether it was the black ink smoke that Shi Zheng left behind after his death or the black ink insect, both had such properties. Once a cultivator's small universe was corroded by the black ink aura, they would turn into the Black Ink Clan's slaves and undergo a drastic change in mentality. However, it was impossible to tell the difference by appearance alone. Those who were converted looked no different from normal. That was the case for Shi Zheng. Nobody ever thought that he had been corroded by the Black Ink Clan and became one of their servants. Yang Kai listened with a deep frown. If that was the case, then the Black Ink Clan was truly difficult to guard against. Who could say whether the other party had been corrupted by the Black Ink Clan? The last time something like this happened in the 3,000 worlds was over 70,000 years ago. Yu Xiangdai lowered her voice slightly. I'm sure you've heard of this before. There was once a cave heaven that took in an extremely talented disciple. This disciple had the ability to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm. His aptitude was so great that it shocked both the past and present. That cave heaven devoted all their resources to nurturing him, and one day he finally advanced into the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. However, he suddenly underwent a drastic change in nature and went on a massacre. That cave heaven suffered countless casualties as a result, which eventually led to its collapse. There was no choice but to remove their name from the list of cave heavens and paradises. This was indeed a story that Yang Kai was familiar with, as he had heard it from Yu He when he was still in the Emperor realm. Yu Xiangdai continued, because that disciple was not raised in the cave heaven but accepted into the sect halfway through, a rumor spread across the 3,000 worlds from then onward. Cultivators who were not raised in a cave heaven or paradise were not allowed to advance directly into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, lest they grow up and threaten the dominance of the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai couldn't help certain memories from flashing before his eyes. His journey to the Open Heaven realm had been wrought with countless obstacles set up by the cave heavens and paradises. Zheng of Myriad Demons Cave Heaven did not even hesitate to lure him into the Shattered Heaven, where a great ambush lay in wait just to hinder his advancement into the Open Heaven realm. In the end, he had been forced to break through to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. The cave heavens and paradises finally stopped targeting him after that. Yang Kai had no regrets about the matter. The proprietress had been trapped in the shadowless cave heaven at the time, and his cultivation in the Emperor realm had been far too weak. He had no choice but to advance into the Open Heaven realm for the opportunity to enter the shadowless cave heaven to rescue her. Even though he had no regrets, he could not help feeling some resentment towards the cave heavens and paradises when he recalled everything he went through in the past. He had been cultivating on his own without provoking anyone, so why was he not allowed to advance directly into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm? It was not until today that he learned the truth. The inheritance of the cave heavens and paradises stretches back for countless eons. If they were truly so petty, they would never have reached such prosperous heights. The reason they do not allow cultivators from the outside world to advance directly into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm is not to show their dominance, but to prevent the past from repeating itself. The catastrophe from 70,000 years ago brought down a cave heaven. It's obvious that nobody wants that to happen a second time. If anybody were to advance directly into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm and was secretly converted by the Black Ink clan once more, it would be a catastrophe if they reached the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm undiscovered. On the other hand, anything beneath the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm would not make much of a difference. No matter how talented a person was, if they advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, they could only reach the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm due to innate limits. The cave heavens and paradises did not lack for Eighth Order Open Heaven realm masters, so once the truth was exposed, many ancestors would take action and the situation could be controlled. Yang Kai furrowed his brow tightly together as he asked, "Is that to say that the genius was corrupted by the Black Ink clan?" Yu Xiangdai nodded, "That's right. Nobody knows when he was enslaved, as the only signs appeared after he advanced into the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Since then, the Black Ink clan has not appeared in the 3,000 worlds again. To be honest, this is our first time seeing traces of the Black Ink clan with our own eyes. We have only ever read about them in ancient records before." Yang Kai frowned for a moment before saying puzzledly, "That can't be right. If the Black Ink clan is so difficult to guard against, then there should be a lot more of them. Why has the Black Ink clan remained silent for so many years that even you have never seen them?" Yu Changdao explained from the side, "It is difficult to resist the corruption of the Black Ink clan, but their main method of doing so is through the Black Ink insects. It's the thing you put back into that box just now. The Black Ink insects are apparently very rare and precious. Unless they come across an extremely valuable target, the Black Ink clan will not make a move so easily." Then, that black ink smoke, Yang Kai glanced suspiciously in the direction that Zheng had died. The high-rank Open Heaven realm masters had worked together to seal that space, and even now the black smoke churned and roiled, looking extremely ominous. Zheng was clearly infected by a black ink insect. When he saw us coming to aid you, he knew that he would not leave this place alive. That's why he chose to die. After his death, the black ink aura in his small universe exploded out. This black ink smoke is what's left. At the end of the day, the black ink smoke and the black ink insect are from the same source. It was no wonder these people immediately fled several kilometers away when he took out the black ink insect earlier. They were probably worried that the black ink insect in his hands would explode. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered, in other words, in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, I'm considered an extremely valuable target. Yu Xiangdai laughed, of course. You might only be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but the star boundary is now the focus of the entire 3,000 worlds. The existence of the world tree will also nurture many excellent cultivators in the future. Not to mention, you are a star boundary great emperor. If you were converted by the Black Ink clan, at that point, she suddenly stopped laughing and shuddered in fear. Asking you to destroy the star boundary is a simple task. If the star boundary no longer existed, then the open heaven realm cradle would be gone too. Everybody looked at each other and finally understood why Shizheng had tried to corrupt Yang Kai. On the other hand, Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. The ancestral land had a demon sealing land, and the demon sealing land contained a long-dead black giant spirit god. When he was cultivating in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, he had glimpsed the shocking battle that took place in ancient times. In order to suppress and seal the giant spirit god, the Dragon and Phoenix clans had paid an enormous price. In the end, both the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress were forced to sacrifice themselves, burning all their blood essence just to stop the rampaging enemy. Yang Kai had always wondered why that giant spirit god went to war against the divine spirits. After all, the giant spirit god clan was an extremely peaceful and innocent race. Although they were powerful, they did not provoke others for no reason. They only fed on dead universe worlds and traveled through the vast 3,000 worlds for that reason. Furthermore, he had not understood why the giant spirit god had been black in color. That giant spirit god was a little different from Ada, whom he met in the past. Yang Kai initially thought that it was just the difference between individuals of an ethnic group, but looking at things now. What if the giant spirit god in ancient times had been corrupted by the Black Ink? If his nature changed drastically after being corrupted by the Black Ink clan, then that giant spirit god had been enslaved by the Black Ink clan. Demon sealing land. Demon sealing land. That's not a demon sealing land. That's a Black Ink sealing land. Too much time had passed, so what happened in ancient times could no longer be known. The knowledge that was passed down through word of mouth over countless generations, which was why the Black Ink sealing land had been misrepresented as the demon sealing land instead. No wonder Yang Kai had not sensed the existence of any demon chi when he first entered the demon sealing land. That was because the land had nothing to do with demons in the first place. Martial Peak, Chapter 47-48, Voluntary Examination. Nobody knew how a mighty giant spirit god had been corrupted by the Black Ink clan in ancient times. Both the Dragon and Phoenix clans only succeeded in suppressing and sealing the giant spirit god by sacrificing the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress of the time in addition to half of the ancestral land. So many years had passed that even the giant spirit god had lost all vitality and the Black Ink clan's aura was nowhere to be found. The ancestral strength was extremely peculiar and powerful, moreover, it clearly had some restraining effects towards the Black Ink clan. If that was not the case, there would be remnants of the Black Ink clan even though so many years had passed and the giant spirit god had died completely. The Black Ink insect is extremely precious to the Black Ink clan, which is also why the Black Ink clan's actions are generally aimed only at high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. After all, converting a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master is not worth the effort to them. Yu Xiangdai explained, speaking of this, I'm sure you've also heard of another rumor. Aside from the cave heavens and paradises, anybody else who advances into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm and above would be pursued relentlessly. For that reason, many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters even flee to the Shattered Heaven, hide their names, and live in seclusion. Yang Kai asked pensively, so, the reason why the high-rank open heaven realm masters are being targeted by the cave heavens and paradises is that you are afraid they might come into contact with the Black Ink clan? She nodded, that's part of the reason. All the open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises cultivate secret techniques to stabilize their small universes to prevent corrosion by external forces. Although the effects are not as great as the world spring, these secret techniques will at least offer them some protection so that they are not completely powerless against the corrosion of the black ink insects. On the other hand, it is different for those who were not raised by the cave heavens and paradises. Despite being high-rank open heaven realm masters, if they were targeted by the black ink insect, they would only end up corroded by them. Yang Kai nodded lightly. After listening to her explanation, the other question in his heart had been answered. Having been to the Shattered Heaven, he knew that there were indeed many high-rank open heaven realm masters hiding there. All the high-rank open heaven realm masters hiding there were afraid of being rounded up by the cave heavens and paradises. Xia Lin Lang once mentioned that in order for the cave heavens and paradises to maintain their dominance, any outsiders who advanced into the Seventh Order open heaven realm would either be recruited into their ranks or vanish without a trace, suspected to have been killed. That was why, no matter how barren and dangerous it was in the Shattered Heaven, the high-rank open heaven realm masters hiding there would not leave easily. That was also the reason why Xia Lin Lang would rather flee into the depths of the Shattered Heaven, where death was almost certain, than leave together with Yang Kai. I heard that many high-rank open heaven realm masters just vanish without a trace, never to be heard from again, after being taken away. Yang Kai looked at Yu Xiang Dai. Yu Xiang Dai remained silent. The white-robed high-rank open heaven realm master replied, they are not dead. The cave heavens and paradises have never abused them either. They were simply sent to a certain place. As for where that place is, that information cannot be disclosed for the time being. Yang Kai took out the wooden box with a flip of his hand. The cover of the wooden box opened and closed, revealing the black thing inside that was eager to leap out of the box. The white-robed high-rank open heaven realm master looked melancholic. Am I being targeted? I'm definitely being targeted, right? Yu Xiang Dai stepped in to smooth things between them. Yang Kai, please stop asking questions. You will understand when the time comes. There are many things that the cave heavens and paradises have no choice but to conceal. It is not because we wish to do so, but because the truth will cause panic and havoc. It is not beneficial to the peace of the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. Putting the wooden box away, he grinned meaningfully. When the time comes. Are you referring to the moment when I advance into the Seventh Order open heaven realm? She said nothing once more, so it could only be taken as tacit acknowledgement. Yang Kai thus continued, I have another question. Lan Yu Ruo is currently in retreat in Void Land and attempting to advance into the Seventh Order open heaven realm. What will you do if she succeeds? Yu Xiang Dai answered, Lan Yu Ruo used to be a first-in shopkeeper, and first-in is the private property of C2 Kong from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. Hence, she can also be considered part of Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. When she advances into the Seventh Order open heaven realm, Xian Yuan Cave Heaven will take the appropriate measures. Besides, she herself knows about these things, so there is no need for you to worry. Yang Kai furrowed his brows slightly. Although his questions had gone unanswered, he could not inquire any further seeing as Yu Xiang Dai had already said so much. At this moment, Yu Chang Dao spoke up, friends, what we need to deal with right now is the matter related to Shi Zheng. Although he chose death, he had initially tried to corrupt Yang Kai with a black ink insect. That can only mean that he has even more black ink insects in his possession. This old master has reason to suspect that Shi Zheng is not the only person in Langya Paradise to be corrupted by the black ink. As soon as that statement came out, the expressions of all the high-rank open heaven realm masters became solemn. The fact that Shi Zheng had been corrupted by the Black Ink clan was truly unexpected. Something like this had not happened in 70,000 years after all. The cave heavens and paradises might have taken some precautions, but too much time had passed and their guard had clearly become too relaxed as a result. If Shi Zheng had not tried to corrupt Yang Kai with the black ink insect today, his identity would not have been exposed either. In that case, how many more Shi Zhengs were there in Langya Paradise? More importantly, how many other Shi Zhengs were there among the rest of the cave heavens and paradises? Nobody knew for certain the answers to those questions, but the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse all of a sudden. Most importantly, where did the black ink insect come from? It was impossible for people corrupted by the black ink to produce the black ink insects themselves. The only ones who could produce the black ink insect were the true black ink clan clansmen. In other words, there was at least one pure black ink clan clansman hidden somewhere in the 3,000 worlds. Just thinking about the possibility was terrifying. Shi Zheng has set a precedent. Every one of us is a suspect. It isn't just us, but all the high-rank open heaven masters in the star boundary too. That is why this old master has a suggestion. We will start with a voluntary examination to prove our innocence. While speaking, Yu Changdao looked at the rest of the high-rank open heaven masters. The high-rank open heaven masters hesitated for a moment before quickly nodding in agreement. This matter was an important one that might even affect the stability of the 3,000 worlds. All the people present here today were not ignorant of the bigger picture, so they would not object to the suggestion. In that case, let us begin. Yu Changdao, as the one to make the suggestion, took the lead, surging his world force and opening the portal to his small universe. Please take a look. Nobody held back out of politeness, and numerous divine senses poured into Yu Changdao's small universe in quick succession. Yang Kai also joined in the fun. The main reason was that he wanted to know the difference between his small universe and the small universe of an actual high-rank open heaven master. His divine sense poured into Yu Changdao's small universe. After some investigation and comparisons, he discovered that his small universe was still vastly inferior in terms of size and the richness of world force when compared to Yu Changdao's. With the gap in their cultivation, it was only normal to experience those differences. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was raising many living beings in his small universe in addition to the small stone race. Given time, he would certainly enjoy a brilliant future. After a while, everybody withdrew their divine senses once they confirmed that there were no issues with Yu Changdao's small universe. The small universe was the foundation of an open heaven realm master, so under normal circumstances, one would never allow others to investigate it. Doing so was equivalent to exposing all their secrets after all. It was just that this situation gave them no other choice. The best way to determine whether a person had been corrupted by the black ink was to take a look at their small universe. The small universe of an open heaven realm master corrupted by the black ink was vastly different from normal after all. With Yu Changdao serving as an example, the others quickly opened the portals to their respective small universes and allowed the crowd to investigate freely. Every one of them was tense and nervous, scared that another Shi Zheng might appear among them. Yang Kai finally realized why the ancestors had been so adamant about investigating his small universe when he first began repairing the universe temples. Their actions were clearly a precaution lest he turned out to be corrupted by the black ink. It was not until they confirmed he was clean that they allowed him to act with peace of mind. At the time, they also mentioned that the universe temples were related to the stability of the 3,000 worlds. That was something he had yet to understand so far. Although the universe temples were a convenient method of travel, it was a bit of an exaggeration to say that they were related to the stability of the 3,000 worlds. Nevertheless, these words had come from the mouth of an 8th order open heaven realm master, so it was impossible not to wonder about their deeper meaning. After checking everybody, it was revealed that nobody else showed signs of being corrupted by the black ink, and the tense atmosphere finally dissipated a bit. However, thanks to this opportunity, Yang Kai learned about the wealth of the high-rank open heaven realm masters. The foreign affairs envoys of the cave heavens and paradises had many amazing treasures in their small universes, some of which simply made one drool at the sight. Yu Changdao nodded and followed up, "We can now be certain that there is nothing wrong with any of us present, but we will still need to check those in the star boundary." Yu Xiangdai added, "This matter is related to the Black Ink clan. I'm sure they will take the overall situation into consideration. If anybody raises an objection, then there is no doubt that they have been corrupted by the Black Ink." The white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master hesitated for a long time before he carefully opened his mouth. "The star boundary's existence is critical, so this matter cannot be delayed. If there exist other people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink, there is no saying whether they were communicating with Shi Zheng. Now that Shi Zheng is dead, they might target the other star boundary great emperors. With the current cultivation of the star boundary's great emperors, it will be difficult for them to defend themselves." While speaking, he would glance at Yang Kai from time to time. He was scared that Yang Kai might suddenly bring out that wooden box again. When he saw that Yang Kai did not react, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and volunteered, "I will head back to the star boundary first to ensure its safety." Yu Changdao nodded, "Many thanks for your hard work. Nevertheless, it is better to bring more people back with you so as to avoid any unexpected accidents. In addition, you can ignore all the others for now, but the star boundary great emperors must be investigated carefully." Yang Kai's expression twitched slightly at those words, but he did not say anything. Yu Changdao's actions were understandable. Shi Zheng had tried to attack Yang Kai mainly because of the star boundary, therefore, the other star boundary great emperors were also valid targets. The white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master left quickly with 7 or 8 other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in tow. Serene Soul Great Emperor and the others, who had come to help after realizing that Yang Kai was in trouble, soon encountered the white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and the others coming towards them before they even arrived at their location. As they were only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, their cultivation was 1 order lower than the Foreign Affairs envoys, so it was only natural for their speed to be slower. That was why they failed to arrive in time even though the dust had already settled regarding this matter. Along the way here, they also ran into Zhang Ruoxi. Following a brief inquiry, they hurriedly rushed here as though there were coals burning under their feet. When both sides encountered each other and understood the situation, Serene Soul Great Emperor and the others immediately realized that the matter was urgent, therefore, they swiftly utilized the privileges of Star Boundary Great Emperors to bring the white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and the others back directly. Meanwhile, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who remained in the Star Boundary immediately detected the return of the white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and the others, hence, they quickly came to ask about the situation. The white-robed high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and the others recounted everything that happened earlier, and everybody's expression turned grim. The Black Ink Clan and the Black Ink Insect. These were no trivial matters. If they did not handle this matter well, then all the cave heavens, paradises, and the 3,000 worlds would be dragged into this. It would surely lead to a huge catastrophe. That was why there was not much hesitation, and many high-rank Open Heaven Masters quickly agreed to submit to an examination. Martial Peak, Chapter 47-49, You Come Along Too. Many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters gathered at the place where Shi Zheng died, their divine senses shuttling back and forth as they communicated with each other. A short while later, they seemed to reach a consensus. Yu Changdao nodded and said, "Since everybody agrees, then let us head to Langya Paradise immediately. Not only will this trip be highly dangerous, but we might also face the risk of death. Please mentally prepare yourselves for that possibility. Shi Zheng might be dead, but there were bound to be other masters in Langya Paradise who were corrupted by the Black Ink. This matter could not be delayed in the slightest, therefore, they had to ferret out the rest of those dangerous existences as soon as possible. It was impossible to remain calm if those people remained in Langya Paradise. There was no saying how many others like Shi Zheng might appear in the future if nothing was done about them now. Most importantly, they had to find the Black Ink clansmen in order to avoid future troubles. They nodded in agreement, but did not pay much attention to the dangers that Yu Changdao mentioned earlier. They were all 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so who among them had not faced death head-on before? The cave heavens and paradises had always shared both weal and woe. That was why, even if Shi Zheng was the only one in Langya Paradise who had his identity exposed, the others could not sit idly by and do nothing. "We need you to come with us too, Sect Master," Yu Changdao said while turning to look in Yang Kai's direction. However, Yang Kai was no longer there. Yu Changdao couldn't help being taken aback for a moment. "Where is the Sect Master?" Yu Xiangdai helplessly pointed in a certain direction. He looked in that direction and felt the corners of his brow twitching slightly at the sight. At some point in time, Yang Kai had gone to the place where Shi Zheng had died. That place was swirling with the black ink smoke, but he was moving around in the smoke without the slightest hindrance. Even if he had the protection of the world spring in his small universe and was not afraid of being corroded by the black ink smoke, wasn't it too much for him to swim about inside it so fearlessly and unscrupulously? What is he doing? Yu Changdao was puzzled. Yu Xiangdai replied, "I think he is searching for the small universe Shi Zheng left behind." When the others were discussing matters seriously, she noticed Yang Kai sitting by the side looking bored. However, it didn't take long before he seemed to think of something. He quickly ran off with an excited look in his eyes and plunged straight into the black ink smoke. It would now seem that he was searching for Shi Zheng's small universe. Shi Zheng was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and his small universe had already been transformed from immaterial to corporeal. If he were killed by an enemy, his small universe might have shattered and scattered throughout the void. Seeing as he died by suicide instead, his small universe should have remained intact. There was a high possibility that the small universe would be preserved. In reality, Shi Zheng's small universe had indeed been preserved. It was just that it was hidden somewhere within the void and enveloped by a thick layer of black ink smoke. Yang Kai searched around for a bit and soon detected a weak space principle fluctuation. Utilizing his own space principles in the direction of that energy fluctuation, he opened the portal to Shi Zheng's small universe and slipped inside. As soon as he stepped into this place, he couldn't help being a little startled. That was because Shi Zheng's small universe was different from any universe cave heaven or universe paradise that he had ever entered before. This entire world was dyed in black, as though smeared in pitch-black ink. He immediately understood why the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had suggested investigating each other's small universes. The small universe of an Open Heaven Realm Master corrupted by the black ink was certainly very different from the ordinary. Moreover, the difference was so obvious that it was impossible to conceal and could be seen at a glance. Relying on this method of investigating the small universe would accurately reveal whether a person had been corrupted by the black ink. Yang Kai quietly perceived his surroundings. The universe paradise that Shi Zheng left behind after his death contained a rich sword Dao essence, which was in line with the divine manifestation he displayed before. This sword Dao essence was useless to Yang Kai, but he would not have refined this Dao essence even if it proved otherwise. Shi Zheng had been corrupted by the black ink, so who knew whether there was anything wrong with his Dao essence? Yang Kai's purpose in coming here was to search for Shi Zheng's legacy. After investigating the small universes of the many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters earlier, he saw various different treasures. Shi Zheng was also a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, so he should also be fairly wealthy. There were no traces of living beings in the small universe, which indicated that Shi Zheng had not raised any living beings. Not everybody was as blessed as Yang Kai to meet the conditions to raise living beings after all. Yang Kai's divine sense spread out like the tide and he soon found several buildings that resembled houses. Those buildings stood out conspicuously with no intention of concealment whatsoever. The small universe was the foundation of an Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so there was no need to worry about their treasures being stolen even if they left the treasures out in the open, unless they were dead. There were pronounced energy fluctuations within those buildings, therefore, Yang Kai quickly rushed over with gleaming eyes and soon arrived. A quick search of the buildings immediately brought a smile to his face. The wealth of a seventh-order open heaven realm master was quite substantial indeed. Leaving aside the hundreds of millions of open heaven pills, there were also cultivation materials of various orders, including sixth-order and even seventh-order ones. Not to mention, there were quite a large number of them. He even found some sixth-order and seventh-order yin and yang element materials. In addition, there were many artifacts that looked extremely extraordinary. Shi Zheng was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, so there was no saying how long he had lived. In any case, all the treasures that he accumulated in his life and stored in his small universe were now taken away by Yang Kai. Yang Kai searched for a little while longer but found nothing else. Only then did he leave this place. Be that as it may, he used a space secret technique to completely suppress and seal the portal of this small universe. This place was within the boundaries of high heaven territory, so if the world force from Shi Zheng's small universe leaked out into the void, it was bound to be absorbed by the star boundary world tree. The power of the Black Ink clan was far too bizarre. More importantly, Yang Kai was unable to determine the ramifications of the world tree devouring this evil energy. In that case, he might as well suppress and seal this place completely. With his current attainments in the Tao of space, there should not be anyone in the 3,000 worlds who could break through his space secret techniques. The only thing that continued to pose a problem was the black ink smoke that Shi Zheng left behind. This thing could be said to have come from the same source as the black ink insect. Furthermore, it was extremely corrosive. Leaving it here was not very safe. If a curious passerby were to approach this place, they would most likely end up being corrupted by the black ink. Just as Yang Kai was trying to figure out a solution to the problem, he suddenly heard somebody calling him via transmission. Therefore, he returned to the deck of Wuxia Dai's ship. "Have you finished your discussion?" Yang Kai asked. Wuxia Dai nodded. "Yang Kai, we need to head to Langya Paradise as soon as possible. Seeing as Shi Zheng has been corrupted by the black ink, Langya Paradise might be in danger." Yang Kai simply nodded, "All right." She continued, "If you have nothing better to do, we would like you to come along with us." "No problem." Yang Kai agreed readily. Everybody couldn't help being a little taken aback by his answer. They had been thinking about all the ways to persuade him if he refused to join them, but who could have known that he would agree so readily? All the words that they prepared in advance subsequently became redundant. In their opinion, the biggest reason they wanted him to accompany them was that his small universe had the protection of the world spring. There was no need to worry about him becoming corrupted by the black ink. It could be said that any one of them might become infected and be turned, but Yang Kai would not face such issues. He was somebody whom they could put their absolute trust in. In such a treacherous battlefield, a person whom they could trust explicitly would oftentimes make a big difference, otherwise, they would not have wanted to bring him along. This trip might be dangerous. Wuxia Dai looked at Yang Kai seriously. Yang Kai laughed. "I faced danger too, when Shi Zheng was trying to kill me earlier. The Black Ink clan affects the peace of the 3,000 worlds. This Yang Kai might have been on the safe side for some time, but I am also partially responsible for this matter." He then quickly advanced the conversation and asked, "Have you decided on your course of action? You don't expect all the open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise to open the portal of their small universe for you to check, right?" Wuxia Dai shook her head and replied, "We don't need to check all the open heaven realm masters. As I told you before, the black ink insect is very rare and precious in the 3,000 worlds. The Black Ink clan will not bother to corrupt any cultivators below the high-rank open heaven realm. That is why we only need to investigate the high-rank open heaven realm masters. At that time, we only need to investigate their small universe to discover any problems as soon as possible. After pondering in silence for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "That's not enough. If there are more masters who have been corrupted by the black ink in Lanya Paradise, then your actions will only force them to take drastic measures. There's no saying how much harm you will cause to Lanya Paradise if that were to happen. You might also put yourselves in danger. What if those people choose suicide like Shizheng and the black ink smoke in their bodies permeates the air? How can any eggs be left unbroken when the nest has been disturbed? What's more, you are not looking for the people who have been corrupted by the black ink, but the actual black ink clansmen behind them. Investigating the small universe is the easiest way to alert them to the situation." Yu Xiangdai sighed, "How can we not know that? But investigating small universes is definitely the most convenient and effective method. Besides, we can't think of a better idea. The people who have been corrupted by the black ink look no different from ordinary people on the outside. As for the actual black ink clansmen, we might be able to capture a few people who had been corrupted by the black ink and interrogate them thoroughly." Yang Kai again shook his head. Shizheng clearly had the strength to fight still, but when he realized that you were approaching and that he no longer had hope of escaping, he resolutely ended his life. His actions go to show that the people who have been corrupted by the black ink have blind allegiance to them. Although you can find the people who have been corrupted by the black ink, judging by Shizheng's actions earlier, it is impossible to learn the whereabouts of the black ink clansmen from them. Everybody looked at each other in distress. They undoubtedly had a greater understanding of the black ink clan than Yang Kai. Even though it was their first time seeing somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink, there were some records in ancient books after all. Besides, they also witnessed the scene of Shizheng's suicide just now, so they knew that Yang Kai was speaking the truth. The people who had been corrupted by the black ink were literally loyal to the death, so it was extremely difficult to obtain any clues from them. "Do you have any good ideas?" Yu Xiangdai asked. Yang Kai rubbed his chin quietly, then he suddenly turned to look at the black ink smoke that Shizheng left behind. An inexplicable light flickered in his eyes and a short while later, he finally asked, "Do you know whether the people who are corrupted by the black ink can sense each other?" Yu Xiangdai shook her head, "That has never been confirmed. After all, the 3,000 worlds has been stable for so many years, with the exception of the incident from 70,000 years ago. At the time, only one person had been corrupted by the black ink. Besides, very little information on the black ink clan has been recorded in the ancient books." Yang Kai thus said enthusiastically, "We should prepare for the worst-case scenario. Assume that there is a pure black ink clansman concealed within Lanya Paradise. There are many masters who have been corrupted by the black ink, and these masters are able to sense each other." Yu Changdao looked at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression. "Sect master, why does it seem as though you are very excited?" "Nonsense!" Yang Kai flatly denied, "I'm simply making assumptions. How can I possibly be excited?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4750, I have a bold idea. Somebody asked puzzledly, "So, what if the people who have been corrupted by the black ink can sense each other? And, so what if they can't?" Yang Kai rubbed his chin and replied, "I have a bold idea. Wait here for a moment, I'll be right back." While saying so, he suddenly turned around and charged into the black ink smoke. Everybody looked at each other, not having any idea what Yang Kai was doing. In the blink of an eye, the black ink smoke that was as dense as fog began to churn violently and recede at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Somebody exclaimed in astonishment, "Is he collecting the black ink smoke?" If that was not the case, then there was no other explanation for the scene in front of them. The expressions of Yu Changdao and Yu Xiangdai changed greatly at the sight, and they nervously paid close attention. After refining the world spring, Yang Kai's small universe was flawless and impermeable. External forces could not invade or harm his small universe. Even the black ink smoke and the black ink insect could hardly shake him in any way, however, those were only external forces. There was no saying what would happen if Yang Kai opened a portal into his small universe and collected the black ink smoke into his body. Be that as it may, the scene in front of them clearly indicated that he was doing exactly that. For a time, all of them were extremely nervous. They also secretly thought to themselves that Yang Kai was far too daring. Even high-rank open heaven realm masters like them were terrified of the black ink smoke, but he was actually accepting it into his body. Yang Kai had indeed opened the portal to his small universe inside the black ink smoke and guided it into his body. He had been wondering about what to do with the black ink smoke just now. The black ink smoke did not look like it was about to disappear any time soon, but he could not leave it be without doing anything either. The only solution was to set up a grand array that would cover this area and turn this region into a restricted area. Be that as it may, doing so would only draw more attention to this place. Who could say whether a random passerby with abundant curiosity would try to break the barrier to take a peek inside? Upon learning that Yu Changdao and the others planned to bring him to Langya Paradise with them, Yang Kai couldn't help but entertain the idea of taking the black ink smoke away with him to avoid future troubles. He had completely suppressed and sealed the portal to Shi Zheng's small universe with a secret technique, so without him, other people would never be able to open it even if they knew the location. If he could take the black ink smoke away with him, then he would truly have nothing to worry about anymore. At the same time, he had an idea that he wanted to verify. His understanding of the Black Ink clan and the people corrupted by the Black Ink was too lacking. The cave heavens and paradises did not know much about this topic either, so he might be able to use this opportunity to do some experiments. Naturally, Yang Kai was not foolish enough to gather all the black ink smoke into his small universe in one go. After all, it would be too late for regrets if something went wrong. He first tried to collect a small amount of the black ink smoke into his small universe. To his pleasant surprise, he soon discovered that the black ink smoke remained suppressed by the power of the world spring even when it was inside his small universe. It was unable to cause any disturbances, much less affect his heart or mind. In this way, he confidently and boldly went ahead with his idea. The world spring is amazing. No wonder it is listed as one of the 4 universe pillars. When he first obtained the world spring in the shattered heaven, Yang Kai never imagined that it would have such a powerful suppression effect on the Black Ink clan. If that was true for the world spring, then the other 3 would surely be no different. The 4 universe pillars were pretty much the nemesis of the Black Ink clan. It didn't take longer than an incense for all the black ink smoke to be collected into Yang Kai's small universe. When he returned to the group, they stared at him extremely vigilantly. Several dozen auras were locked firmly on him, and they looked as though they would blast him to smithereens at the slightest sign of trouble. Yang Kai felt awkward for a moment before he quickly opened the portal to his small universe. Please calm down, everyone. I have not been corrupted by the black ink. Please take a good look. They did not hold back. At this time, it was better to err on the side of caution. Numerous divine senses poured into Yang Kai's small universe to investigate the situation. In one corner of his small universe, a large cloud of black ink smoke seethed as though it had a mind of its own. Fortunately, it was suppressed and sealed in place by an invisible force that made breaking through impossible. Apart from this spot where the black ink smoke existed, the rest of Yang Kai's small universe was business as usual. Everybody breathed a sigh of relief. It was not until this moment that they knew the world spring had such a wonderful effect, and they couldn't help feeling envious for a time. One should not be fooled by the fact that their cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's. If they were to encounter the black ink insect or the black ink smoke, they would be powerless to resist. Yang Kai, please be very careful. If you notice anything strange about the black ink smoke, you must immediately split off and abandon the contaminated land. Even if you have to damage your small universe, you must never allow yourself to be corrupted by the black ink. Yu Xiangdai warned. Splitting off and abandoning the contaminated land in one's small universe was the method recorded in the ancient books of the cave heavens and paradises to defend against the black ink smoke and black ink insects. Doing so would damage one's small universe and might even cause their cultivation to regress, but it was still better than being corrupted by the black ink. I understand. Sect Master Yang, those small stone creatures, one of them remained curious about the small stone race living in Yang Kai's small universe. Small stone creatures? I don't know what you're talking about. You must be mistaken. Brushed aside by Yang Kai, that person looked extremely speechless. I'm not blind. Those strange stone men were running around everywhere. How could I have seen wrongly? Good. Let's stop the idle chat here. Yu Xiang Dai looked around. We should set off for Langya Paradise as soon as possible. If there are no objections, then we should depart now. Everybody nodded in agreement. Thus, Yu Xiang Dai immediately steered the ship to head towards the territory gate. On the deck, Yang Kai said, "Seniors, I have a plan, but I don't know if it is feasible." Everybody immediately became curious and Yu Xiang Dai asked, "What plan do you have? Let's hear it." Yang Kai explained, "I'm sure your original plan is to head straight towards Langya Paradise to investigate the small universe of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, find those who have been corrupted by the Black Ink, and follow the trail in search for the true Black Ink clansmen." She nodded. This plan is simple and straightforward indeed, but we have already mentioned the drawbacks earlier. We might also alert the enemies and make the Black Ink clansmen behind the scenes become vigilant. Besides, those who have been corrupted by the Black Ink might not reveal any useful information. If that's the case, then we will only capture some of the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink at most. That only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. The Black Ink clansmen hiding behind the scenes might use the Black Ink insect to corrupt others in the future if we cannot find them. At this point, Yang Kai suddenly proposed, "But, what if I infiltrate them? As you know, I have not been corrupted by the Black Ink, however, the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink don't know that. When Shi Jing attacked me this time, he believed that his success was a certainty. I'm sure the rest of the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink think so too. That's why, in their opinion, Shi Jing would have succeeded. So, they will believe I am one of them." Everybody nodded when they heard those words. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were not fools. Not to mention, Yang Kai had already made his meaning so simple and clear. It was not difficult for them to understand. So, my idea is, let me go to Langya Paradise first to figure out just who has been corrupted by the Black Ink. It will be even better if I can figure out the identity or location of the Black Ink clansmen. At that time, the enemy will be in the dark but we are not. It won't be too late for you to take action then." Yu Xiang Dai pondered for a moment, then she nodded lightly, "This is a good idea indeed. But, in doing so, you will face great danger if you are exposed. If this plan was implemented, then the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could not enter Langya Paradise with him. On the contrary, they would be required to lie in ambush and wait for news from him. They could only make a move once they received confirmation from Yang Kai. In response, Yang Kai just smiled. Their strongest means are the Black Ink insects and the Black Ink smoke. Unfortunately, both these two things are ineffective against me. The hardest part is trying to get them to accept me. That is why I asked whether the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink can sense each other and verify each other's identities as a result." Yu Changdao immediately understood. "Sect Master, did you collect the Black Ink smoke into your small universe for this reason?" Yang Kai nodded. "It will be for the best if they are unable to sense each other. If that's the case, then they will have no way to judge whether I have been corrupted by the Black Ink. At that time, I only need to mention Shi Jing and I'm sure they will not suspect me too much. But, if they have the means to sense each other." While saying so, he suddenly lifted his hand and a wriggling ball of Black Ink smoke immediately appeared above his palm. The expressions of the masters around Yang Kai changed drastically at the sight, and they swiftly retreated. Yang Kai quickly stored the Black Ink smoke and chuckled, "I'm sure this will be enough to reassure them." Yu Xiangdai glared at Yang Kai. Use your mouth to talk, don't frighten others. Yes, yes, Yang Kai quickly nodded in agreement. In any case, let me infiltrate them and figure out the truth. It will be better than attacking them head-on from the start. Yu Xiangdai nodded lightly before asking the crowd, what do you think? Their previous plan had been much simpler, but there was no real hope of capturing the real Black Ink clansmen with it. On the other hand, Yang Kai's methods might be a little convoluted, but were more likely to eradicate the Black Ink clan threat once and for all. Comparing the two, the answer was obvious. I agree with Sect Master Yang's proposal, somebody said. And I. Count me in. A short while later, everybody came to an agreement. Yu Xiangdai then declared, since nobody has any other opinions to express, we will act according to this new plan. She turned to look at Yang Kai. It's just that, doing this will not guarantee your safety. When you enter Langya Paradise, you have to be very careful. We will try and figure out a way to sneak in and meet up with you. Yang Kai smiled, even if I am exposed, I can flee if I can't win. I'm good at this kind of thing. At that time, I will need your help to clean up the situation, seniors. That's easy enough, everybody nodded once more. Yang Kai did not know whether it was only his imagination, but he seemed to sense a trace of approval in the eyes of these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. In the past, even though he could stand on equal footing with the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters and negotiate with them in certain areas, he had never received their true recognition. For all this time, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had always looked at him like he was a young upstart. That was not difficult to understand though, as the Cave Heavens and Paradises had spent years to achieve the prosperity, heritage, and fame they enjoyed today. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had relied on the Star Boundaries World Tree and his status as a Star Boundary Great Emperor to obtain the right to speak to them on equal footing. Didn't that make him a nouveau riche in the eyes of aristocratic families with a long history of inheritance? Nevertheless, the situation was different now. Technically speaking, he could have ignored the matter related to Langya Paradise as he was not part of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Although he held the title Yinyang Cave Heaven Son-in-Law, he had yet to actually marry Chu Huashang. However, Yang Kai had taken the initiative to volunteer to infiltrate the enemy's base to gather intelligence. The courage to take on such a task was not something just anyone would possess. Martial Peak, Chapter 4751, Langya Territory. Langya Territory was vast and boundless. It was also the great territory where Langya Paradise was headquartered. Even Void Land had its own great territory, so as one of the 72 paradises, it was only natural that Langya Paradise owned a great territory too. Aside from the central area in Langya Territory that was off-limits to outsiders, travelers were free to access all the other areas in the great territory. This was basically the case with all the Cave Heavens and Paradises. The reason was that the large-scale star cities under their control relied on traveling cultivators to gain popularity. Who would come and do business with them if the entire great territory was sealed off? Take Void Territory for example. Aside from Void Land itself, the other areas could be freely accessed by all cultivators. The group of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters quietly sneaked into Langya Territory. After that, Yang Kai headed to Langya Star City alone while Yu Xiangdai and the others remained hiding outside. If such a large group of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters entered Langya Star City all of a sudden, they would surely attract Langya Paradise's attention. It would be inconvenient for them to act freely if that happened. The current plan was for Yang Kai to infiltrate Langya Paradise, learn the identity and whereabouts of the people corrupted by the Black Ink, follow the trail in search of the pure Black Ink clansman, and notify Yu Xiangdai and the others about his findings as soon as possible. It was an arduous task and much needed to be done in short order. Yang Kai came to the Star City's Void Dock and, looking around, saw that it was crowded with people coming and going in an endless stream. Any star city under the control of the various cave heavens and paradises were first class and had high popularity. Cultivators from different great territories across the 3,000 worlds would gather in these star cities, bringing incalculable benefits to the cave heavens and paradises every year. If Void Star City had not attracted interest with the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, it would never have become a first-class star city. However, in comparison to Langya Star City, Yang Kai discovered that, although Void Star City could be considered to be in the same tier, it was still quite inferior to Langya Star City in terms of heritage. That was understandable, though, as Langya Paradise had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. It was simply impossible for a newly emerging great force like Void Land to compete. There was a master overseeing the dock, and his aura was completely undisguised, revealing that he was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Thus, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling amazed by Langya Paradise's impressive assets. Even the person in charge of the Void Dock was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. It had to be said that the person overseeing Void Land's dock was Jin Yuan Lang, who was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai obediently stood at the end of the line, waiting for the Langya Paradise disciples to inspect him. Before it got to his turn, one of the Langya Paradise disciples seemed to receive some instructions and headed straight for him. The Langya Paradise disciple approached him and politely said, "Senior brother, Martial Uncle Zong invites you into the inner hall." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little surprised. He did not know why he would be noticed by this Martial Uncle Zong, when he was simply standing in line quietly. Before he could understand the situation though, the Langya Paradise disciple headed to another person and repeated similar words. There was also a third person who received this treatment. Yang Kai looked at the other two and discovered that they were just like him, giving off the aura of the Sixth Order Open Heaven. Only then did he realize something: he had not been targeted specifically. On the contrary, all the Sixth Order Open Heaven Masters entering Langya Star City would receive similar invitations. It was probably for the stability of Langya Star City. Even if there were masters overseeing Langya Star City in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, if anybody with nefarious intentions were to infiltrate, it would create a huge loss if anything went wrong. After understanding this point, Yang Kai calmly walked towards the inner hall by the side of the dock. There was also a man and a woman following behind him, but he did not know their origins. Inside the inner hall was a middle-aged man sitting behind a long desk. His aura was extraordinary and, as soon as Yang Kai and the other two walked in, he observed them carefully without any reservations. It was not until the three of them had approached that he finally opened his mouth, "Please take a seat." Yang Kai and the other two exchanged a glance with each other before they took their respective seats. The middle-aged man showed no hospitality. According to his self-introduction, he was called Zong Yuquan and he was in charge of overseeing the dock at Langya Star City as well as inspecting the cultivators passing through. There was no particular reason for inviting these three over, he simply wanted to question them about their respective origins and backgrounds. That was part of the protocol at Langya Star City since ancient times. While they could ignore anybody below the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, those in the Sixth Order and above would need to be inspected thoroughly to enter Langya Star City. The man and the woman reported their respective identities and origins and Zong Yuquan verified them one by one. After confirming that there were no problems, he gave them each a special token before he released them. Before they departed, he also warned them not to cause any trouble in Langya Star City, otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. Both the man and the woman clearly knew the rules here. It was probably not their first time coming here, so they naturally responded in affirmation. After the two of them departed, Zong Yuquan finally turned to look at Yang Kai. "Where did you come from, Your Excellency? Why did you come to Langya Star City?" Although they were both in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Zong Yuquan had always maintained a slightly arrogant attitude when facing Yang Kai and the other two. Having been born in one of the 72 paradises, his heritage was not something that normal people could achieve, therefore, he was indeed superior compared to other Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters who did not come from the cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai had been wondering whether he should conceal his identity or tell the truth. It was just that Zhong Yuquan clearly had a method to verify a person's identity, so concealing his name might be unrealistic. Besides, the main purpose of his visit was to search for the people who had been corrupted by the Black Ink clan, so it would not be convenient for him to act if he concealed his identity. Nevertheless, Yang Kai did not reveal his identity directly. Taking out a token, he smiled and asked, "Senior brother Zhong, do you recognize this item?" Zhong Yuquan looked up and raised his brow in astonishment. "That is a token belonging to a Langya Paradise core disciple. Where did you get it?" That item was equivalent to a status symbol in Langya Paradise. Only core disciples were qualified to possess one. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain one. Be that as it may, one of these items had appeared in Yang Kai's hand. It was only natural for Zhong Yuquan to be surprised. He did not suspect that Yang Kai had obtained this token by killing the owner and stealing the other party's treasures. If that was truly the case, then Yang Kai would never have had the guts to come here, hence, the only explanation was that he either picked it up from somewhere or it was given to him by one of Langya Paradise's core disciples. This token was indeed given to Yang Kai by Gu Pan. After returning from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, many of the cultivators who escaped with their lives thanks to Yang Kai's help had given their respective tokens to him before they went their separate ways. They had invited him to visit them at their respective sects whenever he had the time. Gu Pan had given him this token back then. Yang Kai had thought about visiting Langya Paradise whenever he had the time. After all, Zhang Ruoshi was staying in Langya Paradise and this token would allow him to visit her easily. It was just that he had been so busy running around for so many years that he only managed to visit Langya Paradise briefly, and upon discovering that Zhang Ruoshi was in retreat, he swiftly departed. If it was not for the Black Ink clan, he would not have come here again so soon. "This is something Gu Pan gave me," Yang Kai replied honestly. Zhong Yuquan exclaimed in surprise, "Your Excellency, are you acquainted with junior sister Gu?" "We are friends who faced life and death together," Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai's answer truly left Zhong Yuquan scratching his head in puzzlement. It stood to reason that he, as a disciple in Langya Paradise, was acquainted with Gu Pan. Although they were not very familiar with each other, they had at least interacted with each other on a few occasions in the sect. As one of the few core disciples in the sect, Gu Pan was a rising star who had advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. That was something Zhong Yuquan could not compare with. Besides, for her to give her token to another person, it could be seen that the relationship between them was not superficial. He pondered in silence for a moment before he finally asked, "May I ask who this fellow brother is?" "Void Land's Yang Kai." Yang Kai replied with a smile. Zhong Yuquan's eyes immediately brightened, and he stood up. "Are you the same Yang Kai who is Void Land's Lord and the Star Boundary's Great Emperor, within High Heaven territory? I can't believe I have such prestige now. That feels really amazing for some reason." Yang Kai nodded reservedly. "It is this Yang." An inexplicable glint flashed across Zhong Yuquan's eyes, and he instantly became much more welcoming. "Oh, my. I've long admired you. I've long heard about you, but never had the chance to meet you. Now that I see you today, you definitely live up to your reputation. You are too polite, senior brother Zhong." Yang Kai nodded his head with a smile. Zhong Yuquan did not doubt Yang Kai's identity. Seeing as the core disciple's token had been brought out, there was no benefit to be gained even if this person was an impersonator. That was why he was confident that the person in front of him was Yang Kai even though he had never met Yang Kai before. After that, they exchanged pleasantries for a little while longer before Zhong Yuquan finally shouted, "Come in." The Langya Paradise disciple who guided Yang Kai to this place earlier stepped into the room and cupped his fist. "Martial Uncle Zhong." Zhong Yuquan said, "Return to the sect and inform Elder Gu Pan that a friend of hers has arrived in the Star City. Please ask her to come here." The disciple glanced at Yang Kai curiously before he left to carry out his orders. Zhong Yuquan then asked for tea to be served. His attitude seemed to indicate that he regretted not meeting Yang Kai earlier. Even though Yang Kai was a little taken aback by Zhong Yuquan's enthusiasm, he had no choice except to make perfunctory conversation with the other party. Zhong Yuquan clearly had great curiosity towards the Star Boundaries World Tree and asked many questions regarding it. When he learned that the feedback of the World Tree was only effective for cultivators who had yet to condense their Dao seals and had no benefit towards those who had condensed their Dao seals and advanced into the open heaven realm, he sighed with regret. I wish I had been born 3,000 years later. He smiled bitterly. I'll be honest with you, junior brother Yang. Even though I advanced into the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm during my initial breakthrough into the Open Heaven realm, I actually had the qualification to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. But, just to be on the safe side, I chose to advance into the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. If I had something like the World Tree back then, this senior brother would have advanced into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm with no problem. Yang Kai smiled and said, You are now a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm too, senior brother. Zhong Yuquan said, That's different. The limit for the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm is the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, but if I advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm back then, my limit would have been the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm. The difference of one order is as vast as heaven and earth. Yang Kai nodded lightly. The Seventh Order Open Heaven realm and the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm might only have a difference of one order, but the gap in strength was like day and night. Just like how a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master could easily kill a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, an Eighth Order Open Heaven realm master killing a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master required little to no effort on their part. Back in the Shattered Heaven, a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master like Xia Lin Lang didn't even have the courage to face Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Furthermore, she had been chased to the brink of desperation. Now that we have the World Tree in the Star Boundary, even more rising stars will surely emerge in Langya Paradise. This is all thanks to you, junior brother Yang. It was just a coincidence, Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. When he first planted the World Tree, he had simply wanted to stabilize the Star Boundary. Who would have thought that it would make the Star Boundary so famous? And now, the small and remote Star Boundary had become the center of attention of the entire 3,000 worlds. The name Open Heaven Realm Cradle was well deserved indeed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4752, Daring Probe. Elder Shizheng is a long-term resident of the Star Boundary. You can always visit him if you need anything in the future, junior brother Yang. Langya Paradise has a long history with you after all, so it's only natural that we help each other, Xingyu Qian said with a smile. Yang Kai nodded. I met Elder Shizheng just before coming here. He took great care of me. Zhong Yuquan asked in concern, How is Elder Shi doing? Yang Kai smiled, He is doing just fine. After conversing for a bit more, Zhong Yuquan seemed to receive some sort of message. He then said apologetically, This zone needs to oversee the dock and verify the information of the people who come and go here. I'm afraid I can't stay and chat any longer, junior brother. Yang Kai tactfully stood up, Please go ahead, senior brother. Zhong Yuquan nodded, Junior sister Gu will be here soon. Why don't you take a stroll around Star City? There are many treasures that can be found in Langya Star City. If you find anything you like, feel free to let me know. I will. Yang Kai responded. When he turned around to leave, a strange idea suddenly came to him. He nodded lightly at Zhong Yuquan and murmured softly, Black ink eternal. That was what Shizheng mentioned before he died. Yang Kai had not understood what those words meant at the time, but he came to understand their meaning after listening to the explanation from Yuxiang Dai and the others. Those who had been corrupted by the black ink generally looked no different on the surface, but their hearts had already undergone a drastic change and they were only loyal towards the Black Ink clan. Even a Seventh Order Open Heaven master like Shizheng had shouted those words just before his death. It could be seen just how dangerous the Black Ink clan's influence was. The truth was that Shizheng probably lost his sense of self a long time ago. Furthermore, these words were most likely a belief that they upheld or some kind of mantra they lived by. It was not as though Yang Kai had noticed anything out of the ordinary when he said these words at this time. He simply wanted to probe the waters and did not expect any response to his statement. Contrary to expectations, Zhong Yuquan stared at Yang Kai with a stunned expression for a moment before he reached out to touch his chest lightly and whispered, "Black Ink Eternal." Yang Kai nodded lightly and turned to leave. Exiting the dock, he turned into a crowded street and quickly blended into the crowd with the help of the stream of people passing by. A short while later, he came to a halt in front of a shop. Although his expression was normal on the surface, Yang Kai was cursing madly deep down in his heart. Didn't they say that the Black Ink insects were precious, so the Black Ink clan will only target high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters? I can't believe Zhong Yuquan is one of those who were corrupted by the Black Ink. This discovery was so shocking that he could barely believe it. Yu Xiangdai and the others told him that the Black Ink insects were extremely precious to the Black Ink clan and converting a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was simply not worth the effort. That was why the Black Ink clan would only target high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. For so many years, all the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who did not come from any cave heaven or paradise had either been recruited by the cave heavens and paradises or sent to some unknown place instead because the cave heavens and paradises were afraid that these people might be targeted by the Black Ink clan. At that time, it would only take one bad apple to spoil the whole bunch. However, a casual probe from Yang Kai had confirmed that Zhong Yuquan was corrupted by the Black Ink. Looking at the situation now, it would seem that Zhong Yuquan had been probing Yang Kai when he either intentionally or unintentionally mentioned Elder Shizheng earlier. In that case, he probably knew about the plan in the star boundary too. The fact that he responded without the slightest hesitation when Yang Kai said the words, "Black Ink Eternal," clearly indicated that he believed Shizheng had succeeded. The truth was that Yang Kai would not have been able to escape unscathed during his encounter with the Black Ink insect if he had not coincidentally obtained the World Spring. Hence, in the eyes of a person corrupted by the Black Ink like Zhong Yuquan, Shizheng's success was only to be expected. Just how many people have been corrupted by the Black Ink in Langya Paradise? It would seem that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, so Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight sense of panic. He wandered around the Star City aimlessly for some time, but it didn't take long for a familiar divine sense to appear in the surroundings, seemingly searching for something in Star City. It was Gu Pan's divine sense. Yang Kai quickly responded to her probing. She quickly confirmed his location, and a petite figure descended from the sky a moment later. Many people stopped and looked around on the street, wondering who was so bold as to act so recklessly in Langya Star City. However, they quickly understood upon seeing the clothes she was wearing. Upon seeing that she was from Langya Paradise, they were not surprised by her actions. Senior brother Yang, Gu Pan landed in front of Yang Kai and nodded in greeting. Junior sister Gu. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "It's been a few years since I last saw you, but your noble bearing remains the same." The last time he met her was during Yinyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 years had passed. She replied, "You seem to have gotten stronger, senior brother Yang." He chuckled, "I was lucky and came across some opportunities." She asked curiously, "Senior brother Yang, did you come here for something?" He casually said, "It's nothing important. I mainly came here to see you." Gu Pan studied him seriously for a moment before all of a sudden, she took out a jade slip and turned to face him while speaking calmly, "Senior brother Yang, please repeat what you said just now." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai asked, somewhat bewildered. To which Gu Pan frankly stated, "I'm collecting evidence. When senior sister Chu comes out from retreat, I'm going to inform her that you were busy picking flowers everywhere while she was in seclusion." Yang Kai's expression turned as black as the bottom of a pot as he protested, "There's no such thing. Besides, even if I want to mess around, I wouldn't be interested in your small body. Gu Pan giggled, one may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. Who knows what kind of special interests you have, senior brother? Yang Kai looked a little crestfallen as he mused, junior sister, you've changed. You were not like this before. You used to be so innocent, but you're so suspicious of everything now. Ha! Come, have some dried fish. Yang Kai suddenly took out a large bag of dried fish from his space ring. Meanwhile, Gu Pan continued to point the jade slip at him and used a secret technique to record his current actions as she stated, look at this, senior sister Chu, senior brother Yang is deliberately catering to bribe me so I keep silent about his crimes. Yang Kai raised a fist and rapped his knuckles on her head. At the same time, he stuffed a dried fish in his hand into her mouth. Stop fooling around. I came here for a reason. Although Gu Pan's mouth was stuffed to the brim, she did not forget to add another sentence, senior brother is getting angry out of shame and being unreasonable. He glanced sideways at her. Fortunately, she quickly put the jade slip away and swallowed the dried fish in her mouth. This is not the place to talk. Follow me, senior brother. While saying so, she soared into the sky, after which he quickly followed behind her. They soon left Langya Star City and headed straight for the central area of Langya territory. That was where Langya Paradise's headquarters was located. Yang Kai traveled forward with Gu Pan. The space ahead was empty, but he could sense that there was an enormous array covering the entire area in front. Passerbys could not see the inside of Langya Paradise from the outside. When they arrived in front of the grand array, Gu Pan took out a token. After a flash of light, a magnificent scene immediately entered Yang Kai's eyes. Countless small spirit provinces dotted the void like stars, surrounding three large spirit provinces that formed a triangle in the middle. Even though they were separated by a distance, Yang Kai could clearly sense the abundant world energy and dense world force coming from those spirit provinces. It was not his first time entering a cave heaven or paradise. In the past, he had also seen the heritage of a top great force with a long history during his time in Yin-Yang Cave Heaven. Nevertheless, Yang Kai could not help feeling amazed by the sight of Langya Paradise at this moment. The cave heavens and paradises truly deserved their reputations. Void Land could not compare with them at all. It was not just a matter of the number of masters and disciples in the sect, but also the accumulation of time and inheritance. At present, what Void Land lacked the most was time. The area after entering the Grand Array could finally be considered the core of Langya Paradise. This place that was covered by the Grand Array was not a place where ordinary people could enter. They continued forward and soon arrived at a certain spirit province. This spirit province was not very big, but it had a beautiful environment. That was especially true for the huge lake in the middle. The lake even had large fish swimming about freely. Surprisingly, there was nobody on this spirit province. Gu Pen explained, this is where I cultivate. Most of the time, other people will not come here. Yang Kai couldn't help gnashing his teeth in envy. A great force is a great force indeed. Even a core disciple can monopolize a spirit province without anybody's interference. Why did you come here, senior brother? Gu Pan led him to a bamboo building by the lake and poured him a glass of water. The thing is, Elder Shizheng asked me to give you a message, junior sister. Yang Kai had given some thought to this matter on the way here. His initial plan was to visit Gu Pan as soon as he arrived here. With her identity as a core disciple, it would be easier for him to move around unnoticed. However, thanks to his experience with Zhong Yuquan, he could no longer decide whether even she was safe or not. A mere Zhong Yuquan had been corrupted by the black ink, so wouldn't a core disciple like Gu Pan be targeted too? She would definitely be more valuable to the Black Ink clan than Zhong Yuquan if she was corrupted. If possible, Yang Kai did not wish to suspect her. Unfortunately, this matter was related to the Black Ink clan. It was better to err on the side of caution. Otherwise, he might set off a turmoil in Langya Paradise if the truth was exposed. Many people would die if that happened. Elder Shi has a message for me. Gu Pan was a little taken aback. Although she was also a Langya Paradise elder, she had not interacted much with Shi Zheng in the past. That was why she couldn't help being surprised. Yang Kai nodded. Gu Pan sat opposite him and asked curiously, "What did Elder Shi want to tell me?" Yang Kai stared at her and spoke in a solemn manner. Elder Shi said, "Black ink eternal." Zhong Yuquan's reaction had convinced him that these words could help him distinguish between friend and foe. If Gu Pan responded with those words, then there was no doubt that she was also corrupted by the black ink. For that reason, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling anxious as soon as the words left his mouth. On the opposite side, Gu Pan stared at him blankly before she nodded lightly, "Black ink eternal." Yang Kai's expression became a little melancholic, and he couldn't help feeling heartbroken. Has this petite and adorable little girl also been corrupted by the black ink? Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A paintbrush appeared out of nowhere, and with a surge of sixth-order world force, the paintbrush danced in the air and struck Yang Kai a dozen times in a row. A chain suddenly wrapped around his body, and a powerful restraining force shackled him firmly in place. Immediately after that, Gu Pan grabbed hold of the paintbrush and made several smooth strokes. Another layer of restraint was instantly layered onto his figure. Everything happened so quickly, and Yang Kai had been distracted due to his distress at the time, so he had been caught completely off guard as a result. By the time he recovered from his shock, it felt as though there was an entire universe world bearing down on him. The pressure caused him to hunch over and become breathless. Martial Peak, Chapter 4753, You're not Senior Brother Yang. Gu Pan moved extremely fast. After using a secret technique to shackle Yang Kai in place, she quickly soared into the sky without the slightest hesitation. Although both of them were in the sixth-order open heaven realm, she had witnessed his ability with her own eyes. During Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly, Zhao Xing of Thousand Birds Paradise had also been in the sixth-order open heaven realm. Even so, he had been killed by Yang Kai almost immediately in their confrontation on the prison star. Not only was he a core disciple of Thousand Birds Paradise, but he had also advanced into the sixth-order open heaven realm some decades earlier than them. Gu Pan was a core disciple of Langya Paradise. Nevertheless, she had to admit that she was not very different from Zhao Xing in terms of strength even after 100 or so years of accumulation. Seeing as Yang Kai had already been capable of killing Zhao Xing easily at that time, the current Yang Kai was definitely not somebody she could fight against. That was why she immediately tried to flee after using a secret technique to bind and imprison him. If it were anybody else in their generation, she would have taken the opportunity to try to deal a lethal blow. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yang Kai. She knew she wasn't capable enough, so she chose to escape instead. Suddenly, Gu Pan felt a large hand grab her ankle. When she turned around to look, her expression became shocked. That was because Yang Kai had broken free of the multiple layers of restraint that bound his body in an instant. He remained seated in his original position, but his outstretched hand gripped her as firmly as iron shackles. She was flooded with despair. Even though she knew that he was much stronger than her, she never expected him to be so powerful. "Get down!" Yang Kai shouted, and with a yank of his hand, Gu Pan was unceremoniously dragged downward and slammed into the table with a loud bang. The wooden table shattered and dust flew everywhere. World force fluctuated, and the paintbrush in Gu Pan's hand emitted a bright light, but before she could act, Yang Kai had already placed a palm on her forehead and a heavy power fluctuated out like a sharp weapon. Pursing her lips, she lay quietly in front of him. Her entire body was stiff, and her clear eyes glared at him fixedly. Yang Kai grinned, "Junior sister, why did you attack me so suddenly?" She calmly replied, "Don't you know why I attacked you? Please enlighten me." junior sister. Sorrow flashed across Gu Pan's eyes as she shook her head. You are no longer the senior brother Yang I know. Who am I, if not me? Yang Kai bent down and stared at her intently with a sharp gaze, looking as though he was going to eat her. Gu Pan turned her head to the side and declared, there's no point talking. Just kill me. He laughed, kill you? Won't that be going too easy on you? While saying so, he suddenly reached out his hand and took out a wooden box from his space ring. He waved his hand, and world force fluctuated. It was only after he placed a barrier in all directions that he opened the wooden box. The black ink insect immediately rushed out of the wooden box, only to be caught by him. Gu Pan had been indifferent even when facing death, but her expression immediately twitched at the sight of the black ink insect as she muttered, I knew it. You've been corrupted by the black ink after all. To think that you even have something like the black ink insect. Oh. Yang Kai looked at her in surprise. You can actually recognize the black ink insect, junior sister. In that case, this will be much easier to explain. Junior sister, why don't I show you the true path? Closing her eyes, Gu Pan she spoke quietly, I may not be your opponent, but it is not difficult for me to destroy my own small universe. Yang Kai simply nodded in appreciation, I couldn't have known from your appearance. Unlike your stature, it turns out that your courage is not small, junior sister. But, it doesn't matter. I like those with courage, it makes breaking your bones one by one all the more pleasant. You're not allowed to cry, junior sister. Widening her eyes, Gu Pan glared at him, go ahead and kill me. If you are planning to corrupt me with the black ink, I advise you to give up on the idea. I will kill myself immediately if you dare to release the black ink insect. Yang Kai stared at her coldly, his murderous intent surging. Nevertheless, she stared straight back at him without any fear. It was only a long while later that he suddenly released her and placed the black ink insect back into the wooden box. Gu Pan immediately leaped up in response and distanced herself from Yang Kai as much as possible, staring at him suspiciously. On the other hand, Yang Kai stood up calmly and cupped his fist, I'm sorry, junior sister Gu, I had no choice but to test you just now. Please forgive my discourtesy. Gu Pan stared at him warily and asked, what are you plotting here? If you don't kill me, I will expose your identity as somebody who has been corrupted by the black ink to the entire Langya paradise. At that time, you will have nowhere to escape. Yang Kai grinned, if I die, won't senior sister Chu become a widow? Are you really willing to do that? Senior brother Yang is dead already. You are not him. Yang Kai knew that it was useless to explain, as no matter how hard he tried, anybody who had some understanding of the Black Ink clan would no doubt believe that he had already been corrupted when they saw him holding the black ink insect in his hand. Therefore, he simply pushed his world force to open the portal to his small universe and said, you will understand the truth if you take a look for yourself, junior sister. I will explain everything to you once you have confirmed it for yourself. Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. His expression looked very sincere, and he did not look like somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink. More importantly, if he had really been corrupted by the black ink, then his actions just now did not make sense. He could have released the black ink insect into her small universe so that she would also be corrupted as well. However, he had not done that. Bewildered, she poured her divine sense into his small universe and carefully examined the situation. To her surprise, she was greeted by the sight of tens of millions of living beings thriving in his small universe. She saw the ant-like small stone race, the world spring, and the billowing black ink smoke that had been suppressed and sealed in a certain corner of his small universe. A long while later, Gu Pan finally withdrew her divine sense. The hostility on her face had melted away and she looked at him in surprise, senior brother, you. He smiled at her, you believe me now, right? Senior brother, your small universe has already fully materialized. Yang Kai's face twitched at those words and he snapped, is that all you saw? You're focusing on the wrong thing, junior sister. Gu Pan then asked, those billowing clouds that resemble thick, black ink. Is that the black ink smoke? He nodded. She could not understand, how did you suppress and seal the black ink smoke? As far as I know, that thing is extremely corrosive. If it invades the small universe of a cultivator, it will quickly spread out and contaminate them. Eventually, the owner of the small universe becomes corrupted by the black ink. The only solution to this problem is to sever the contaminated land in the small universe as soon as possible. The slightest hesitation will result in dire consequences. Yang Kai simply smiled and asked, did you see the spring? Gu Pan nodded, and in the next moment, realization suddenly struck her, one of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring. She was not ignorant about the world spring. In truth, as a core disciple, she had already heard about some of the secrets in the 3,000 worlds that other people did not know from her honored master after she advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm. Among those secrets included the existence of the Black Ink clan. When her honored master told her about these matters, he also mentioned the 4 universe pillars. That was because the 4 universe pillars could be said to be the nemesis of the Black Ink clan. It was just that she had only heard of such things before, and this was her first time seeing the actual thing in person, so it had taken her a while to react. After understanding this point, her entire body relaxed and she breathed out in relief. She spoke in a relieved voice, in other words, you have not been corrupted by the black ink, senior brother. Yang Kai smiled, how could I lie to you about something like that? Gu Pan was bewildered, however, and asked, if you're not corrupted by the black ink, senior brother, then why did you try to test me earlier? The smile on his face gradually faded, and he looked at her solemnly, junior sister, the things that I'm going to tell you may be a little hard to accept. Please mentally prepare yourself. Those words made her stiffen in surprise for a moment, then she sighed, somebody in Langya Paradise has been corrupted by the black ink, right? He nodded. Is it Elder Shizheng? Gu Pan asked. Yang Kai was surprised, how did you know, junior sister? She responded sadly, after my advancement into the 6th order open heaven realm, my honored master told me about the Black Ink clan. At the time, he also mentioned the black ink insect and the black ink smoke. Honored master said that these 2 things came from the same source. Moreover, the black ink smoke would only appear following the death of somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink. Seeing as you have suppressed and sealed the black ink smoke in your small universe, that can only mean that you killed somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink. In addition, you came all the way to Langya Paradise and deliberately tested me after meeting me. That can only mean that this matter is related to Langya Paradise. At present, the only person in Langya Paradise who is in contact with you, senior brother, is Elder Shizheng who was stationed at the star boundary. Junior sister is beautiful and intelligent indeed. Yang Kai nodded, it was indeed Elder Shizheng who was corrupted by the black ink. If that were all, I would not have tried to test you as soon as I met you, but the truth is. All of a sudden, Gu Pan raised a hand to interrupt him, senior brother, before that, please check my small universe and verify my identity. Yang Kai couldn't stifle his laughter as he waved his hand, no need. I've seen your reaction just now, junior sister. To be honest, I already knew when I saw you trying to run away. The reason why I continued to test you after that was just to be on the safe side. Please forgive me, junior sister. Even so, you should check properly. The power of the Black Ink clan is extremely treacherous. Only by seeing with your own eyes can you be certain that you will be safe. While saying so, she proactively opened the portal to her small universe. Helpless, he could only probe her small universe with his divine sense. She was a 6th order open heaven realm master, but her situation was different from his. Her small universe had not transformed from immaterial to corporeal, so there was no actual substance in existence. Nevertheless, the inside was filled with abundant world force. A short while later, Yang Kai retrieved his divine sense and nodded his head at her, it's fine. Gu Pan closed the portal to her small universe and cleaned up the shattered table before she asked, "Senior brother, just what is going on?" Yang Kai sighed and told Gu Pan about how Shi Zheng had invited him for a private meeting previously. Gu Pan's expression became increasingly solemn as she listened. She never imagined that a foreign affairs envoy and inner elder of her sect would turn out to be somebody who was corrupted by the black ink. In fact, if Shi Zheng had not tried to corrupt Yang Kai with the black ink, his identity would not have been exposed. The world spring was extremely rare, therefore, Shi Zheng never planned for the possibility that Yang Kai had refined one. That was what prevented the invasion of the black ink insect and caused the attempt to corrupt Yang Kai with the black ink to fail. In addition, Yang Kai had already become a grand dragon, so there was no way to silence the witness to the crime. Furthermore, as long as Yang Kai was in high heaven territory, he could borrow the might of the star boundary to immediately warn the others stationed there. Once the high-rank open heaven realm masters arrived at the battlefield, Shi Zheng was cornered. His only option was suicide. Even if he could have stayed and fought to the death, the final outcome would not have changed at all under those circumstances. He might even end up being captured alive. In that case, a swift death was the best option available to him. After discovering Shi Zheng's identity as somebody who had been corrupted by the black ink, we guessed that there might be more people who have been corrupted inside Langya Paradise. There might even be a pure black ink clansman hiding in this place. The seniors intended to come straight to Langya Paradise to investigate everyone one by one, however, I believe that we would only alert the enemy by doing so. That is why I volunteered to take the initiative and see if I could infiltrate the ranks of those who have been corrupted by the black ink. If I can figure out who is an enemy and who is a friend, then I might be able to uncover the hiding place of the true black ink clansman. That would be the ideal outcome. Martial Peak, Chapter 4754, Langya Paradise's Sect Master, Li Yuan Wang. When I was at Langya Star City's Void Dock earlier, I was summoned by a senior brother named Zhong Yuquan. After chatting for a bit, I casually tried testing him just before we parted ways and confirmed that he had been corrupted by the black ink. Yang Kai quickly said. Gu Pan was shocked, senior brother Zhong has been corrupted by the black ink. He nodded solemnly, black ink. Eternal. That was what Shi Zheng mentioned before he killed himself. I don't know what those words meant, but it's most likely a firm belief held by the people who have been corrupted by black ink. Saying those words to Zhong Yuquan was nothing more than a whim at the time. I never imagined that Zhong Yuquan would respond to me in the same manner. Gu Pan understood, is that why you used the same words to test me? That's right. I didn't expect you to be so decisive and imprison me immediately, junior sister. Gu Pan explained, Honored Master told me about the people who have been corrupted by the black ink, so I know about the existence of the black ink clan. However, information on the black ink clan has always been controlled within the cave heavens and paradises. Even the non-core disciples in the cave heavens and paradises will not know about these matters. On the contrary, you are not a disciple of any cave heaven or paradise. That's why I misunderstood you when you mentioned the black ink out of nowhere. So, that's how it is. Senior brother, this matter is very important. We need to report this to the sect master. Yang Kai frowned slightly at that suggestion and said, I've thought of doing that, but what if your sect master has been corrupted by the black ink? All the people who have been corrupted by the black ink are currently hiding in the dark. There is no way for us to figure out their identities. The only person I can trust right now is you. Gu Pan hesitated before saying, I don't think that's likely. If that was truly the case, then I would have been corrupted by the black ink a long time ago. You might not know this, senior brother, but Langya Paradise's sect master is my honored master. He is also the one who told me about the black ink clan. Zhong Yuquan's talent and future potential were certainly not comparable to Gu Pan's, who advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, even he had been corrupted by the black ink, so there was no reason why Gu Pan wouldn't be targeted if that were possible. After listening to Gu Pan, Yang Kai also felt that it was unlikely for Langya Paradise's sect master to be related to the Black Ink clan. Zhong Yuquan has probably identified me as one of their own. If there exists communication between the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink, then the news would surely have spread among them by now. If I go and visit the sect master at this time, still, Yang Kai couldn't help hesitating. However, Gu Pan argued, Langya Paradise has a Tao temple in the star boundary, so it can also be considered as having a cooperative relationship with the star boundary. Not to mention, you are a star boundary great emperor. It's only natural for you to pay a visit to the sect master after coming to Langya Paradise. Even if the people who have been corrupted by the Black Ink learn about this matter, it should not be a problem. This was true. As a junior in the star boundary great emperor, there was no reason for Yang Kai not to pay a visit to the sect master after coming to Langya Paradise, as that was just basic etiquette. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, he nodded. Then, I shall trouble you to make the arrangements, junior sister. Come with me, senior brother. Yang Kai walked out of the bamboo building with Gu Pan. Afterwards, they soared off and headed straight for the middle of the three huge spirit provinces. Along the way, they passed by many people from Langya Paradise. Most of them would stop and bow politely from a distance when they saw Gu Pan. It could be seen that a core disciple like her enjoyed a very high status. All of a sudden, Gu Pan stopped and bowed to an elderly man who slowly approached them in the void, Martial Uncle Yuan. The elderly man with the surname Yuan glanced at Gu Pan with a smile and nodded in greeting. Martial niece, are you looking for the sect master? She replied, yes, Martial Uncle. Nodding lightly, he glanced at Yang Kai and asked curiously, Martial niece, who is this? He doesn't look like a Langya Paradise disciple. She explained, replying to Martial Uncle, this is Void Land's Lord, Yang Kai. Senior brother Yang is an old acquaintance of mine who came to visit me while passing through Langya Paradise. He was surprised. Oh. You are Void Land's Lord, Yang Kai. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Yuan. Yang Kai bowed in greeting. The elderly man with the surname Yuan stroked his beard with a smile. You're being too polite. This old master has heard your name often in recent days. From what I see, it's true that talented individuals are born every generation. You are praising me too much, senior. This junior is inferior to you in every way. It is impossible to compare with your prestige, senior. The elderly man with the surname Yuan immediately looked pleased at being flattered and laughed loudly. Boy, you have a keen way with words. Your future is promising indeed. He then smiled at Yang Kai in a friendly manner. If you're not in a hurry to leave, you should stop by my residence. I have lots of fine wines. It's a pity that I have nobody to share them with. Yang Kai nodded cheerfully. If there are fine wines, then I can't afford to miss this opportunity. I will definitely pay you a visit one day. The elderly man with the surname Yuan smiled in response and waved his hand. Go on then. The sect master is free right now. If you go any later, he might enter retreat. In that case, this junior will take his leave now. Yang Kai cupped his fist and continued forward with Gu Pan. A short while later, Gu Pan sent a divine sense transmission. Senior brother, do you plan to go and sound out Martial Uncle Yuan? If that was not the case, he would not have answered so cheerfully. Yang Kai asked, do you think there is a chance that this senior Yuan might be corrupted by the Black Ink? Gu Pan pondered in silence for a moment before she shook her head. I don't know. Martial Uncle Yuan Du is one of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise. He is usually very kind and treats the disciples very well. His only weakness is that he likes listening to flattery a little too much. I hope he isn't one of those who have been corrupted by the Black Ink. Yang Kai felt a little speechless. No wonder his casual flattery had made Yuan Du so happy just now. It turned out that Yuan Du liked receiving such praise. As for whether he had been corrupted by the Black Ink or not, there was nobody who could say for sure. After all, if Yang Kai had not come here today, Gu Pan would never have believed that Elder Shizheng was also one of those who were corrupted by the black ink. The pair continued forward, and a short while later, they landed in front of a grand palace located in the central spirit province. Gu Pan walked inside with great familiarity and came directly to an inner hall. When she knocked lightly on the door, a stern voice soon came from within, "Enter." The doors opened slowly. Beckoning towards Yang Kai, Gu Pan took the lead to enter. The hall was not that large, and when Yang Kai looked up, he immediately saw a middle-aged man standing in front of an easel. He was holding a paintbrush in his hand and seemed to be wholeheartedly drawing something. "Honored Master." Gu Pan called out softly. "N." The middle-aged man responded without lifting his head or pausing the movements of his hands. Yang Kai took the opportunity to study the sect master of Langya Paradise. Along the way here, he had asked many questions about this senior and learned that he was called Li Yuan Wang. Li Yuan Wang was at the peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, just one step away from advancing into the 8th Order. Even among all the 7th Order Open Heaven realm masters in the various cave heavens and paradises, he was ranked in the top tier. Seeing him at this moment, his aura was certainly extraordinary. The paintbrush in his hand seemed almost alive in his hands, drawing a beautiful scenery in a single motion. Moreover, the paper spread out in front of him radiated with a faint world force. This world force was not the world force that he mobilized, but rather it seemed as though the drawing itself had become an independent world. When Yang Kai met Gu Pan for the first time, he had found it strange that she used a paintbrush as her weapon. Such an artifact was very rare after all. Judging from the current situation though, it would seem that this was an influence from her master, Li Yuan Wang. Yang Kai waited quietly, observing Li Yuan Wang from time to time. Although Gu Pan could more or less confirm that Li Yuan Wang had not been corrupted by the black ink, nobody could say for sure. What if he had been corrupted by the black ink? A long while later, Li Yuan Wang finally stopped painting. He took 3 steps back to study his work before he nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. Without even lifting his head, he called out, "Kid, come here. Tell me, how is this king's painting?" Yang Kai was startled when he heard those words, but he responded quickly, "Yes." Gu Pan hurriedly grabbed him by his sleeve and subtly shook her head at him, "Don't go, senior brother." "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked at her in puzzlement. She said nothing and simply shook her head with a troubled expression on her face. Li Yuan Wang looked up at her and snapped unhappily, "What do you mean by that, little girl? This master worked hard to produce this painting. What's wrong with asking your friend to take a look? Hurry up and let go." Only then did Gu Pan release her grip on Yang Kai's sleeve in a helpless manner. She also turned her head to the side, unable to bring herself to watch what would surely happen next. Li Yuan Wang looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "This little girl has always made such a fuss over nothing. As her master, I have failed to educate her well. Please do not take her words to heart." Yang Kai naturally denied those statements. Walking over to easel, which had been facing away from him the whole time, he finally saw the painting and could only draw in a sharp breath of shock. "How is it?" Li Yuan Wang asked earnestly from the side. "Hasn't this king's painting technique simply reached beyond the mundane and ascended to the highest heights?" Yang Kai looked at the picture scroll in front of him as though it had picked up a dagger and stabbed him in the gut. The masterpiece looked like it had a cloud of ink in the east and a drop of ink in the west, all smeared together in what could only be described as a chaotic mess. For a while, he didn't know what to think and could only say quickly, "Senior, this painting is more. It has not just ascended to the peak. It exceeds beyond and has reached the extraordinary. It shocks history and dazzles the present. There is a universe within this painting. My conscience, it hurts. It feels like I'm going to suffocate." Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai with a shocked expression. Meanwhile, Li Yuan Wang became absolutely animated. "That's right. This king has cultivated his painting techniques for thousands of years. In this world, who would dare claim to be the best if this king claims to be second best? Yang Kai cupped his fist and said in a low voice, I cannot speak about the future, but there are definitely no precedents to seniors' painting skills. N. Li Yuan Wang nodded repeatedly while rubbing his chin and staring at his own painting. After a long time, he suddenly asked, You mentioned that there is a universe in this painting. Tell me more. Tell you what? Even the constantly wriggling black ink smoke that is currently suppressed and sealed in my small universe looks better than this painting. No wonder Gu Pan tried to stop me from approaching earlier. She obviously knows her master well. This painting is truly an eyesore. Go on. Why aren't you speaking? On the contrary, Li Yuan Wang did not seem to have any self-awareness and continued urging Yang Kai to speak. Yang Kai's impression of Langya paradise shattered immediately. Even the sect master has such behavior. It's no wonder Yuan Du, a seventh-order open heaven realm master who serves as one of the vice sect masters, likes listening to flattery so much. This is a prime example of the saying, if the foundation is crooked, the roof will be too. Yang Kai held his thoughts in for a long time, not knowing what to say in response. Gritting his teeth, he looked up at Li Yuan Wang and blurted out, Senior, Black Ink Eternal. Gu Pan's exquisite ears twitched slightly when she heard those words. She stared at her honored master, watching for any changes in his demeanor while secretly drawing upon her world force. Li Yuan Wang stared at Yang Kai blankly. A long time passed before he asked curiously, What did you say? Yang Kai quickly waved his hand dismissively, It's nothing. It's nothing. The words had just left his mouth when a majestic world force swirled and surged. The splattering-like drawing on the picture scroll instantly came alive, and the scattered patterns in the painting wriggled incessantly. With a flash of light, the world itself flipped upside down. By the time Yang Kai and Gu Pan recovered their senses, they were no longer standing in the hall, but instead in some unknown world. Martial Peak, Chapter 4755, This king has been defiled. The light in this world was bizarre and the scenery was distorted. Yang Kai looked around only to see that nothing in this world was normal. Li Yuan Wang was sitting on something that resembled a throne, not far ahead. He leaned forward slightly with one hand under his chin, staring at Yang Kai calmly, but with great hostility. Around him, terrifying bursts of energy emerged one after another to form sharp swords that hummed uncontrollably. Sword intent permeated the air with overpowering murderous intent. This is the world within that painting. Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. The painting really turned out to contain a universe inside. It was not until this moment that he realized he had underestimated Langya Paradise's sect master. The painting was not a random scribble. It was just that he didn't know how to appreciate it. Gu Pan stood nearby, feeling a little shocked. It was obvious that she had also realized the peculiarity of the world within the painting. She had always thought that her honored master's painting skills were terrible. Who could have known that he had such strange methods? Boy, what did you say just now? Can you repeat what you said? I didn't hear you clearly. Li Yuan Wang stared at Yang Kai with a sharp gaze. Naturally, he heard everything clearly and was simply seeking confirmation. Pretending not to know anything earlier was so that he could mislead Yang Kai in order to drag him into the world within the painting while the other party remained unguarded. Yang Kai turned to look at Gu Pan. At this time, it was useless for him to explain, so it was better for her to speak instead. Gu Pan understood and blurted out a shocking statement, Honored Master, Elder Shizheng has been corrupted by the black ink. Li Yuan Wang's hostility froze abruptly. He could distrust Yang Kai, but he was willing to believe the words of his own disciple, thus, he asked with a grim expression, Where did you receive this information? Can it be trusted? She nodded heavily, senior brother Yang witnessed it himself and came here from the star boundary for this very reason. Tell me more. He turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly repeated what he told Gu Pan earlier. Li Yuan Wang's expression changed, becoming more and more solemn. It was not until Yang Kai finished explaining that Li Yuan Wang finally asked, "You managed to test Zhong Yuquan with those words, so you tried to test this king too?" Yang Kai nodded. Of course, he would never say that the main reason was that the terrible painting had rendered him speechless, so he randomly blurted out that phrase. Words have no proof. Open your small universe, this king wants to check for himself. Li Yuan Wang stood up. He subconsciously believed that Yang Kai was not lying, otherwise, Yang Kai would not have come all this way from the star boundary for no apparent reason. However, this matter was related to the Black Ink clan, so it was better to err on the side of caution. Yang Kai felt helpless. His small universe had been checked too frequently recently. Unfortunately, this was the simplest and most effective method to determine whether the other party had been corrupted by the Black Ink. Yang Kai opened the portal to his small universe and Li Yuan Wang's divine sense immediately poured in. A short while later, he looked at Yang Kai in shock. "You sure are bold. I can't believe you dared to suppress and seal the Black Ink smoke in your small universe." Yang Kai laughed wryly. If not for the World Spring, this junior would not have dared to act so rashly. Li Yuan Wang nodded lightly, but just as he was about to speak, he heard Yang Kai saying, "Senior, it's your turn now." His mouth fell open. "Huh?" Yang Kai stared at Li Yuan Wang and said, "Senior, please open your small universe and allow this junior to inspect it." Li Yuan Wang was so furious that he laughed. "You want to check my small universe?" Yang Kai replied seriously, "That's the only way to confirm that you have not been corrupted by the Black Ink, senior. If this king had been corrupted by the Black Ink, you would be dead by now." "That's not true." "Who knows? Maybe you're just trying to misdirect us." Yang Kai shook his head. Li Yuan Wang looked at Gu Pan and pointed a finger at his head. "Is there something wrong with your friend's head?" Gu Pan replied, "Honored master, I would also like to take a look." Li Yuan Wang immediately looked heartbroken. "Xiao Panner, why are you being like this? Is it true that girls will always side with outsiders when they grow up? Your honored master raised you up with such difficulty. Do you think it was easy?" Yang Kai stepped forward and quickly interjected, "Senior, this matter is too important to simply brush aside. If you insist on refusing to allow us to check your small universe, then this junior can only assume that you have been corrupted by the Black Ink and you do not dare to let others inspect you. If that is the case, please don't blame this junior for disrespecting you." Li Yuan Wang looked at Yang Kai with a smile. "What are you going to do if this king has been corrupted? Those who have been corrupted by the Black Ink consider me their comrade now. If you and I begin fighting, then this matter will remain unresolved. Those corrupted by the Black Ink will surely become vigilant as a result. If you have not been corrupted by the Black Ink, then you will not want something like that to happen. Senior, please cooperate." Li Yuan Wang couldn't help feeling a headache. Nevertheless, he had to admit that Yang Kai was right. Now that Yang Kai had given Zhong Yuquan the impression that they were comrades, the latter would definitely have passed the message to the others who were corrupted. Therefore, they would alert their enemies and create needless trouble if a fight were to break out between them now. Yang Kai could ignore these matters because he was not a member of Langya Paradise. However, as Langya Paradise's sect master, Li Yuan Wang could not disregard such concerns. Gritting his teeth, he turned to look at the sky with a despairing expression. "Good. Go on. Look." While saying so, he opened the portal to his small universe. Yang Kai and Gu Pan's divine sense immediately poured into the portal. Li Yuan Wang's body shuddered as he woefully despaired. The humiliation. To have my own disciple inspect my small universe. Not to mention, there's a man looking around inside my body. Ah! This king has been defiled. Yang Kai leaned close to Gu Pan and whispered in her ear, "Has your honored master always been so dramatic?" Gu Pan nodded with a complicated expression. Yang Kai sighed, "It must have been hard for you while growing up." "Brat!" Li Yuan Wang roared in anger, "This king can hear you. I'm not deaf." Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense and nodded at Li Yuan Wang, "There are no problems, senior." Humph. Li Yuan Wang looked extremely upset. With a wave of his hand, the distorted scenery in their surroundings vanished, and the three of them returned to the room from before. He then looked at Gu Pan and warned her earnestly with a serious expression, "In the future, you should not interact so much with friends like this one. It is best if you cut off your friendship and never communicate with each other again, so as not to be led down the wrong path." Yang Kai's expression darkened, "Senior, I'm not deaf either." Li Yuan Wang snorted, "So? Do you want to hit me? Go on then, come and hit me." "Honored master." Gu Pan glared at Li Yuan Wang sternly, "Please show some propriety." Li Yuan Wang coughed lightly and clasped his hands behind his back with the air of a senior expert. He then spoke in a low voice, "At present, we know that Shi Zheng and Zhong Yuquan have been corrupted by the black ink. Shi Zheng is dead, and Zhong Yuquan is overseeing the Star City's void dock. I don't know how many more of their accomplices are in the sect. This will be troublesome." Yang Kai nodded and said, "There is only one thing that we can be sure of right now, the people who have been corrupted by the black ink are unable to sense each other." Li Yuan Wang glanced at Yang Kai and nodded in agreement after a moment. If they could sense each other, then Zhong Yuquan would definitely have sensed that something was wrong with Yang Kai's identity. In that case, he would not have responded to the probe either. Needless to say, they did not rule out the possibility that he was simply playing along to lull them into a false sense of security, but his reaction had been very natural under those circumstances. He did not look like he was carrying out any nefarious plans. In this way, it seemed Yang Kai would be able to hide himself and infiltrate the enemy ranks successfully. Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai and asked, "Senior brother, do you have a plan?" Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. "The top priority is to invite the rest of the seniors over. They snuck into Langya territory with me, but exposing their presence would make things inconvenient, so they remained hidden. If they join us, it will be easier for us to deal with those who have been corrupted by the black ink." Li Yuan Wang nodded, "I will handle this matter. Give me their location." Yang Kai immediately took out a jade slip. With a surge of his divine sense, he engraved the location of where Yu Xiang Dai and the others were hiding in the jade slip. After that, he handed the jade slip to Li Yuan Wang. With the help of Lang Yen Paradise's sect master, it would be easy for Yu Xiang Dai and the others to quietly enter the core of Langya territory. Then, the only thing left to do is to identify those who have been corrupted by the black ink. Yang Kai looked at Li Yuan Wang, "Senior, the Cave Heaven Paradises have some understanding of the Black Ink clan, so do they not have a method to distinguish between friend and enemy?" Li Yuan Wang nodded, "There is one." Yang Kai raised his brow, "What is it?" Li Yuan Wang pondered for a short while before he spoke. "The power of the Black Ink clan is treacherous, but also extremely hidden, so it is very difficult to detect. That is why our ancestors developed a spirit array especially to identify those corrupted by the Black Ink clan. It is called the Revealing Black Ink Array. All the Cave Heaven Paradises have this inheritance. As long as somebody who was corrupted by the Black Ink stands on the array, their identity will be revealed. That is how we can easily determine who has been infected. But, if we actually do that, we will also need to narrow down our inspection targets. You can't expect me to summon all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Langya Paradise and ask them to stand on top of the array for inspection." Yang Kai nodded. "If they did that, it would be no different from inspecting the small universes of others. They would definitely alert their enemy to their movements. At the time, the identities of those who have been corrupted by the black ink would be exposed and a huge battle would break out among the open heaven realm masters in Lanya Paradise. The situation would surely go out of control. That is why you will still need to infiltrate the enemy and identify who has been corrupted by the black ink. Li Yuan Wang looked at Yang Kai. In a sense, Lanya Paradise is pretty lucky. You immediately figured out Zhong Yuquan's identity as soon as you arrived, so perhaps you can go from there. Yang Kai nodded. That's what I think too. I will need you to provide me with a list of names, Senior. What list of names? A list of the names of all the people who were on good terms and had close relationships with Shi Zhang and Zhong Yuquan, including both the 6th Order and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai said pensively, I think we don't need to inspect the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are corrupted by the black ink, their value isn't high. I don't think they will be targeted. Good. Li Yuan Wang agreed readily. I'll prepare a list of names and have it delivered to you soon. Just stay with Xiao Panner for now and act as the situation requires. Senior may rest assured, I will handle this matter diligently. I'll leave everything to you. He suddenly cupped his fist at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai responded, You are too polite, Senior. I might not be part of a cave heaven or paradise, but I understand the dangers of the Black Ink clan. I may be helping Lanya Paradise, but it is also for my own sake. Li Yuan Wang nodded. All of a sudden, he turned around and warned Gu Pan, Xiao Panner, take care of yourself. Don't let any smelly man take advantage of you. If anybody dares to bully you, tell me immediately. I will beat him up on your behalf. While saying so, he glared at Yang Kai threateningly. Gu Pan stomped her feet, Honored master, just stop talking. Having a master like him is way too embarrassing. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4756, Boy, Eat My Hammer. Yang Kai and Gu Pan returned to her private spirit province. An hour later, another person flew over. He was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and Gu Pan's senior brother with a brave and heroic figure. Moreover, he had an extraordinary bearing on him. Gu Pan introduced them to each other, and Yang Kai learned that the other party was called Dongpeng. Junior brother Yang, I'll leave this to you. Dongpeng handed a jade slip to Yang Kai and lowered his voice, Honored master asks that you be careful, junior brother. Yang Kai nodded, Many thanks for your concern, senior brother. I will act prudently. Dongpeng nodded and patted Gu Pan's small head before he soared into the sky again. Yang Kai poured his divine sense into the jade slip, but after studying the contents, he couldn't help scowling deeply. Gu Pan asked in concern, What is it? There's quite a lot of names. Take a look for yourself. He handed the jade slip to her. The names inside the jade slip were divided into 2 separate lists. One listed the people who had a close relationship and frequent contact with Shi Zhang, while the other was related to Zhong Yuquan. There were nearly 100 names in total. In addition, all of them were in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm and above. Even those in the 7th Order numbered as many as 8. It could be seen from these lists alone just how deep the heritage of the cave heavens and paradises was. The 2 lists covered only a portion of the masters in Lanya Paradise, so just how many masters were there in Lanya Paradise? Written next to each name was not just the information on their respective cultivation, but also the positions that they held in Lanya Paradise. Among them, there were more than a dozen who were currently not in Lanya Paradise. They were probably out on missions, so there was no need to consider these people for the time being. Even so, there were over 80 people left. Yang Kai alone couldn't check out all 80 of these people one at a time. Doing so would be stupid. The phrase, Black Ink Eternal, was a convenient method to sound out those who had been corrupted by the Black Ink. As long as the other party was corrupted by the Black Ink, they would surely respond to those words. However, if he simply went up to somebody and said these words, wouldn't it be awkward if the other party was not corrupted by the black ink? Therefore, this investigation method could not be used too frequently. On top of that, according to Li Yuan Wang, all the high-rank open heaven realm masters in the cave heavens and paradises knew about the Black Ink clan. They would definitely react in some manner if Yang Kai were to speak those words to them, regardless of whether they were corrupted by the Black Ink or not. Just like how Li Yuan Wang had taken him by surprise and detained him inside the world of the painting. If Yang Kai wanted to discover the identities of those who had been corrupted by the Black Ink, then he would need to come up with a different method. Zhong Yuquan was indeed a breakthrough point. Nevertheless, Yang Kai felt that he should not be in such a hurry to contact Zhong Yuquan. It would be inappropriate if he seemed too eager. Besides, from Zhong Yuquan's point of view, he had already recognized Yang Kai as his companion, so he was bound to contact Yang Kai even if the latter did not contact him first. Yang Kai would be able to obtain more information from him at that time. After making up his mind, Yang Kai settled down in Gupan's spirit province. There was nothing to do over the next few days, so he went around with Gupan and enjoyed the wonderful scenery in Langya Paradise. There were countless spirit provinces, each one with its own unique features. Such a scene, where a man and a woman were inseparable from each other, created many rumors. Many people secretly speculated that core disciple Gu Pan had some sort of relationship with Yang Kai. In the beginning, they did not know Yang Kai's identity, very few people knew about his arrival here after all. It was just that Gu Pan's status was special, so he received quite a lot of attention for always being by her side. After making several inquiries, the general public learned that he was actually Void Land's lord. In other words, he was the one who won first place during Yin-Yang Cave Heavens Tao Theory Assembly, embarrassing many cave heavens and paradises in the process. That was too much. Although Gu Pan held a high status in Langya Paradise, due to her short cultivation time as well as her petite figure, she was considered a little sister who never grew up in the eyes of her many senior brothers and sisters, therefore, her many senior brothers and sisters took great care of and doted on her. It would not have been an issue if Yang Kai and Gu Pan were in love with each other, however, the key point was that Yang Kai was a Yin-Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law. He was bound to marry into Yin-Yang Cave Heaven one day. Why is he not standing guard for that seductress, Chu Huashang, and waiting for her to come out of retreat to complete their marriage ceremony? Why did he come to Langya Paradise to flirt with little junior sister? What's more, Gu Pan seemed to be very interested in Yang Kai. She spent all day alone with him, bringing him to this spirit province to check out the scenery or that spirit province to watch the sunrise and sunset. For that reason, many senior brothers were on the verge of despair. They felt as though the delicate flower that they nurtured and raised with extreme care was about to be devoured by a pig. By some strange circumstances, while there were no clues regarding those who were corrupted by the black ink, the undercurrents began moving beneath the surface of Langya Paradise. On a certain day, Yang Kai was again following Gu Pan to one of the various spirit provinces. He had heard that there was a shopping district for the inner disciples of Langya Paradise where many good things could be found. More importantly, the person overseeing this shopping district was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose name was on the list given to Yang Kai by Li Yuan Wang. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little distressed. He had been waiting around for more than 10 days now, but aside from confirming that Zhong Yuquan was one of those who were corrupted by the black ink, he did not have any other clues. The main reason for going to the shopping district was to see if there was anything wrong with the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing the area. However, halfway through their journey, a stream of light sped towards them from an off-angle and blocked their path. This newcomer gave off the aura of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and had a tough and sturdy build. As soon as he appeared, he rudely looked Yang Kai up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. Senior brother Zhong Fan. Gu Pan glanced at the person who came and gave a bow before she asked, "Can I help you, senior brother?" Zhong Fan was born with a fierce face, so he did not look like a good person from his appearance alone. Be that as it may, he squeezed out a smile at Gu Pan that could make a child cry in his best attempt to appear gentle. It's nothing. I heard that you had a guest, junior sister, so I came over to have a look. When he turned to look at Yang Kai, his attitude was no longer courteous. He growled, "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai greets senior brother Zhong. Yang Kai bowed, feeling a bit curious. Why is this guy called Zhong Fan blocking our way? Not to mention, his attitude does not seem friendly. Yang Kai quietly compared the name against the name list and discovered that Zhong Fan's name was not on it. Zhong Fan waved his hand and roared angrily, "Who are you calling senior brother? Stop trying to get close to me. Boy, eat my hammer." Yang Kai was totally confused. What? Why is he taking out his hammer? He looked up only to see two large sledgehammers appearing in Zhong Fan's hands all of a sudden. These two sledgehammers resembled ordinary iron tools, but under the surging of Zhong Fan's world force, the sledgehammers abruptly swelled and became as big as mountains. Zhong Fan raised one of the sledgehammers high into the air and slammed it down towards Yang Kai in a ruthless move. A furious roar came from his throat. This king hates unfaithful men the most. If you want to play with junior sister Gu's feelings, then you will have to get through me first. The blow was so heavy that even if there was a mountain in front of them, it would surely shatter into pieces. Gu Pan's beautiful face turned pale as she shouted, "Senior brother Zhong, stop." Before the words could leave her mouth though, a gentle force pushed out at her. Yang Kai had stretched out a hand to send her out of harm's way. Meanwhile, he dodged to the side. Zhong Fan's attack subsequently struck nothing. When he turned around to look, he saw that Yang Kai had already appeared at another spot without him noticing. Yang Kai stared at Zhong Fan helplessly. "Senior brother Zhong, is there some sort of misunderstanding between us?" Zhong Fan shook his head and raised his sledgehammer to attack Yang Kai again. "Misunderstanding or not, we'll talk after I teach you to show proper manners." Yang Kai dodged again. The techniques that Zhong Fan cultivated were simple and straightforward. His personality was probably similar in that aspect. The two sledgehammers that were as large as mountains contained great power, but he held them effortlessly in his hands. Even though the power behind his attacks was great, that only mattered if he could hit his target. If it were ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm masters, they might not come out unscathed in the face of Zhou Fan's vicious barrage, but if Yang Kai, who was a master of the Tao of space, could not dodge these attacks, then he would have cultivated all his years in vain. After missing repeatedly, Zhong Fan was livid. "Brat, you're as cowardly as a mouse. How could a person like you even think to deceive little junior sister Gu? Junior sister, you better open your eyes wide. You should never go after a man with so little courage." Gu Pan's face flushed beet red as she stomped her foot and shouted, "What are you saying, senior brother Zhong? You're blushing. You are blushing." Zhong Fan's rage burned even greater at the sight of the red hue on Gu Pan's cheeks. His aura as a sixth-order open heaven realm master rose steadily, erupting out of him like a volcano as a roar came out of his mouth. I'll fight you to the death, you bastard. Senior brother Zhong, the relationship between junior sister Gu and I is not what you think. Yang Kai tried to explain. He had to investigate the Black Ink clan at the moment, so how could he be in the mood to fight with others? Much less a fight as meaningless as this one. Not to mention, this place was Langya Paradise. So, what if he won against Zhong Fan? Things would end badly for him if he made an enemy out of all the masters in Langya Paradise. Zhong Fan was even more enraged. "How dare you eat then refuse to pay? I'm going to crush you to death with my hammer, you brat." The blush on Gu Pan's face had already spread to her neck. "Senior brother Zhong, please stop talking." His voice was so loud that half of Langya Paradise would have heard him by now. If rumors spread about this, she would never be able to prove her innocence. Yang Kai sighed. This isn't getting anywhere. This guy is so obstinate. How did he manage to cultivate until the sixth order open heaven realm? Seeing as he could not get through the other party with words, Yang Kai decided not to explain with words. One of the sledgehammers was smashing down on him again, so he dodged and came to Gu Pan's side. Reaching out to grab her by the waist, he manipulated space principles and instantly vanished out of sight. Where'd he go? Zhong Fan looked around wildly, but there were no signs of Yang Kai anywhere. After searching for some time, he confirmed that Yang Kai had escaped and roared at the sky, "You heartless thief! Come quickly and fight me to the death." In a remote spirit province, the figures of Yang Kai and Gu Pan reappeared. Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai apologetically. "I apologize, senior brother Yang. Senior brother Zhong has always been like this. I'm afraid he misunderstood after listening to some strange rumor. He does not have any malicious intentions." Yang Kai smiled, "I know. If not for that, I would not have held back just now." Gu Pan suddenly turned to the side. "Why are you here, senior brother Lin?" Not far away, under a towering tree, a young man dressed in snow-white robes stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His back was facing them, and his head was slightly raised towards the sky. His posture was suave, but an air of melancholy lingered around him. They heard him sigh softly. "The trees may prefer the quiet, but the wind refuses to stop." Yang Kai and Gu Pan exchanged glances with each other in confusion. Senior brother Lin continued, "I had no plans to participate, but since we encountered each other, it would be inappropriate to feign ignorance. In that case, draw your sword, young man." After saying that, he stretched out his arm and a branch fell into his hand. In an instant, sword intent soared into the sky and the leaves of the towering ancient tree rustled noisily. Martial Peak, Chapter 47-57, Heartless Thief. Countless fallen leaves rained down from above, and every leaf transformed into a sharp sword that swirled around the young man. There were at least tens of thousands of them. Then, the young man raised the branch in his hand and pointed at Yang Kai with a burning fighting spirit. Yang Kai's expression naturally darkened. Zhong Fan, whom he met earlier, had attacked him with a sledgehammer almost on sight, and now, this senior brother Lin whom he just met was asking him to draw his sword without any reason. Is there something wrong in the head with these Langya Paradise disciples? Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of Li Yuan Wang's eccentric personality and sighed in amazement. If the foundation is crooked, the roof will be too. Senior brother Lin's sword intent burst into flames as he stared at Yang Kai with sharp eyes. Sword masters are killers. This senior brother's murderous intent is too strong. That is why I don't wish to attack you, much less bully the small and weak. For little junior sister's sake, I will give you a chance to answer my question. If your answer can satisfy me, then I may be willing to show mercy to you." Yang Kai asked helplessly, "What do you want to ask, senior brother?" Senior brother Lin glanced at Yang Kai before glancing at Gu Pan. Then, he questioned, "Can you be faithful to junior sister?" "I advise you to answer with a yes. If you answer with a no, then you will suffer some physical pain." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior brother Lin, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Junior sister Gu and I are not." Senior brother Lin gave a long sigh. "Sure enough, you are a heartless thief who eats then refuses to pay. Pay with your life." The branch in his hand trembled slightly and thousands of fallen leaves transformed into sword dragons. His figure followed his sword, thrusting towards Yang Kai. Everywhere he passed, space was sliced open in his wake. Yang Kai felt his teeth hurting. Immediately manipulating space principles, he grabbed Gu Pan and left with a flash. Where is he? Senior brother Lin's attack struck nothing but air, and when he looked around, he couldn't find Yang Kai anywhere. Thus, he frowned and pondered silently for some time before he let out a long sigh. Who can be my opponent in this world? Life is as lonely as snow. After that, he went back to stand under the towering tree with his hands clasped behind his back and his head raised slightly to look up at the sky. A fiery red figure sped over from a distance and landed beside senior brother Lin a moment later. This person was a woman with a curvaceous figure and a stunning appearance. It was just that she was enveloped in a malevolent aura right now, and her entire body gave off the feeling that she could not be approached. It was a feeling that made others shudder in fright. She landed nearby and looked around, her beautiful brow furrowing tightly. Turning to look at the only other person present, she shouted, "Lin Xian." Lin Xian turned around, but his eyes remained slightly raised towards the sky. He looked down his nose at the woman. "Oh, it's you, senior sister Zhou. Can I help you?" Senior sister Zhou quickly said, "I heard that some bastard abandoned little junior sister Gu after thoughtlessly sleeping with her." "Who is it?" Lin Xian replied, "I think it was a guy called Yang Kai. He was here just a moment ago, but he ran away after getting beaten by me. He couldn't even take a single blow." Senior sister Zhou roared in fury, "Somebody actually did that to junior sister Gu. Damn it! Where did he go?" Lin Xian casually pointed in a certain direction. "I think he went that way." She nodded and soared into the sky, clearly intending to give pursuit. However, she soon turned around and came back. Standing in front of Lin Xian, she studied him with a suspicious gaze. He was confused. "Do you need something else, senior sister Zhou? Why won't you look at me directly? Are you looking down on me?" she asked coldly. His head remained slightly raised, looking up at the sky, as he explained, "Of course not. It's just that I made some mistakes while cultivating, so my meridians are blocked and I cannot lower my head. So, that's how it is." She immediately understood. After staring at him for a short while, she suddenly reached out her hands. She placed one hand on his head and the other hand gripped his lower jaw. Lin Xian did not understand and thus asked, "Senior sister Zhou, what?" "Ga." A strong force came out. Following a loud crack, his head turned half a circle. His head, which was originally lifted slightly to the left, was now lifted slightly to the right. Senior sister Zhou took 3 steps back and stared at him for a short while before she nodded in satisfaction. "This is much better. I'm going to teach that heartless thief a lesson." After declaring so, she took to the sky. Meanwhile, Lin Xian remained standing there. His appearance was disheveled, and he was in so much pain that tears threatened to leak out of his eyes. "There's something wrong." As Yang Kai and Gu Pan rushed through the void, numerous auras seemed to appear and disappear in their surroundings, giving Yang Kai the illusion that he was caught in enemy territory and powerful foes were lying in ambush all around him. Gu Pan looked apologetic as she whispered, "Senior brother Yang, I apologize. My senior brothers seem to have misunderstood something. It'll be fine once I explain the situation to them later." Yang Kai just shook his head lightly. "There's nothing for you to apologize for. I know I am innocent. Besides, those 2 senior brothers of yours are merely concerned about you. It's not a problem." "Huh." While speaking, he suddenly came to a halt. 2 figures were coming towards them. It was a man and a woman, traveling side by side. The man was handsome and arrogant while the woman was beautiful and refined. Both of their movements were perfectly in sync, almost as if they came from the same mold. Even their breathing was the same. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that these 2 seemed rather similar in appearance. They were most likely a pair of twins. Those 2 approached Yang Kai and Gu Pan with a smile, showing no intention of stopping at all. It didn't take long for them to arrive in front of Yang Kai, but before he could speak, the 2 newcomers abruptly began weaving around each other in a circular manner at lightning speed. They soon became a blur of figures that surrounded Yang Kai and Gu Pan. Gu Pan exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior brother Ri Hua, senior sister Yu Hua, what are you doing?" The pair did not answer, but giggling sounds soon entered Yang Kai and Gu Pan's ears from their surroundings. The laughter that filled their ears sounded both enchanting and demonic and had the effect of disrupting their consciousness. For a time, Yang Kai felt dizzy and groggy. Using all his strength to shake his head, he managed to suppress and dispel the effects of the noise, but when he looked up again, he saw that the pair of twins had already disappeared into the distance at a high speed. Their voices came from afar, hee. Ha. The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched as he muttered, "What is with those two?" There was no answer though. Surprised, he took a careful look around, but Gu Pan was nowhere to be seen. She had clearly been kidnapped by the man and woman pair at some point. Watching the man and woman taking Gu Pan away, Yang Kai stood on the spot and rubbed his chin in contemplation. Something strange is clearly going on. Are they worried that they might accidentally injure Gu Pan in a fight? Is that why they tried to take her away? Now that she is gone, will there be a mad torrent of attacks raining down on me soon? Yang Kai felt a terrible headache. His main purpose in coming to Langya Paradise was to investigate the Black Ink clan, so he was supposed to maintain a low profile. Why would he want to have any conflict with the Langya Paradise disciples? It was just that the current situation was very troublesome indeed. Not daring to remain in one place for too long, Yang Kai turned and sped in a certain direction. This matter had to be resolved with Li Yuanwang's help. Unfortunately, before he could get far, the sturdy figure of a man appeared in front of him. That man stood there quietly with a long sword in his hands, surrounded by an extraordinary bearing and majestic aura. More importantly, he seemed to be waiting for Yang Kai. When he sensed Yang Kai's arrival, he opened his eyes and a flash of light seemed to cross their depths. He grinned at Yang Kai and declared, "I'm lucky indeed." Yang Kai frowned slightly and cupped his fist. "Voidland Yang Kai greets this senior brother. How should I address you, senior brother?" The man answered dismissively, "Wang Gao Yang." "So it is senior brother Wang Gao Yang." Yang Kai nodded and asked curiously, "Senior brother Wang, how did you know I would be coming here? Why are you waiting for me here on purpose?" Wang Gao Yang shook his head, "I didn't, but if you ran in another direction, you would find senior brother Lu, senior brother Zhang, and senior brother Zhao waiting for you. That's why I said that my luck is good indeed." "So, that's how it is." Yang Kai immediately understood. He had been surrounded on all sides like a dumpling. There were people stationed in all directions, so he was bound to encounter one of them no matter where he ran. He then frowned and said, "Senior brother Wang, I'm afraid that there's a misunderstanding. There is nothing going on between junior sister Gu and I." "I know." Wang Gao Yang nodded lightly. Yang Kai was overjoyed, "So you knew, senior brother Wang. I finally met a normal person." Yang Kai was filled with a sense of gratitude. All the Langya Paradise disciples are completely influenced by Li Yuanwang. None of them can communicate properly. I'm so glad this Wang Gao Yang seems to be quite reasonable. Since you know the truth, senior brother Wang, then. It doesn't matter whether or not it is a misunderstanding, Wang Gao Yang interjected before Yang Kai could finish speaking. Raising his sword, he pointed at Yang Kai and said, "I heard that you're strong. Zhao Xing of Thousand Birds Paradise died at your hands." Yang Kai replied grimly, "That was also a misunderstanding. The main reason for that incident was that Yang Kai had used too much strength and killed Zhao Xing by accident." Wang Gao Yang grinned, "I like guys who can fight. Enough nonsense. Fight me." After saying that, he swung his sword downward. World force surged, and a sword light sliced through the void towards Yang Kai like a whip. Yang Kai pursed his lips with a speechless expression. He originally thought that he had encountered a normal person who could be reasoned with, but in the end, this person was still looking for a fight. Space principles fluctuated, but Yang Kai quickly noticed that something was wrong. Thus, he swiftly moved to dodge the sword light. Wang Gao Yang moved forward with his sword, and with every step he took, he slashed out wildly. His fighting spirit burned brightly, and he roared with laughter, "How can we be unprepared when we know you are proficient in the Tao of space? We only allowed you to escape earlier to get you to lower your guard. This whole region has been sealed with a grand array. Let's see where you can run now. Are all Langya Paradise disciples insane? Just to force me into taking action, they even went so far as to seal this space with a grand array." While avoiding Wang Gao Yang's attacks, Yang Kai earnestly tried to persuade the other party, "Senior brother Wang, weapons have no eyes. You and I have no bad blood between us. Why must we fight such a meaningless battle?" Wang Gao Yang turned a deaf ear. However, the sword light became more and more violent. In the end, his attacks turned into a raging storm that rained down on Yang Kai as he finally said, "The likes of Zhao Xing would not have survived more than 10 attacks at the hands of this Wang. More than 2,000 years have passed since this Wang advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and I am only one step away from the 7th Order. The strength of my heritage is incomparable to that of Zhao Xing Jr. Brother Yang. If you dare to look down on me, then you will be the only one who suffers instead." Yang Kai's brow twitched at those words. This was his first time meeting a person who praised themselves during a battle. Be that as it may, what Wang Gao Yang said was true. It was impossible for Zhao Xing to be his opponent. Zhao Xing had only advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm 1 or 200 years ago, so he could only be considered a newly advanced 6th Order master. On the other hand, Wang Gao Yang was a veteran 6th Order master. He was not inferior to Mao Zhe and the others. In fact, he might even be superior to them. Yang Kai sighed, "Senior brother Wang, let's stop here. I don't wish to hurt you." The movement of Wang Gao Yang's hands froze. Immediately after that, he roared with fury, "How dare you humiliate me? I only planned to punish you lightly on account of your relationship with junior sister Gu, but since you have the gall to say that, I'll deal with you properly." Martial Peak, Chapter 4758, next. While speaking, Wang Gao Yang charged towards Yang Kai as the world force of a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master fluctuated violently. Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Judging by the current circumstances, it was impossible to avoid this fight. The Langya Paradise disciples even went so far as to use a heaven-sealing earth-locking array. If he continued to avoid the situation, he would only become more and more passive. Compared to that outcome, he might as well go wild and reveal his true strength. That might make them back down instead. He took a deep breath and reached his hand out. The azure dragon spear appeared in the palm of his hand, and he quickly said, "Senior brother Wang, if you insist on fighting, then please excuse my discourtesy." When the words left his mouth, the spear stabbed forward. Wang Gao Yang's eyes lit up, "Good." Sword light surged and covered the entire sky. However, the excitement in Wang Gao Yang's eyes quickly turned solemn before it was replaced by shock. That was because the sword light that filled the sky abruptly disappeared into nothing when it stabbed towards his opponent. On the other hand, an extremely majestic world force came from the front. This force caused him to feel an involuntary sense of suffocation, hong hong hong. Following the sound of explosions, a violent force erupted and a brilliant light spread out. Wang Gao Yang's figure was steadily pushed back. "I'm not his opponent at all." There was an incredulous expression on Wang Gao Yang's face. He was at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. In other words, he was only one step away from the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. It was not as though there were no other 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters who were stronger than him in Langya Paradise, but there were definitely not many of them. He originally believed that he could defeat Yang Kai easily. Who could have expected this outcome instead? Is this really the strength that a 6th Order Open Heaven realm master can exert? Every single collision shook his small universe to the core. Moreover, the next wave of attacks slammed into him before he even had the time to catch his breath. When Yang Kai first advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm outside the shadowless cave heaven, even an existence like Mao Zedong was no match for him. Since then, how much stronger had he become compared to the past? It was true that Wang Gaoyang was strong. Unfortunately, his strength could only be said to be on par with Mao Zedong, so how could he be Yang Kai's opponent? Beneath the high-rank open heaven realm, Yang Kai could be said to be invincible. He even stood a fighting chance against a 7th-order open heaven realm master if he transformed into his grand dragon form. Otherwise, he could not have lasted for so long during his battle with Shi Zheng. Thanks to the protection of the world spring in his small universe, there was no need for him to worry about it being shaken by the impacts from opponents in the same order. In contrast, Wang Gaoyang soon began to falter under the brutal collision of powers. His small universe became unstable, and the flow of his world force became obstructed. Consequently, the power that he could exert was affected too. Therefore, he looked extremely vexed. He had never encountered an opponent like Yang Kai before. Under the never-ending attacks, he retreated steadily and hurriedly shouted, "Wait! Get down!" Yang Kai ignored Wang Gaoyang and the Azure Dragon Spear slammed down wildly with the force of a falling mountain. Wang Gaoyang raised his sword in defense. There was a loud explosion, then his entire figure plummeted like a falling meteor as he crashed downward. As Wang Gaoyang was blown away, he didn't forget to shout at the top of his lungs, "Yang Kai! How dare you abandon junior sister Gu after thoughtlessly sleeping with her? I will never forgive you even if I die." The thunderous voice resounded across the void as Yang Kai's expression instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. This guy. Even after losing the battle, he does not forget to disgust me one last time. He felt a slight twinge of regret. I held back too much. I should have beat him up so badly that he can never speak another word again. Bastard, I've finally found you. A coquettish shout rang out at that moment, accompanied by a fiery red figure who charged straight at Yang Kai. Without giving Yang Kai any time to react, a pair of tender fists smashed down on his head with an incomparably violent force. This person was none other than senior sister Zhou, who met up with Lin Xian earlier. Rushing over from Lin Xian's place, she arrived just in time to see Yang Kai defeating Wang Gaoyang. She initially wanted to question Yang Kai thoroughly about the situation. After all, it would have been a happy and beautiful matter if Yang Kai and Gu Pan were in love with each other. However, thanks to Wang Gaoyang's remark, she immediately believed that Yang Kai had done something indecent, so how could she be in the mood for careful questioning? They could talk after she beat him up first. Hence, a vicious wave of fist chi swept towards Yang Kai. He immediately held his spear horizontally across his chest in defense. Following 2 consecutive explosions, he was sent flying backwards. An indescribably terrifying force ran rampant inside his body, causing the vitality in his chest to churn fiercely. Meanwhile, senior sister Zhou was unforgiving. She stuck so close to him that it was almost as though she was his shadow. Her fists transformed into fist shadows that covered the entire sky, bombarding him indiscriminately with a series of attacks. For a time, he was beaten so badly that he could barely react out of shock. This woman who came out of nowhere was much stronger than Wang Gaoyang. Furthermore, her fighting style was simple but brutal. Her punches were not only fast, but each one was also packed with an intense intent and the world force of a 6th-order open heaven realm master. Any ordinary 6th-order open heaven realm master would be defeated quickly against this kind of opponent. Having lost the initiative, Yang Kai could only defend desperately. Hundreds of punches struck his body in the short span of a few breaths, and he suffered so much pain that he grimaced. Fortunately, her attacks did not seem to carry any killing intent. It would seem that she came with the intention of punishing him. A short while later, senior sister Zhou stopped attacking and stood there looking at Yang Kai as she said coldly, "Follow me to go and meet junior sister Gu. You will obediently apologize to her and reflect on your mistakes, then you will write a letter to Yinyang Cave Heaven to cancel your marriage with Chu Huashang. If you do that, then this incident will end here. Yang Kai shook his head hard, causing a series of cracking sounds to come from his entire body. Looking up at her, he grinned widely, "You are the first woman to ever punch me like this." The corners of her mouth lifted, "If you refuse to comply, then I'll punch you even harder. In that case, I'll be looking forward to your performance." A sense of aggression surged in Yang Kai's heart. Senior Sister Zhou's expression became colder upon hearing those words as she asked, "Is Chu Hua Shang that great? You would rather take a beating than dissolve your marriage to her?" Yang Kai shook his head in response and declared, "There is nothing going on between Junior Sister Gu and I. You are the ones who have misunderstood something." She gritted her teeth. "It might have been a misunderstanding if only one person had this misconception, but are you saying that so many people have misunderstood you? You really are a heartless thief after all. Little junior sister is too naive. Why did she fall for somebody like you? Good. I'm going to beat you half to death. Let's see if you will reflect on your mistakes when you're lying bloody on the ground." As soon as the words left her mouth, she charged towards him once more. Contrary to her expectations though, Yang Kai did not avoid her charge. He even put away the azure dragon spear in his hands and raised his fists to meet her attacks. In an instant, the two became locked in a brutal melee, their respective world forces exploding out wantonly. They've begun fighting. In front of a grand hall, Li Yuan Wang stood with his hands behind his back as he looked out into the distance. His gaze seemed capable of breaking the barriers of space to clearly see what was happening far away. Next to him stood Gao Ting, one of the 3 vice sect masters in Langya Paradise. Gao Ting was also looking in the direction of the battlefield, and upon hearing those words, she turned to look at Li Yuan Wang and asked, "Is this really okay? Yang Kai killed a 7th-order open heaven realm in the past. The children in the sect won't be his opponents." Li Yuan Wang chuckled, "Of course they're not his opponents." Gao Ting frowned, "Be careful, or you might break their confidence." "I want to break their confidence a little, lest they mistakenly believe that they are amazing just because they come from one of the cave heavens and paradises. The 3,000 worlds has been at peace for so long that the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises are lacking in real training. They all believe that they stand above the others, refusing to look at those who did not come from a cave heaven or a paradise. If turmoil breaks out one day, they are bound to suffer badly at this rate." Gao Ting's scowl grew deeper. "Is the situation that serious?" Li Yuan Wang shook his head, "It's hard to say. Everything is murky right now, but it's always better to prepare just in case." Gao Ting fell silent for some time and did not say anything else. She had initially wanted to stop this whole farce, but there was no reason to stop them if Li Yuan Wang, who was the sect master himself, planned to use Yang Kai for training purposes. Besides, facing some setbacks while growing up might not be a bad thing. How did the ancestor respond? Li Yuan Wang suddenly asked via divine sense. Gao Ting replied, "The ancestor said that you should go ahead with your plans. He will bear the responsibility." Li Yuan Wang nodded lightly, but his gaze was filled with pain. "Who knows how many people will die in Langya Paradise? I hope not too many must be killed." In the void, the battle was in full swing. All of a sudden, the two intertwined figures broke apart. An unusual flush spread across Senior Sister Zhou's face. She gritted her teeth and glared at Yang Kai, "I'm a woman. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you." Then, she lunged at Yang Kai with even greater ferocity. However, it didn't take more than a few breaths for her to be sent flying through the void. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood alone with the air of a person who could hold himself against thousands of men with his strength alone, and coldly snorted, "Next." A figure flew over and grabbed Senior Sister Zhou by the waist. He looked at her with a warm gaze and asked, "Are you okay?" She turned away, refusing to let this person see the black eye she was sporting. In fact, she seemed rather bashful as she muttered, "I can't beat him. This bastard might have a lousy character, but he is indeed very strong." The person who came exclaimed, "I'm going to take care of him." Be careful, Senior Brother Zhao. She reminded him. Senior Brother Zhao nodded and released his grip around her. With every step he took, the world force aura around him became thicker as his momentum rose higher and higher. Yang Kai turned to look at this person with a solemn expression. Senior Brother Zhao stood 10 paces in front of Yang Kai. His majestic world force surging madly, pressing down on Yang Kai as though trying to put pressure on him. Yang Kai remained motionless, simply standing there quietly as he stared at Senior Brother Zhao in return. A short while later, Senior Brother Zhao frowned. Why did you hit a woman? He initially wanted to use his rich world force to intimidate Yang Kai, but who could have known that the other party would be so resilient in the face of his strength? It was only then that he realized his opponent was not an easy target. It made sense when he thought about it. If Yang Kai was such an easy target, junior sister Zhou would not have been defeated. Sorry, Yang Kai suddenly muttered with resignation in his voice. Senior Brother Zhao nodded in satisfaction. It's good that you can reflect on your mistakes. But, you shouldn't be saying these words to me. You should say them to junior sister Zhou and junior sister Gu instead. Yang Kai said, I'm saying it to you. Senior Brother Zhao was surprised. Why? Yang Kai suddenly stretched out a hand. Mid-motion, his hand turned into a fist and he punched it out lightly as he shouted, Cow punch. Senior Brother Zhao instantly widened his eyes, reacting as though he had been struck by lightning. Opening his mouth, he spurted out a mouthful of blood and at the same time, his body staggered backwards. Yang Kai sighed in a sorrowful manner. Activating your world force so recklessly will only reveal all your flaws to me. I couldn't help myself. Sorry, Senior Brother. Yang Kai could only use his cow punch if he could trace back his opponent's aura to its source. In other words, he had to track the other party's world force to their small universe in order to attack the latter directly. In the midst of a fierce battle where world force was molded into attacks that were swiftly thrown at each other, it might have taken Yang Kai some effort to prepare. However, Senior Brother Zhao had recklessly and unscrupulously mobilized his world force in front of Yang Kai. That was equivalent to pointing Yang Kai in the direction of the answer without the slightest concealment. With one punch, Senior Brother Zhao was defeated. Martial Peak, Chapter 4759, No One Dares to Fight. All the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters watching this battle from the shadows were horrified. They had witnessed Yang Kai's battles against Wang Gao Yang and Senior Sister Zhou just now, hence, there was no denying Yang Kai's strength. Even veteran Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Wang Gao Yang and Senior Sister Zhou were not his opponents. Nevertheless, the strength Yang Kai displayed had still been within the range of their cognition. On the contrary, this most recent scene was simply too unbelievable. Senior Brother Zhao, who was significantly stronger than Wang Gao Yang and Senior Sister Zhou, was defeated by a single punch from the enemy and suffered severe injuries on the spot. Is he really in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm? Isn't he a Seventh Order Master hiding his cultivation? Be that as it may, the energy fluctuations coming from Yang Kai's body clearly indicated that he was only in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Bystanders might not know why Senior Brother Zhao became injured all of a sudden, but Senior Brother Zhao himself understood clearly. Although that punch seemed almost powerless, a ferocious force had exploded within his small universe in that moment. It caused his small universe to shake and tumble, leading his world force to almost go berserk as a result. Next. In the void, Yang Kai looked around with a majestic and imposing air. Many of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were eager to make a move earlier, had gone quiet now. Wang Gao Yang, Senior Sister Zhou, and Senior Brother Zhao had all been defeated, therefore, Yang Kai's strength caused them to feel despair. How could a cultivator who was not from any of the cave heavens or paradises be so powerful? As far as they knew, the Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises had always been stronger than ordinary cultivators. That was because their heritage was different. Within the same order, unless there was a huge gap in accumulation, the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises would always be stronger. Therefore, all the onlookers felt extremely vexed inside their hearts. Not only had Yang Kai toyed with the feelings of their adorable little junior sister Gu Pan, but after thoughtlessly sleeping with her, he had the gall to abandon her. What's more, he was unscrupulously and defiantly flaunting his strength in front of them now. Even though they wanted to help seek justice for Gu Pan, they could not defeat Yang Kai. Going up against him would only bring more humiliation upon themselves. It was to the point where they had already disgraced Langya Paradise completely at this point. A figure stood on one of the spirit provinces, watching the scene from afar. He could not help frowning slightly at the sight. A short while later, he gave a small sigh. Taking a step forward, his figure instantly blurred in place. His movements were neither hurried nor slow, but his speed was extremely fast. By the time he took his second step, he was already standing in the void. On his third step, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai. His black hair was disheveled from the wind, but his figure was stalwart and upright. More importantly, his world force surged fiercely around him. Yang Kai turned his head to look at this person and grinned. The heritage of the cave heavens and paradises is indeed extraordinary. The people who came to challenge him were each stronger than the last. It started off with Wang Gao Yang, followed by senior sister Zhou, and then senior brother Zhao. And now, this person's aura was even more powerful than the previous three. Senior brother Lu Mang. It's senior brother Lu Mang. Somebody exclaimed from the shadows. Senior brother Lu Mang finally showed up. That bastard is going to get his just desserts. Another person exclaimed in delight. How dare he bully the people of Langya Paradise? That brat is too arrogant. He must be beaten so badly that he vomits 3 liters of blood. Can senior brother Lu Mang win against him? I just hope he doesn't lose. That will really cause Langya Paradise to lose all face. Bah! Sect Master once said that senior brother Lu Mang is the strongest person beneath the 7th order open heaven realm in Langya Paradise. How could he possibly fail to defeat that brat? Not to mention, senior brother Lu Mang effortlessly took first place in the sect's martial arts meeting 300 years ago. True. Don't hold back against him, senior brother Lu Mang. Beat him up until his face is black and blue. When this 6th order open heaven realm master called Lu Mang appeared, many divine senses surged and interweaved in the surrounding void as the others chatted passionately with each other. Yang Kai glanced at Lu Mang. Looks like you're quite popular in Langya Paradise. Lu Mang chuckled. As the eldest senior brother, I have to act like the eldest senior brother. Yang Kai suddenly recalled the memory of his training in the divine armament world and nodded lightly. I was also an eldest senior brother for a time. Lu Mang's eyes brightened slightly. I'm sure we will have many common topics to talk about. For example. Yang Kai looked at Lu Mang with a smile. Lu Mang replied, for example, enmity should be resolved rather than settled. In my opinion, this dispute is unnecessary. Why don't you just apologize to junior sister Gu or something, junior brother? Then, we can exchange weapons of war for gifts of jade and silk instead. What do you think? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I had no intention of starting a fight in Langya Paradise. It's just that your fellow brothers refused to listen to my explanation. Lu Mang said, but, you have to admit to your mistakes if you made a mistake. In this world, it is normal for a man and a woman to love each other. If you can remain faithful to junior sister Gu, the junior brothers and junior sisters will not make things difficult for you. Junior sister Gu is young and it has not been long since she started cultivating. In the eyes of us senior brothers and senior sisters, she is no more than a little girl. Nobody is willing to let her suffer any grievances. If anybody were to wrong her, then that person will be our enam, Ga. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly raised a hand to clutch at his eyes. He stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Junior brother, why did you hit me? I was still speaking. Yang Kai raised his fist, which was as large as a pot, and pondered in silence for a moment. I apologize, I couldn't hold back. Please continue. Lu Meng glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously before he continued. I've heard about you and Chu Huashang, but it doesn't matter. You have not completed your marriage ceremony yet, so you can just write a letter to Yin Yang Cave Heaven to call off this marriage. The reputation of the Yin Yang Cave Heaven disciples is not very good. How can Chu Huashang compare to little junior sister, Guh, why did you hit me again? He clutched at his other eye and complained a little unhappily, are you planning to hear me out? Yang Kai was already lunging forward like a tiger rushing down the mountain as he grinned, you can continue speaking, I'll just start attacking. Lu Meng was furious, won't I suffer a huge loss then? While speaking, he charged forward to meet Yang Kai's attack. Their world forces collided with each other, and their figures became entangled like spinning tops. For a time, they soared up, down, left, and right, their battle spreading out in all directions across the void. The rumbling sounds of their battle rang out incessantly, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept out across the world. The two figures moved so fast that most people could not see how the battle was going. There was no telling who was winning and who was losing. In just a few dozen breaths of time though, the two figures suddenly separated. One person stood proudly while the other collapsed in a miserable state. The spectators anxiously turned to look in that direction, but the sight that entered their eyes made their blood run cold. The person standing tall in the void was none other than Yang Kai. On the other hand, the person who had been knocked down was the strongest master beneath the high-rank open heaven realm in Langya Paradise, Lu Meng. Lu Meng's pitiful voice came from afar, I might not be able to win against you, but my words are logical and reasonable. Will you admit your mistakes? Yang Kai ignored Lu Meng and looked around his surroundings like an eagle staring at a pack of wolves as he asked in a grim voice, who else? Silence reigned as not a single open heaven realm master hiding in the shadows answered. Even senior brother Lu Meng was no match for Yang Kai, so who else among the sixth order open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise could defeat him? Thinking about it again, during the battle between Yang Kai and senior brother Lu Meng earlier, the winner was decided in no more than a few dozen breaths of time. In other words, the gap between their strength was immense. It would have been impossible for the battle to end so quickly otherwise. It was difficult to believe that an outsider could be so arrogant in their home. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was outrageously strong. The Langya Paradise disciples were filled with rage, grief, and indignation. In the battle today, Langya Paradise had been thoroughly disgraced. Humph! Is there no one who dares to fight amongst you? Yang Kai declared arrogantly. All the sixth order open heaven realm masters in Langya Paradise hiding in the shadows felt their faces twitch upon hearing those words. They were already filled with rage and indignation in the first place, but they had no choice but to admit that the opponent was truly powerful. After all, he openly won against the person who was deemed the strongest sixth order open heaven realm master in the sect. That was why they could only hold back their rage no matter how humiliated they felt. Nevertheless, on the martial Tao, one generally grew braver after suffering humiliation. Not to mention, this brat just had to add fuel to the fire. He was being far too disrespectful towards Langya Paradise. How could they bear such humiliation? Everybody, attack together. Kill! A furious roar came from the void and a figure emerged and charged straight towards Yang Kai. His expression was filled with a malevolent aura. Immediately after that, the second figure emerged, followed by the third and then a fourth. Yang Kai looked up and saw countless sixth order and fifth order open heaven realm masters charging towards him. There were people coming from all directions, and they surrounded him tightly in the blink of an eye. He immediately broke out in cold sweat at the sight. Everywhere he looked, there were open heaven realm masters surrounding him with savage expressions. Some were threateningly pounding their fists against their palm with loud thudding sounds. Others were grinning at him ferociously while sliding their fingers across their necks in an extremely vivid and threatening gesture. Forcing himself to calm down, Yang Kai shouted righteously, "Ganging up against me when you can't win alone. Have you no shame?" Despite their anger, they were still Langya Paradise disciples after all, so when Yang Kai questioned them in that manner, many of them looked embarrassed. That was indeed the case. Since they could not defeat him alone, then they could only use numbers. It would be bad for their reputation if word got out about this incident. He is a person who has no care for dignity and abandons a woman after thoughtlessly defiling her. He is worthy of public punishment. Somebody roared furiously. Right. That's right. All have the right to punish such an evildoer. Somebody else quickly nodded in agreement. Don't waste time talking nonsense with him. Attack together. As soon as those words rang out, countless 6th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters charged forward at the same time and buried Yang Kai in the blink of an eye. A chaotic mess of world forces fluctuated as the sound of punches and kicks rang out incessantly. Although many people were sent flying backwards, the openings this created were quickly filled by others. Somebody who could not squeeze their way in from the outside became so anxious that they hopped from side to side. Whilst trying to squeeze their way in, they even shouted, "Senior brothers, please move aside. Let me punch him once or twice to vent my anger." Yang Kai, who was being kicked and punched by the mob surrounding him, felt as though his lungs were about to burst from fury when he heard that statement. If this were a life-or-death fight, he might have suffered a disastrous ending after being surrounded by so many people. However, he also might have been able to kill his way out of this encirclement. Regardless of the outcome, he would surely end up heavily injured while Langya Paradise suffered countless casualties. Unfortunately, this was not a real life-or-death fight. The Langya Paradise disciples might be using a dishonorable method, but they held back in terms of their strength. One should not be fooled by how eager they seemed at the thought of slashing Yang Kai to a million pieces in order to relieve the hatred in their hearts. When they actually made a move against him, none of them dealt a serious or fatal blow. The force behind those punches and kicks could only cause him to suffer some flesh wounds at the most. Nevertheless, it was enough to teach him a lesson. The kicking and punching continued, and there was no saying how many blows Yang Kai suffered with each passing moment. Fortunately, it did not matter too much since he had his dragon scale armor to protect himself. These clothes were the manifestation of his dragon scales, so their defensive properties were extraordinary. It was just that he could not protect his face. Some of the less scrupulous ones would specifically aim for this obvious opening, and the punches that struck him their left stars spinning around in his eyes. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.